I got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA. I got love, peace, got war and peace inside my DNA. I got power, poison, pain, and joy inside my DNA.
Hello and welcome back to my channel, Fanfic Fantasy. Join us as we delve into the realms of fanfiction and fantasy, bringing you the best stories and discussions. Today, we're kicking off the final part of our series, What If Demon Tanjiro Concured the Sun with Special Powers? If you enjoy this video, please give it a like and subscribe for more content in the future. The author of this story is OMG4 from fanfiction.net. All the relevant links are in the description. Feel free to say hello to the author on their profile. Now, let's dive into the fanfic. Chapter 15.5 Black and Blue. Kanikacho, Butterfly Mansion. 2 days after the battle in the capital, Kani and AI were tending to the demon slayers who were present during the Tokyo capital incident. Kani was focusing on Kyojiro Rengoku and Mitsuri Kenroji. Kani admired Rengoku's spirit and goofy behavior, especially after what he just went through. His flair could also give even Yuzui a run for his money. Then there was Mitsuri. She was very sweet, if a little naive and gullible. Strangely enough, some aspects about her reminded her of Tanjiro. Tanjiro, how do I feel when I use Hinakami Kagura or Sun Conqueror? Well, my body kind goes like SSSSS and WAAH. My brain is all WOWOWOWOW. After that, my whole body goes BLUGGGH, if that makes sense. Mitsuri, when I was fighting those mean doggies, my heart was all boom boom and WAM. And I was all like AGH. You know, Tanjiro, where do babies come from? That's easy. When a man and woman love each other very much, God blesses the couple with their own little bundle of joy. It's beautiful. Oh, my parents told me that when I was 4. No, I couldn't sniff out lies with my nose back then. Why do you ask? What's wrong? Did I say something funny? I'd tell him the truth, but the fact that he still believes that is adorable. Mitsuri, WAAH. Why are your clothes normal? I thought all female members wore an outfit like mine. That perverted tailor lied to me. NOOO. I feel for her. I would have been in the same position if Shinobu hadn't talked me out of it and burned those uniforms in front of the tailor, which was a little cruel in my opinion. Yet, he still hasn't learned his lesson. After that, Kani visited Tanjiro's room and found Kanao sitting next to Tanjiro's bed. The boy in question was snoozing peacefully. Kani couldn't keep the smile off of her face. Looking at him now, it's still hard to believe he's a demon. When he's asleep, he looks like a normal boy. Hello, Kanao. Kani waved to her adoptive little sister. Kanao eyed her with a suspicious look in her eyes. Hello, master. Aw, she still hasn't forgiven me for my little prank. Well, I was just checking up on Tanjiro. I'll leave you two alone now. Remember to go to bed later, okay? Okay. Oh, if you want to climb into bed with Tanjiro, I certainly won't stop yo. Schling. Kanao grabbed Tanjiro's sword and began to unsheath it. Sweat dripped down Kani's forehead. Message received, gotta go now, bye, she said hurriedly. Middle of the night. Everyone had gone to bed, everything was quiet and peaceful. Until IGH. Kani shot up from her bed, Shinobu doing the same. Tanjiro, she uttered before she sprung to action. Kani and Shinobu quickly changed into their uniforms, grabbed their swords, and sprinted to Tanjiro's room where the screaming was coming from. IGH. When they opened the door, Kani covered her mouth as Tanjiro was writhing on the floor while screaming. His eyes were open and rolled to the back of his head. Kani rushed to Tanjiro's side and hugged him tight. Tanjiro, it's okay. You're all right. I'm here. She tried to calm the boy down, but to no avail as he struggled in her grasp. It was only due to Kani's breathing techniques and the fact that Tanjiro was not fully conscious that the flower Hashira wasn't being overpowered by the demon's raw strength. Sadly, that fact would soon change. Kani was holding Tanjiro from behind, which led to her getting headbutted when Tanjiro really started trying to break free from her. Sister, Shinobu yelled out. Kani was dazed for a moment as her nose began to bleed. Tanjiro accidentally headbutted her again. This time, he was able to slip away and jumped onto the wall, clinging to it with his claws. He climbed to the ceiling and let out a great roar. GRRRRRAR. Suddenly, his scar began to glow as multiple crimson flare chains sprouted from his back. The chains pushed off of the ceiling, launching Tanjiro into the floor, leaving a dent in it. Tanjiro continued to scream like crazy as his chains flew around wildly. Kani and Shinobu jumped around the room at fast speeds to avoid the chains. Shinobu switched her sword to a non-lethal poison and charged at Tanjiro. However, she had to jump back as the chains sprouting from Tanjiro wouldn't give her an opening. Shinobu inhaled and got into a stance before dashing through the chains at blinding speed. Then, she thrusted her sword into the left side of Tanjiro's forehead where his brain was located. Insect breathing, bee sting dance, true flutter. Tanjiro's eyes rolled back down from the back, revealing wide, red, slitted irises. The boy went still for a moment before he recovered from the shock and started screaming again. This time, they were screams of agonizing pain and fear. His crimson flare chains fell apart and vanished. Kani froze. She hadn't heard the boy scream like that since Kajima the night she fought with Onijiro. She still remembered his screams when she injected poison into Onijiro's brain. Shinobu had to jump back as Tanjiro started swinging his claws around in a panic. Kani caught a glimpse of Tanjiro's right eye. His cat-like pupil was starting to change shape. Tanjiro suddenly got on all fours and repeatedly smashed his head against the floor. Kani got behind him and lifted him by holding his arms back. Tanjiro, stop. You have to snap out of it. Shinobu spoke in a more menacing tone. Onijiro. I don't know what you're doing to Tanjiro, but you better stop it right now. Kani looked pleadingly at Shinobu. No, Shinobu. We don't know if Onijiro is doing this. Well, how else can we explain this? Shinobu yelled back. Kani hesitated. She had no good answer for that. She looked back down at the struggling Tanjiro, careful not to let him hit her again. Tanjiro, Onijiro, please come back to us, Kani shouted before Rengoku, Kenroji, AI, and Kanao ran through the door. What's happening? Rengoku asked as he took in the situation. Kanao stared at the screaming Tanjiro with a horrified expression. Master Kani, what's wrong with Tanjiro? Kani stared at her adoptive sister with wide eyes. I don't know. That's when Tanjiro tried to headbutt Kani again. This time, the flower Hashira moved her head out of the way, but the demon in her arms slipped away again. Rengoku and Kenroji sprang into action, both holding one of Tanjiro's arms to restrain him. Shinobu began to instruct the two holding Tanjiro. Take him to his bed. Hold him down. I'm going to get sedatives, she said before charging out of the room. Rengoku and Kenroji pulled Tanjiro to his bed and held him down to it. Kanao walked up to Tanjiro's bed and looked at him with concern. Tanjiro. As Tanjiro continued to scream, Kanao looked at his hand and held it between hers with tears in her eyes. Tanjiro, please stop screaming. I can't stand seeing you like that. Tanjiro screamed again and again as Kanao began to cry, begging him to stop. Kani was surprised to see Kanao, who she had never once seen cry, break down in tears over the boy she liked. Of course, Kani was also heartbroken. She too wished the horrible screaming would stop. She wanted to comfort Tanjiro, support him, but she was helpless in this situation. After a few minutes passed, black flames bursted from Tanjiro. Yikes! Kenroji yelped as she jumped away, followed by our Rengoku who pulled Kanao away. The screams had finally stopped as the flames began to die. Onijiro sat up with wide eyes. What the hell? He looked around, confused, which described everyone else in the room. Kani stepped towards the bed. Onijiro, what happened? Onijiro looked at Kani. I don't know. I was unconscious due to the exhaustion of Tanjiro's mission and suddenly I heard screaming. Next thing I know, I'm here. Onijiro explained as Shinobu ran into the room with a needle in hand. She spotted Onijiro and glared at him. She pocketed the needle and walked up to the demon before grabbing him by the collar. You, what did you do to him? Onijiro was stunned, but anger soon replaced shock. Get your fucking hands off me. I didn't do shit. You expect me to believe that, demon? Shinobu replied. Gee, for someone so knowledgeable on demons, you sure do love to forget the fact that Tanjiro is also one himself. He's nothing like you. Don't you ever compare yourself to him. You're just lucky you two share a body because otherwise, I would have killed you by now. Kani was surprised by Shinobu's harsh words, but not as much as she was by the hurt look on Onijiro's face, which was only there for a split second before he adopted a look of absolute rage. The fuck did you just say, shorty? Enough. Everyone looked at Kani who had just yelled at everyone. None of them had seen her get so frustrated before, not even Shinobu. After taking deep breath, Kani turned her attention to Onijiro. Onijiro, is Tanjiro okay? Onijiro focused and closed his eyes. I can't hear him. Shinobu got in the demon's face. What do you mean you can't hear him? Onijiro growled at the insect Hashira. I mean what I mean. He's not answering me. His heart and brain are fine, but I can't communicate with his mind. Kanao seemed to pale. AI, who was next to her, noticed this and put a hand on her shoulder for support. Kani closed her eyes and sighed. Alright, let's head to bed. We'll deal with this in the morning, Kani said. Everyone but Kanao and Onijiro nodded. After everyone else left, Kenny remained in the room with Onijiro. He sat on the bed with shadow over his face. Onijiro, what? He answered with venom in his voice. Kenny looked at the boy with concern. It's just, are you okay? She asked. Onijiro looked up at her with suspicious eyes. Yes, why wouldn't I be? It's just that ... when Shinobu said she would kill you if it weren't for Tanjiro, you looked troubled. Onijiro sat still, glaring at the eldest Kacho sister who continued on. I just want you to know that, I believe you. I'm on your side. Kenny smiled and went to pat Onijiro's head. Is off. Onijiro smacked her head away and stared daggers at her. I told you I don't need your fucking pity. Kenny stepped back and frowned. I'm sorry. I overstepped, I see that now. Just leave me alone, human. Kenny did just that without another word. She couldn't go back to sleep that night. Tanjiro Kamado. 2 days later, Onijiro was reading a book in the training dojo. AI and the 3 little shits were sweeping the floor. It had been 2 days since the incident, and things had been tense, especially between Onijiro and Shinobu. He knew that she accused him of Tanjiro's silent treatment. Onijiro, on the other hand, was frustrated with Shinobu for immediately accusing him of causing everything to go to shit. Like geez, you take over a guy's body one time. Onijiro tried his best to keep his mind off of it. He was currently reading a book that explained sex and stuff. Onijiro borrowed some knowledge from very vague glimpses of Muzan's memories, but it was as limited as it was vague. Thus, he had to rely on whatever knowledge Tanjiro had, which was frighteningly little. Besides breathing techniques, training, strategy, and chores, Tanjiro didn't have much going on in the brains department. So that's where babies come from. I knew Tanjiro's parents were talking bullshit. When a man and women love each other very much, God blesses them with blah blah blah. Honestly, grow the fuck up already. Onijiro looked up from his book to see AI staring at him with her hands on her hips and an annoyed look on her face. Do you mind? She asked. Onijiro looked at her with an unfazed expression. No, you can stay. AI's left eye began to twitch, she sighed. You know, it wouldn't kill you to help. Naho, Sumi, and Kiyo all stopped to nod. Yeah, stop being lazy, mean Tanjiro. Naho yelled. The unfazed Onijiro continued to stare at AI. Sorry, I can't, he said before grabbing his right leg. Crack, ... and snapping his calf, bending it upward. Legs broken, Onijiro said with a smirk before returning to his book. Thwack. Oh, Onijiro then got hit on the head by AI's broom. Onijiro dropped his book, snapped his leg back into place, and shot up to his feet, extremely pissed off. You whore, I'll have your head for that. Suddenly, a pissed off AI pushed the broom into Onijiro's hands, catching the demon off guard. Shut up and clean. If you want Lady Shinobu to stop breathing down your neck, I suggest making yourself useful. Onijiro was stunned as AI walked away. Then, after recovering from his shock, Oi, you can't just hit me with a broom, tell me what to do, and then leave. AI looked back and smirked. What's wrong? The future demon king can't handle a little cleaning. Veins bulged on Onijiro's forehead, his eyes growing wider and his mouth morphing into a sadistic grin. Huh? Welp, I suppose it can't be helped. If you can't do something as simple as sweeping the floor, we filthy humans will have to do it ourselves. If only Tanjiro were here, he'd get this done in a flash. Black flames shot out of the top of Onijiro's head like a human volcano. Oh hell no. Onijiro suddenly started sweeping the room furiously. Don't fuck with me. Anything that cocksucker Tanjiro can do, I can do better. Watch. Later, Onijiro ran around the room, cleaning the entire floor to the point where everything was shining. AI was pleasantly surprised. Onijiro ... not so much. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr I can't believe I fell for that. Ai stared at Onijiro before she started giggling. Onijiro halted his temper tantrum to slowly turn his head towards the girl with a deadly glare. What the hell are you laughing at? That's it. You just made the list, bitch. Suddenly, Shinobu opened the door to the dojo and entered. Is everything alright? Shinobu asked, casting a not-so-subtle glare at Onijiro. Ai turned to the Hashira and bowed. Lady Shinobu, Onijiro was just helping us with cleaning. Shinobu raised an eyebrow. Oh, was he now? She asked, clearly suspicious. Ai did not falter. Yes, he said we were too slow and annoying him. Onijiro shot a glare at Ai before calming down. He wasn't stupid. He knew Ai was just trying to make the lie more convincing. Shinobu narrowed her eyes at Onijiro. Onijiro noticed this and returned the gaze. Is that a problem? Shinobu simply turned away and began to walk out of the room. Very well then. After she left, Onijiro turned back to Ai. So, why do you help me? Ai looked over at Onijiro. Don't get me wrong, I don't like you any more than she does. Onijiro scoffed in response as AI continued. But Lady Canny is always saying there is good in you and I trust her with my life. So, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and not treat you like a savage beast. Onijiro narrowed his eyes. Gee, thanks. AI then walked out of the room, as did the three little brats. Onijiro stood alone in the dojo with his arms crossed. He started grinding his teeth. Damn it. Who does she think she is? I don't need her help. And why the hell am I so flustered? The next day, it was morning after breakfast. Onijiro and AI were washing dishes. Onijiro did it more angrily as AI had once again challenged him. I bet Tanjiro could wash 10 dishes before you could wash even one. Huh, like I'm falling for that a second time. He fell for it a second time. Bonk. Oh, Onijiro got hit on the head before growling at AI. Don't scrub so hard, idiot. You're gonna break them. She scolded the demon. Shut up. You're lucky I'm doing this shit at all. Onijiro shot back. AI sighed and put her focus back on her side of the dishes. Onijiro's left eye twitched as he continued scrubbing. Crack. Shit. Damn it. What did I tell you? Bonk. Oh. 2 days later. Dream Forest. Tanjiro. Onijiro shouted as he walked around his shared mindscape. Hey, Tanjiro. Get your ass out here. Silence met the young demon. He was beginning to become more and more frustrated. Where the hell did he go? I can still feel his presence but I can't find him at all. No matter what I say, he gives me nothing at all. Onijiro tapped his foot rapidly. Wait, why do I even care? If he's gone for good and I get full control of his body, I won't have anyone to hold me back. It'll be that much easier to become Demon King. Onijiro looked around again, realizing how empty the place felt without that bastard, Tanjiro, around. I gotta say this place is a little depressing without his company. Oh, whatever. Good riddance, I say. I don't need anybody. I'm surrounded by enough people as it is. And they all only care about Tanjiro. Anyway, I'm just typical demon scum to them. Well, fuck them. He's nothing like you. Don't you ever compare yourself to him. Onijiro crossed his arms and stared at the ground. You're lucky you two share a body because otherwise, I would have killed you by now. He bit his lip until it drew blood. I don't need them. Friends, family, love, humanity. You pathetic humans can keep that shit to yourselves. I don't need anyone. I am perfect. They'll see. Onijiro took a deep breath. He woke up. The next day, another morning came and with it, an odd occurrence. Onijiro was scrubbing the floors of the mansion, running through the halls while wiping the floors with a towel like he'd seen Tanjiro do. He ran by AI and Kano. Good work, Onijiro, said the former while Kano had a confused look on her face. Go fuck yourself, Onijiro replied as he ran down another hall. Later at dinner, AI was now teaching Onijiro how to cook tempura and anpan while preparing dinner. Onijiro was a surprisingly fast learner. He was able to make a decent batch of both. Impressive. You're a natural, AI said, genuinely impressed. Onijiro gave a prideful smirk and pointed a thumb at himself. Why are you surprised? I said I was better than Tanjiro in every way, and I meant it. AI rolled her eyes before picking up a tray and walking out of the kitchen. Onijiro followed her with his own tray. Everyone seemed to enjoy. The three little brats all beamed. Kanny and Mitsuri gave Onijiro a double thumbs up. Rengoku said UMAI. Even Shinobu said not bad for a demon. That last part irked Onijiro, but his ego wasn't bruised so easily as he triumphantly stuffed his face. He felt really good. Later, training yard. Onijiro sat back against a tree, watching the stars in the sky. The moon was hidden by the clouds. He thought for a while about all the progress he'd made with everyone. He didn't smell constant bloodlust from Shinobu, and everyone else seems to actually like him. Yep, things were great. Inhale. What am I doing? Onijiro shot to his feet with angry steam rising from his whole body. I'm gonna be the fucking Demon King. And I'm making friends with the same humans who'd have me dead a few months ago. What is this? A fucking children's story. And they all lived happily ever after. Hell no. Kanzaki. This is all her fault. I've been turned into that witch's puppet. That does it. When I see her face again, I'll tear out her intestines and use them as a rope to hang her. As sweet as that sounds. Onijiro froze. I think I'll pass. Onijiro jumped and turned to see AI standing behind him with her hands on her hips and her eyebrow raised. Onijiro, for the first time in his short life, blushed. Why you? How long have you been there? Onijiro asked. Around the part where you started talking about a children's story or something. AI answered. Onijiro growled at the girl. Alright, look here, you. I only went along with your schemes to get Shinobu off my back, but this has gone too far. This isn't worth it anymore. Aoi scoffed. Stop whining, I helped you, remember. Don't you see how better your life could be if you dropped this whole future Demon King thing? You should be thanking me. Thank you. You're welcome. You. G-U-H. My. G-U-H. You're driving me insane. Onijiro started pulling on his hair. He was so pissed, his face turned red. AI narrowed her eyes. Well, excuse me. Dealing with your bullshit hasn't exactly been a picnic for me either. Onijiro managed a deep breath and regained his composure. TCH. Whatever, human. I'm done being wrapped around your finger. He then smiled in a dark way and stepped towards AI, causing her to instinctively take a step back. And from now on, I'm gonna be making your life a living hell. You'll rue the day you thought you could fuck with this demon. Onijiro saw a drop of sweat on the girl's face. The shoe was on the other foot now. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Lady Shinobu will. What's that bitch gonna do? Kill me. Huh? I think you're forgetting. Ow, I've basically got her precious student held hostage. I go down. That son of a bitch is coming with me. AI flinched as Onijiro took another step towards her. I only played along cause I was sick of Shinobu getting on my case, but I don't care anymore. If she doesn't trust me, that's her business. Onijiro turned away and sat down against the tree. For your own sake, I suggest you don't talk to me again. AI sighed and stood there for a minute before sitting next to Onijiro. It wasn't my idea, okay. Onijiro's eyes widened as he looked over at AI. What do you mean? The truth is that Lady Kanny wanted me to help you out because she felt bad for you. That's why I bothered you so much. Onijiro frowned. I see ... Well, she didn't need to do that. I'm fine. Are you? AI asked. Onijiro shot a glare in her direction. I mean, lately, even I've noticed that you look lonely sometimes. Onijiro could sense the genuine sympathy from her. It made him even more irritated. I don't need people worrying about me. I can take care of myself. AI didn't look convinced. I know but nothing. Onijiro snapped. I'm fine. End of discussion. Leave me alone. Onijiro turned away again. AI did the same. The two sat in silence for a while before Onijiro sighed and broke the ice. Thanks for telling the truth, I guess. Sorry for lying about wanting to help you. Forget it. You know, even though it was Lady Kanny who pushed me into it, it was actually kind of nice getting to know you better. Onijiro's eyes widened again as he looked at AI. AI looked back with a small smile. You're not a bad guy, Onijiro. At least when you're not being a huge jerk, anyway. Onijiro had no words for that sudden, if slightly backhanded, compliment. Boo bump. What the? Onijiro felt his heart palpitate, but only for a second before it went back to normal. Okay ... That was weird. You and Tanjiro are more similar than you think, you know. Onijiro stared at AI with a raised eyebrow. Huh, that's bullshit and you know it. Onijiro said. I'm serious, you're both going through hard times, but neither of you seem too fazed by it. You'll both do whatever it takes to achieve your goals. Even if your goals and your methods for achieving them are different, your courage and stubborn determination by themselves admirable. AI frowned and lowered her head as if she was ashamed. I'd do just about anything to be that brave. Onijiro didn't say anything as AI looked to him. I assume Lady Kanny told you and Tanjiro about what happened on my first mission. Onijiro nodded. You saw a demon, pissed yourself, and ran like a bitch until Kanny found you. Shut up. That's not what happened. AI snapped before blushing. Well, not the pissing myself part, the rest was accurate. When my parents were killed by demons, I swore I would destroy as many demons as I could. My trainer was my uncle. He was the one who killed the demon who killed my parents. He taught me water breathing, but he became very ill in the middle of my training. On top of that, my progress was very slow. After 5 years, I had only mastered the first 5 forms. My uncle begged me not to go to Mount Fujikasen and take final selection before he died, said that I should give up on revenge and live a normal life. After I buried him, I did exactly what he didn't want me to do. I barely survived. I was afraid the whole time. I only took down 2 demons and hid the rest of the time. Yet, I still didn't give up. Then, I got my first mission. AI started shivering. I was with 3 other demon slayers, all ranked higher than me. We found a demon in a cave in Kanagawa Prefecture. We fought it but ... we underestimated it. He was fast, really fast, almost lower moon level. My comrades were disposed of quickly while I ran away from fear. I was so confident, but ... the way that demon looked at me ... the bloodlust. I couldn't take it. AI hugged herself and shut her eyes tightly. And so, I left my comrades to die and hid, just like I did in final selection. After what felt like an hour, Lady Kanny found me. She killed that demon and took me in along with Lady Shinobu. I was too afraid to ever pick up a sword again ... but they gave me a new purpose, a way for me to still be useful. AI stopped shivering and smiled. I owe them my life. She paused and frowned again. But that doesn't change the fact that I'm a coward, hiding in the safety of the butterfly estate while there are swordsmen out there fighting with their lives on the line. I'm pathetic. Onijiro watched AI go through her dilemma for a bit before doing something he would hate himself for later. AI opened her eyes in surprise as she felt something warm on her shoulder. She looked over to see Onijiro shyly looking the other way, putting a hand on her shoulder. It'll be alright. Onijiro comforted AI. In the most lifeless, monotone way imaginable. Onijiro began to cringe. Damn it, why the hell did I think this would work? Making people feel better about themselves is Tanjiro's thing. My thing is making people feel worse about themselves. SNRRK. Onijiro looked over at AI who was holding her mouth, snickering at him. SNRRK. Eventually, she couldn't take it anymore and bursted out in laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Holy shit. That actually worked. AI laughed so hard, a tear came out. Ha ha ha. Oh, thanks, I think I needed that. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the moon came out from behind the clouds and bathed AI in moonlight. Onijiro was mesmerized by the sight of her smiling face and shining light. Bump. Okay, seriously, what the hell is that? Why do I feel so warm? AI got back up after recovering from her laughter and yawned. Well, that was nice. Thanks for listening to me, Onijiro. Good night. AI smiled brightly at the young demon. Onijiro's cheeks began to turn red. Who? Who? AI raised an eyebrow and sighed. It's official. You and Tanjiro are the strangest demons I've ever met. Then she walked away. Onijiro was left there, stunned for a few minutes. Suddenly, Onijiro's body began to once again give off steam. But not out of anger. Bump. Wait. What? No. No. Stop it. That's not what's going on. Onijiro told himself as he got on his feet in frustration. I am the future demon king. As if I would develop feelings for a pathetic human. A pathetic, weak, pretty, fiery, smart. Ugh. I'm starting to sound like Tanjiro when he's thinking about Kanao. Onijiro caught himself before he could go further into La La Land. Bump. Onijiro's eyes turned into angry white triangles as veins began to bulge on his head. He gritted his teeth before plunging his claws into his own chest and ripping out his heart. Fuck off, Onijiro yelled before throwing the heart over the walls of the estate far into the forests nearby. A faint splat noise could be heard. Bump. Onijiro went from pissed to confused as he stared down at his chest. Oh, that's right. My heart's on the right side. I just threw Tanjiro's heart. Oh well, it'll grow back. What'll grow back? Yeah. Onijiro nearly jumped out of his skin as he looked behind to see Kani standing near him. What the fuck? Is everyone here a shinobi or something? Kani smiled and tilted her head. Nope. The only shinobi in the Demon Slayer Corps is Yuzui. Onijiro blinked before sighing. Whatever, what do you want? I heard your conversation with AI. I wanted to thank you for comforting her. I also wanted to apologize for pushing her onto you. Onijiro crossed his arms and rolled his eyes. You're forgiven. It's really not that big of a deal for me to get pissed about it. Kani seemed surprised, but relieved. That's great. Kani's smile then dimmed a little. So, anything from Tanjiro? Onijiro frowned. God, I knew she was gonna ask that. That's all she and Kanao ever say to me. How's Tanjiro? Is he alright? Why won't he say anything? I'm sick of it. No, nothing. Onijiro answered. Kani slumped but still smiled for the young demon. I see. That's all. Good night, she said before walking away. She then stopped for a second. I know you don't want it. But I really do hope we can be friends. Believe it or not, I care for both you and Tanjiro. Onijiro scoffed. You barely know me. What's there to care about? You'd be surprised. Besides, it's not like being friends with you is impossible. Kani turned around with a dark, mischievous smile. You already seem pretty friendly with AI. Onijiro blushed. Why you little? Kani giggled and walked away. Onijiro's left eye continued to twitch. What is wrong with these people? A few days later, Onijiro's mind. And that's what happened. They're happy, Onijiro said bitterly, his arms crossed and eyes closed. When he opened them, he saw Tanjiro on the snowy ground, sitting crisscross with a wide grin on his face. What the hell is with that look? Knock it off before I smash your face in, Onijiro yelled. Tanjiro continued to smile. I'm just so happy for you. You're in love. Whoa. Who said I was in love with AI? Onijiro shouted. Tanjiro tilted his head with a confused smile. You did. Bonk. Oh. Tanjiro yelped as he rubbed the top of his head after Onijiro punched it. I'm not in love with her, moron. My mind is just a little confused after sharing a mental room with you for so long. Your humanity and sickening kindness is starting to poison my mind. Tanjiro perked up again. Come on, you don't really believe that. Love doesn't come from the mind or humanity, it comes from the heart. Onijiro cringed. I think I just threw up a little. Tanjiro pointed at Onijiro in a dramatic manner. My point is, you have your own heart, your own feelings. Is it really so impossible for you to develop feelings for someone? Onijiro didn't have an answer for that and simply scoffed. Tanjiro pouted at this and thought of an idea. Alright, fine. You revealed your secret to me ... so I'll reveal mine to you. Tanjiro made an extremely serious face as Onijiro raised an eyebrow. You have a secret. I've seen through your memories. There's pretty much nothing about you that I don't already know. Onijiro argued. But this is a secret that I've developed fairly recently. Tanjiro admitted. A secret that no one else knows, not even you. Onijiro's interest was piqued. He could smell the embarrassment coming from Tanjiro. Alright, let's hear it. Tanjiro nodded. The truth is ... Boo bump, 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 boo bump. I really like Kanao. Pow, that's not a secret. Onijiro delivered a devastating uppercut to Tanjiro's jaw, launching him upward. Tanjiro fell to the ground with eyes rolled to the back of his head. Onijiro tightened his fist in front of him, a tick mark appearing on his forehead. Don't fuck with me, you brat, he growled. As Tanjiro got back up, Onijiro frowned. It's pointless anyway. Tanjiro responded. We share the same body, and you're already head over heels for Kanao. If me and AI got together, things would just be super awkward. And I doubt a fucking straight-laced, goody-goody stick in the mud like you would be open to polygamy. We'd have to constantly switch out with each other whenever we wanted to spend time with them. Eventually, we'd end up killing each other over control of this body. There's also the fact that if you defeat Muzan and become human, I'll cease to exist. And if I take over your body and become the Demon King, do you really think AI would want anything to do with a demon like me? Tanjiro smiled and pointed at himself. Of course, anything is possible. Miss Shinobu hates demons, but she's warmed up to me. Onijiro rolled his eyes. Oh, please. You barely qualify as a demon. The only thing non-demon about me is that I don't burn those butterfly girls to ashes on sight. Tanjiro frowned as he saw Onijiro's point. He actually now felt guilty for wanting to become human as soon as possible without considering Onijiro's feelings in all of this. Onijiro sighed and turned his back to Tanjiro. Look, just forget the whole AI thing. It's a lost cause, and frankly, we have more important things to worry about than my love life. Tanjiro muttered. Onijiro snapped his head towards Tanjiro and pointed at him. And don't you dare feel bad for me. The last thing I need is a piece of shit like you pitying me, understand? Onijiro proceeded to walk away, leaving a saddened and guilty Tanjiro. If only we didn't have to share a body, then Onijiro wouldn't have to die. If I can get him to forget about becoming the Demon King, he could live a life of his own. But that's impossible for him as long as he's stuck in my body. Also, I need to ask Miss Shinobu to be nicer to him. Butterfly Mansion. Tanjiro woke up in his futon. He gathered his thoughts before getting up. Tap, tap, tap. Tanjiro looked out his window to see Matsuman, his personal Kasugai crow, pecking at the window. Tanjiro walked over and opened it. KAW. Matsuman hit Tanjiro's head with a surprise attack of pecks. Oh. Tanjiro flung his arms around to get the crow to back off. Matsuman flew around the room. New mission. New mission. You must head eastward to Yamanashi. A demon has been terrorizing multiple small villages in the western areas. Go now. Go now. Alright, I hear you. Tanjiro shouted before focusing up. So, this will be my first mission as an official demon slayer. No more help from Kani or Miss Shinobu. Tanjiro walked over to the table where he kept his uniform and sword. He put on his uniform, then the green cloak, then he tied his sheath to his hip. Finally, he grabbed his black Oni mask and placed it on the top left side of his head. I can do this. I will protect as many people as possible. My master's training will not go to was. Why are you talking like the hero of some play? Get a move on, already. Tanjiro sighed, the moment gone. Oh well, what's the worst that could happen? That night, a forest in Yamanashi. You don't want to do this. I'm on your side. I'll be the judge of that, demon. Tanjiro faced a young girl who seemed slightly younger than him. She wore a blue-tinted Demon Slayer uniform with a knee-length skirt and a red and white flower yukata over it. Both her and Tanjiro had their swords drawn against each other. She had somehow figured out that Tanjiro was a demon. Although Tanjiro had no intention to hurt her, he had no choice but to engage. As long as he held back, it should be fine. right? So, remember when you said to yourself what's the worst that could happen? Not in the mood. Chapter 16 Water and Fire. The Infinity Castle. Strum, a young boy with extremely pale skin, blinked at the sound of a biwa chord being struck. He found himself teleported away from his home. He had light pink hair that almost resembled spider legs, pale blue eyes with red sclere, a spider-themed kimono, and the kanji lower 5 engraved into his right eye. This was Rui, lower moon 5 of the 12 Kazuki, Muzan Kibutsuji's most powerful and loyal servants. He was now standing on some stairs that lead pretty much nowhere, overlooking a complex maze of buildings hanging at all angles. This was the Infinity Castle, the hideout of the progenitor of all demons. A place that defied both gravity and logic. It was constantly changing and went on forever. No matter how far you traveled, you would never escape unless either the creator of this place willed it or you managed to kill her. Good luck trying to do the latter. Rui looked around and spotted his fellow lower moons in various locations. Have all the lower moons been summoned? Strum. Once again, Rui was teleported. He then found himself on a platform made of tatami tiles. The rest of the lower moons were teleported there as well. However, Rui noticed that lower moons 6 and 2 were missing. There was lower moon 1, Enmu, a young man with blue eyes, 3 square-shaped markings on both of his cheeks, straight black hair that reached his chin and was parted to the side, and a black button-up coat. The kanji for lower 1 was etched into his left iris. His right pupil was a sideways slit. Then there was lower moon 3, Rokuro, an older man with long black hair, a jagged beard, a dark cyangi, and eyes with golden irises with the kanji for lower 3 etched into his left eye. Finally, there was lower moon 4, Wakiraba, a man with black hair with a widow's peak, 3 cross-shaped scars each on both of his cheeks and his forehead, and wide, unhinged-looking eyes with orange irises. The kanji for lower 4 was etched into his right iris. Rui then saw another smaller tatami platform in front of the one he and the others were on. What is this about? Strum. Suddenly, a heavy presence filled the area, weighing down on everyone. Everyone looked at the other platform to see a man standing on it, staring at them intensely. As soon as the lower moons recognized the man, they got on their knees and bowed. Not a moment after, Rokuro spoke first. Lord Muzan, it is great to see you in good health. To what do we owe the pleasure? Muzan Kibutsuji, the Demon King, stood in front the lower moons and glowered at Rokuro. Rokuro, I do not recall asking nor telling you to speak, Muzan said. His voice was calm, though it didn't match his expression. Rokuro paled, which should have been impossible given how pale he already was. Why yes, forgive me, my lord. That was rude of me. It won't happen, Aga. Silence. Muzan stopped him with venom in his voice. I did not summon you here to prattle. Muzan turned his cruel gaze to the rest of the lower moons. Rokuro and Wakiraba began to sweat nervously. Rui and Enmu, while definitely intimidated, did a much better job at hiding their fear. Both Rui and Enmu knew Muzan well enough not to do anything stupid and piss him off. After a moment of silence, Muzan continued. Hero and Kamanu are dead. Everyone was surprised by that piece of news. Hero had brought Kamanu to the imperial capital to show him the ropes as I had ordered. In a plot for revenge against a specific demon slayer, they were both killed by the demon slayers. As he spoke, the frustration in Muzan's voice became more and more obvious. Hero was killed by a man whom he thought was the one he was looking for. Kamanu ... he was killed by a rouge demon. Once again, the lower moons had to hide their shock. 2 lower moons killed on the same night. How? The death of one of the 12 Kazuki is shocking enough, but 2. Rui thought. Yes, it is quite shocking, Rui. Rui froze with widened eyes as Muzan spoke to him. He had forgotten that Muzan could read the minds of demons since they share his blood. I personally chose each and every one of you to be my lower moons because you had proven yourselves by killing dozens of demon slayers, crushing them like ants and growing stronger. I gave you my blood to show my trust and faith in your power. I entrusted to you the task of destroying the Demon Slayer core and finding the blue spider lily. So far, every lower moon before you failed in both of these things. Now, I will not scold you too harshly on your failure to locate the blue spider lily. After all, the upper moons have had just as much success as you have had, meaning none. The first task, however, you have rarely, if ever, delivered on the promise of the annihilation of the Demon Slayers and their Hashira. And now ... not one, but 2 of you lost to a traitor and a filthy human who wasn't even a Hashira. Muzan screeched, letting his bloodlust leak out, sending chills down the spines of the lower moons. Despite all of my extremely generous givings, the lower moons have been wiped out by the Hashira again and again and again. Meanwhile, there hasn't been a change in the upper moons in over a century. Tell me, are you satisfied? Do you think that now that you've reached Kazuki status, you don't need to do any work? No, you should not be satisfied with just being lower moons. You should all constantly be striving to become stronger. We are supposed to be next step in human evolution. The fact that humans can even stand up against demons at all is humiliating. But you're really going to tell me that you can't even beat those below the Hashira? If you cannot defeat the pawns, you have no chance of taking the head of the king. Now, I know what you're all thinking. The Hashira are much too strong. They can barely be considered humans. Of course we would struggle against them. Am I close? Rui gulped as Muzan continued. Alas, it is not the fact that you are unable to kill a Hashira that angers me so. He paused to take a deep breath. It is the fact that you actually fear these fools. The lower moons did not dare move a muscle. Do not deny it. You know it's true. Anytime a Hashira was anywhere near, you would run like cowards. That, or you simply hide yourself away where no one can find you. I have been patient with you because you are basically my children. I created you with my blood, after all. But I have tolerated your folly for far too long. By the end of the year, I want each of you to have killed at least one Hashira. That, or about 30, no, 50 demon slayers. Only then will you be forgiven. Tell me, can you accomplish that ... or should I just kill you all now and be done with it? Remember, the curse I've put on you activates when you tell a human about me or disobey me. However, the truth is that I can activate that curse at any time. The lower moons were frozen in fear and couldn't bring themselves to say anything. Muzan began to lose his patience again. Well, you clearly have something to say. Rui took a deep breath and regained his composure. He spoke. I am truly sorry, my lord. I have been focusing on creating my family on Mount Natagumo, wasting the gift you gave me. I swear to devote myself to getting stronger by killing more demon slayers in the Hashira. I do not fear them as the others do, this is the truth. No matter the opponent, I will fight, and I will win. Muzan nodded. Wakiraba spoke next. That's right. The demon slayer core are trash that must be eradicated. I will kill any human who dares to cross me, Hashira or not. Then Rokuro, we are your loyal servants, Lord Muzan. We will gladly die for you. We will see to it that your dream comes true. Finally, Enmu, to serve you is like a dream. No matter how strong the demon slayers are, they are just humans. We, as the superior species, will destroy any obstacle that stands in your path to greatness. Muzan looked down on the lower moons stand up. The lower moons do just that. They look up at Muzan with determination and pure loyalty. He smiled as his gaze softened. That's what I like to hear. Fortunately, I happen to be in a good mood today. I only scolded you so that you would be more motivated to improve. I have already found 2 demons to fill in the missing spots. Muzan announced. I'll speak more about Lower Moon 6's replacement later. As for the other candidate, Muzan looked up. Mukego. Crash. A figure crashed into the platform the other lower moons stood on. None of them had flinched. They looked at the figure and could soon make out her features as the dust cloud around her faded away. It was obviously a girl. She had white chin-length hair and short bangs, 2 white horns coming from her forehead, 2 red stripes on both cheeks, a red kimono with a black and white fur-lined collar, and eyes with dark red sclere and gray irises. This is Mukego. I have been watching her progress and I'm quite intrigued by her blood demon art. Muzan introduced the girl. Mukego got on her knees and bowed. My lord, thank you for this opportunity. I am honored to personally serve you. Muzan nodded and addressed the other lower moons again. Rokuro, Wakiraba, Rui. Due to the death of Lower Moon 2, you will be moved up a rank. Mukego will take Rui's place as Lower Moon 5. Muzan turned to Mukego. Unless you wish to challenge someone for their spot, Mukego. Mukego looked at Rui who stared back. She pointed a finger at him. Rui, I challenge you to a blood battle for the rank of Lower Moon 4. Rui stared for a while. Don't bother, you can have it. Mukego raised an eyebrow. What do you mean I can have it? Rui sighed in annoyance and looked at Muzan before bowing again. Forgive me, my lord. I understand you want us to climb the ranks, but I simply have no interest in doing so. They're just fancy titles used to intimidate others and make themselves feel powerful. I only moved to lower 5 because the previous one pissed me off. All that matters is that I serve you to the best of my abilities. Mukego glared at Rui. You ingrate. Do you not appreciate the honor of becoming a Kazuki? You would disrespect the title our lord so generously gave to you. Rui returned the glare. He lifted his hands to his face, threads already woven between them. What's the point of petty squabbles among our ranks when there are more important matters to discuss? I also wanted to spare you the humiliation of getting cut into little pieces. But if you want to piss me off as well. Mukego lifted her right arm in response, pushed back the sleeve covering it and moved her left hand as if to scratch her arm. Enough. Both white-haired demons halted their actions and turned to Muzan. While it's disappointing, Rui does have the right to forfeit a blood battle at any point. He also makes a good point. There's a time and a place for these kinds of things. Nukego will be lower moon 4 and Rui will remain lower 5. Nukego, you may challenge your fellow lower moons another time. Nukego continued to glare at Rui, but the latter demon didn't care. If he really wanted to, he could easily become lower 1. Muzan said so himself. However, he only cared about serving Muzan and creating his family. As long as he could do that, who cares about a stupid rank? Suddenly, Rokuro, Wakiraba, and Nukego held one of their eyes as they felt a burning sensation behind them. After a minute of searing pain, their eyes changed. Where Rokuro had a kanji for lower 3 in his eye, there was now a kanji saying lower 2. Where Wakiraba has his kanji for lower 4, there was now the kanji lower 3. Nukego now had a kanji for lower 4 engraved into her left iris. With that settled, I will now tell you the identity of the new lower moon 6. Muzan said, all lower moons get giving him their whole attention. He is the same demon who killed Kamado, Tanjiro Kamado, a 13-year-old boy whom I transformed at the end of last year. The lower moons were shocked to hear this. He is a traitor who has broken free from my control, though a tiny part of my essence remains in him. I can communicate with him, but I can't locate him or access his senses. I have another task for you all. If you can kill a Hashira or 50 demon slayers, I will forgive your failures. However, if you can bring this boy to me, not only will you be forgiven, but you will receive a generous amount of my blood. Who knows, I may even allow you to challenge one of the upper ranks. Everyone's eyes widened. Not only could they receive more blood from Muzan for capturing this kid, they would get a chance to join the upper ranks. That alone made for supreme motivation. Kamado seems to be under the custody of the Demon Slayer Corps. He had ruffled black hair with burgundy tips, pinkish red eyes, and obviously, he has lower 6 etched into his eye. He also had a flame-like scar on his forehead which glows when he uses his blood demon art. Speaking of, you'd do well not to underestimate this boy. Compared to the Hashira and the 12 Kazuki, he is weak. However, Kamado made the mistake of turning his back on the boy, allowing him to turn the tables and decapitate him. I have reason to believe that Tanjiro Kamado has conquered the sun. Once again, the lower moons were left speechless. He battled Kamado with flames that could burn a demon like sunlight. It's possible that he absorbs energy from the sun to turn into demon-killing flames. I've seen him do all sorts of things with his blood demon art through the eyes of Kamado. If left alone for too long, Kamado may become humanity's greatest weapon and demonkind's greatest threat. You will also be rewarded with a small amount of blood for any information you find on the boy's location. Keep in mind that he may try to hide his appearance, which is why I placed the mark of lower rank 6 on him in the first place. Remember, despite your failures, I still believe in all of you. Muzan smiled. Both Rui and Nukego noticed the Demon King looking at them with a soft gaze as he said that. Some of you more than others. Muzan then frowned as he turned to the rest with a slight scowl before calming down again. That is all for now. You may go on with your business as normal. However, I do expect results from now on. If any of you fail me again, I will not be so forgiving. Understand? Yes, Lord Muzan. Muzan nodded. Good. Nakheim, send them back. Strum. Mount Natagumo. Rui found himself in a familiar clearing on Mount Natagumo. He let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. He now knew that failure would no longer be tolerated in the lower ranks. Very well. It's not like I came here to hide from the Hashira. I'll gladly crush any bug foolish enough to come here. Well, hopefully it won't come to that if my family can actually perform their roles. That reminds me, if I can get more blood and give it to my family, it'll be easier for them to perform their duties. Though it is pathetic that they need this much help from me to do so. My fellow lower moons and I are not the only ones who have failed their tasks. Rui walked back to his home. His mother and sister had recently caught a new group of demon slayers. Just in time for dinner. Rui smiled. Lord Muzan believes in me. Tanjiro Kamado vs Makomo Yurakodaki, a forest in western Yamanashi. I'm not going to kill you, but whatever happens from here on ... is your fault, Tanjiro said as he overpowered the smaller, weaker Makomo in a sword clash. In a burst of strength, Makomo managed to push Tanjiro off for a second. That second was all she needed to back away. He's way stronger than me, but that's to be expected. Let's see how he compares in speed. Makomo ran towards Tanjiro before breathing in and jumping into the air. Total concentration, water breathing, second form, water wheel. Makomo swung her sword downward in midair to make her body rotate with it in a circle. Tanjiro's eyes widened behind his mask as she sped towards him. She's fast. Tanjiro barely managed to block Makomo's sword. Once he did, he pushed her away. Makomo landed on a tree and used it to push herself back to Tanjiro. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Makomo held her sword in one hand and attempted to go straight for Tanjiro's neck. However, though Makomo was quite fast, Tanjiro was no slouch in speed himself. He ducked under Makomo's blade before kicking her upwards in the stomach, with as little force as possible, of course. Makomo grunted as she was launched into the air. She was forced to close her eyes due to the pain. When she opened them, Tanjiro was gone. Her eyes widened. Where did he go? Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Phoenix Flash. Makomo picked up a faint scent behind her. She spun around to see Tanjiro appear in front of her out of flames. He launched both legs towards her as she blocked the kick with her sword. Makomo was knocked out of the air, falling towards the ground. She bounced off of her back onto her feet. Tanjiro also landed on the ground. I didn't even notice him until he was behind me. It's like he came out of nowhere. Is that his blood demon art? Makomo wondered. Please, Tanjiro pleaded. Let's stop this before someone gets hurt. Makomo did not back down. If you think I'll walk away and let a demon continue doing what he wants, you don't know what it means to wear that uniform. Uo, you gonna take that, Kamado? Tanjiro sighed. Don't say I didn't warn you. Suddenly, Tanjiro moved towards Makomo in a burst of speed. Makomo was caught off guard but managed to compose herself in time to prepare her own attack. She inhaled and dashed forward, each step as light as a feather. Water breathing, ninth form, splashing water flow. Tanjiro also inhaled as he swung his sword in a circular motion, aiming to disarm the young girl. Hinakami Kagura, burning bones, summer sun. Makomo swung her sword at Tanjiro's neck but was thrown off as Tanjiro's sword crashed into hers, knocking it upward. Once her balance and breathing were off, Tanjiro went for a low leg sweep. Makomo barely managed to jump over it. Makomo uses the momentum from her jump to roll backwards. She rolled back onto her feet facing down her foe. Tanjiro stuck his sword in the ground before summoning and throwing multiple fiery balls at Makomo. Sun Conqueror, Sunny Temeri. Makomo ran towards the balls and suddenly rotated her body in a winding motion, cutting through all the balls in a flowing pattern. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance. Makomo got closer to Tanjiro again as her technique ended, preparing to bring her blade to his neck. Tanjiro saw this and stuck his nails into the ground. Makomo was confused by this. She kept her guard up. What's he planning now? As Makomo charged forward, a wall of fire suddenly shot up from the ground in front of her. What the? Sun Conqueror, Hinakami's protection, flame pillar. Makomo halted immediately and began to back up before she noticed the Sunny Temeri behind her. The ones she just cut, reform and speed towards her. It's a trap, she realized. After I cut through those fiery balls, he manipulated them to reform again. Makomo, seeing no way out of this mess, took up a certain stance. There's no other way. Even though I haven't mastered it, I have to use it. The technique which deflects attacks from all directions. The ultimate defense technique. The Sunny Temeri in. Tanjiro waited to see what would happen. I'll make so that the Sunny Temeri only hit her hard enough knock her into the fire wall. That way, I can trap her in the flames and run away without injuring her too badly. The plan was about to work when. Total concentration, water breathing, 11th form. Dead calm. The Sunny Temeri and the flame pillar were cut to pieces and scattered by some seemingly invisible force. As Tanjiro stared in shock, Makomo panted heavily. How did she? Tanjiro was lost in thought. Makomo noticed this and took advantage. He's distracted. Now's my chance, Makomo thought as she inhaled and prepared her strongest technique. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. Makomo charged forward as Tanjiro snapped out of his shock and faced his opponent with his sword raised. Makomo swung her sword at Tanjiro, who blocked it easily. Makomo then rotated her body and connected the first slash into another which Tanjiro also blocked. Then another and another and another. Eventually, Tanjiro found that it was getting gradually harder to block Makomo's attacks to the point where he was being pushed back. What is this? Her attacks ... each one is stronger than the last. Tanjiro noted as he was put on the defensive. Huh? What are you talking about? Please don't tell me you're getting overpowered by a little girl. I have little respect for you as it is. Tanjiro's sword was being pushed aside again and again as Makomo continued pressing her assault, taking multiple steps back. Tanjiro had to start dodging the attacks, but Makomo was too fast. Soon, Makomo brought her sword up for a rising slash, aiming to split Tanjiro in half. Tanjiro backed up just in time, but the tip of the blade lifted up his mask and sent it flying. Not noticing this, Tanjiro reached out his right hand, his scar glowing. Enough. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Scorching Blast. Makomo was hit by some sort of blast and got launched towards a tree. After her back bounced off the tree and she dropped her sword, Tanjiro put his left hand in front of his left and fired again. Sun Conqueror, Hachiman's arrow. A fiery arrow was launched from Tanjiro's hand into Makomo, wrapping itself around her and carrying her back into the tree. Then, the arrow transformed into chains and tied Makomo to the tree. Makomo was in pain from being smashed into a tree, twice no less. As she struggled to escape the flames binding her, she saw Tanjiro walking up to her. That's when she noticed the kanji in his right eye. Lower 6. Makomo's eyes widened. Her heartbeat began to quicken. Her breathing became uneven. Lower 6. He's one of Kibutsuji's elite demons, the 12 Kazuki. Tanjiro noticed the look on Makomo's face and realized he didn't have his mask on. Crap. Tanjiro looked around and spotted his mask before picking it back up, but he didn't put it on. Makomo went pale as she broke into a nervous sweat. This is bad. I can't break free. These flames. They're even stronger than that hand demon I fought back in final selection. Tanjiro sighed and looked up at Makomo with a comforting smile. Don't worry. Like I said, I won't kill you. Makomo was caught off guard by that sentence. Huh? What did he say? I told you, I'm on your side. Anyways, sorry if I went too far there. You just kept coming at me and I didn't know what to do. You're a really skilled swordswoman. And that speed of yours also caught me off guard. Haha. Makomo could feel herself calm down again. I don't know why, but I believe him. I genuinely believe that he won't hurt me. That smile. It's kind of like when I hug Yurikodaki or GUI. I feel warm and fuzzy inside. Tanjiro put his mask back on. Sorry, but I gotta run. Those chains will fade away shortly. See ya. And with that, Tanjiro left. Makomo hung from the tree, tilting her head in confusion. Huh? He had a really cool blood demon art. Tanjiro. As he ran, Tanjiro lifted his mask a little and took a Nichiren pill from his pocket. Shinobu instructed him to always keep one handy so that he can re-energize for the trip home since neither her nor Kanny were there to carry him. Damn it. My first mission is a demon slayer, and I let myself get discovered just like that. I really hope this doesn't come back to haunt me. Tanjiro sighed and made his way back to the butterfly estate. Still, that girl was strange. I couldn't smell her at all. I didn't even hear her footsteps. Jiyu Tomioka, Water Hashira Estate. The next day, Jiyu was doing his early morning training, practicing breathing techniques on a dummy. After breakfast, I should probably head out from Mount Kumotori to check on the Kamados. I believe it's been about 4 months since the incident. Jiyu stopped mid-swing as he replayed that day in his head for what must have been the 200th time now. The look of despair on Nezuko and her mother, the way his sword cleanly sliced through Tanjiro's neck, the pleading and trusting look he gave Jiyu as his body faded away. Jiyu furrowed his eyebrows. This is ridiculous, Jiyu. You cannot still feel guilty about that. What you did was mercy. Even if the boy was, by some miracle, a good demon, he would have been hunted by the core for the rest of his life. Get over it. Jiyu sighed before he returned to his training. He was thinking of stopping to eat but he suddenly didn't feel all that hungry. Jiyu, I'm back. The water Hashira stopped as he heard the voice of his Tsugyuko, Makomo. Normally, he'd never consider taking on a pupil since he did not even consider himself a Hashira. However, Makomo begged and begged and begged to the point where she gave him the puppy dog eyes, a technique that would only work on Jiyu if it came from Makomo. No matter how steeled his heart was, the girl was the undisputed master of breaking through its armor. And Jiyu believed she knew it. Head inside, I'll make breakfast. Jiyu shouted back in response. Jiyu wasn't exactly a master cook, but he was good enough in his opinion. He and Makomo sat down at a table and began to eat. Itadakamasu. They both had rice and miso soup along with boiled vegetables and grilled fish. So, how was your mission? Jiyu asked as he ate. Makomo gave a victorious nod. Great. I managed to take out the demon without a single casualty. He was a little tricky, but I managed. Glad to hear it. Jiyu replied before noticing that Makomo's mood soured a little. Did something else happen? Makomo jumped a little, not realizing the face she was making. She chuckled nervously. That obvious, huh? Makomo frowned. On my way back, I encountered Lower Moon 6. Jiyu shot up to his feet with wide eyes. Are you alright? He asked, louder than even he expected. Did you get hurt? What happened? Makomo was startled by Jiyu's total 180 as she gulped and lowered her head. I heard sounds of fighting in the forest near town and went to check it out. I saw a boy about my age in a demon slayer uniform standing over the fading corpse of a demon. I didn't think much of it until I saw his sharp nails. On its own, while suspicious, that wasn't enough of a reason to engage. But then, I saw his nails grow shorter. That confirmed my suspicions. He was wearing a mask, so I couldn't see that he was one of the Kazuki. As we fought, he used these wicked flame-breathing techniques. At least I think it was flame-breathing. Nakomo began to get more excited. Oh, he also had this awesome blood demon art. You should have seen it, Jiyu. It was amazing. He could shoot fire out of his hands and manipulate it to do what he wanted. He could also teleport. That really threw me off. Nakomo stood up and began thrusting her hands forward. It was all like pew pew pew. And FWISH. I almost wish I could fight him again. Nakomo once again had that curious twinkle in her eyes. Nakomo, Jiyu said sternly. Nakomo immediately calmed down and sat back at the table. Sorry, master. She then continued her story. After I knocked off his mask, he knocked me into a tree and tied me down with his flames. That's when I saw the kanji in his right eye and I realized who my opponent was. After that, I watched him approach me. I was certain that that was the end ... but he spared me. Jiyu raised an eyebrow as he sat back down. Spared you? Nakomo nodded. I know that sounds ridiculous but ... it's true. He smiled at me like I was an old friend, said he wouldn't kill me and that he was on our side. After that, he just ... left. That was it. Jiyu rubbed his chin, then nodded. I see. Well, you're very lucky then, Nakomo. You faced a lower moon and survived. Even if you lost, that's more than you could say for the hundreds who fell to the Kazuki before you. It's strange that this demon spared your life, Jiyu noted before letting out a small smile. Nevertheless, I'm glad. Nakomo returned the smile before she continued eating. Jiyu dropped the smile and spoke again. Is there anything else about this demon we should know? Information on one of the 12 Kazuki is extremely valuable. Nakomo swallowed the food in her mouth and nodded. He had a black oni mask, red butterfly earrings, and a green cloak. Jiyu nodded in understanding. I see. Anything else? Nakomo tapped her chin in thought. Oh, his hair was pretty messy, ruffled black hair with burgundy tips. That got Jiyu's attention. Ruffled black hair with burgundy tips. That kind of sounds like. He also had this dark red mark on his forehead. Or was it a scar? Jiyu's eyes widened. A picture was already forming in his head. No ... it couldn't be. Nakomo, did he give you a name? He asked as seriously as possible. What's your name? Mine is Jiyu Tomioka. A name? Tanjiro Kamado. Oh yeah, he said it was. Tanjiro Kamado, I believe. Jiyu froze. He's alive. No, that's impossible. I killed him. I literally saw him fade away. Then again, I did leave before he disappeared completely. But still, this doesn't make any sense. Jiyu, are you okay? Jiyu snapped out of his thoughts to see Nakomo staring at him with a worried expression. Jiyu calmed himself down and closed his eyes. I once killed a demon named Tanjiro Kamado. Your description of him matches what I saw of him, so I'm a little surprised. Nakomo's eyes widened. Huh? You already killed him? But that would mean he's supposed to be dead. Yes ... but he's not. This can only mean one thing. Jiyu opened his eyes and looked Nakomo in the eyes. This demon has conquered the sun. A sweat drop fell from Nakomo's forehead. So ... what now? She asked. Jiyu thought for a moment and remembered something Nakomo said about Tanjiro's appearance. Nakomo, you said he had butterfly earrings. Nakomo nodded. And you haven't suffered any notable injuries? Tomioka asked. Nakomo nodded again. I see. I have a hunch where he might be then. Get some rest. Tomorrow ... we're going to the butterfly estate. Tanjiro, butterfly mansion. Achoo. Tanjiro sneezed in his room. He was sitting in front of a shogi board by himself. He rubbed his nose. I wonder if my family or masters are talking about me. Oh my god, you seriously believe that bullshit? If people sneezed every time someone talked about them, everyone would be sneezing all the time. Yeah. Tanjiro moved his knight. Your turn. Black flames covered Tanjiro as Onijiro took over. He rotated the board so that he was facing his side. He moved his dragon piece and trapped Tanjiro's king. Checkmate. Dang it. Next day. It was the middle of the day. Tanjiro and Kana sat together on the Ingawa of the second building of the estate where all the residents slept. They faced the training yard. Tanjiro and Kana had just went a couple of rounds with each other while Shinobu and Kani were out on missions. Tanjiro won some, Kana won others. Tanjiro was amazed how fast she was improving. She had just gotten the 6th form down and would be moving on to the 7th. According to Kani, Kana only started her training a little less than half a year ago. Kani also said that Kana's progress doubled after she and Tanjiro had that talk about listening to your heart. She had begun to show more eagerness in her training, especially if Tanjiro was with her. Tanjiro, of course, was clueless as to what that meant, even if it was clear as day to Onijiro. That was a nice session. You really caught me off guard with that fifth form of yours, Kanao. Tanjiro praised the girl as he took a bite out of his rice ball. You are great too, Tanjiro. I still can't figure out how to see through that fake rainbow of yours. Kanao returned the compliment. After they finished their rice balls, Kanao left to help Ai with her chores. Tanjiro decided to practice on his own. He swung his sword and trained his breathing. He had gotten more proficient with Hinokami Kagura, now able to use it 18 times before slowing down. That might have also had to do with the fact that he gained more stamina as he stored more sunlight in his body. Sometimes, he'd also go to this tree with a boulder tied to its branch by rope. The point was to pull the ropes to pull the boulder off the ground. It was a pretty small boulder. While it might have been hard for a human to pull it, it was nothing for a demon like Tanjiro. That's why he generally used larger boulders. He pulled it 50 times without even getting tired, another perk of being a demon. He then practiced his breathing while balancing on the fence surrounding the butterfly estate. After about half an hour, Tanjiro continued swinging his sword. He let his mind wander, thinking about new ways to utilize his blood demon art. Onijiro was nice enough to lend an ear to Tanjiro's thoughts and even give his own opinion. Ever since waking up from his nightmare with Kibutsuji, Onijiro had become slightly more cooperative. I guess love really can make a difference. Tanjiro smiled to himself. Hey, I heard that. Sniff sniff. Tanjiro picked up a familiar smell. It was a smell he hadn't sensed in a long time. Not since. Tanjiro's eyes widened with slitted pupils as he felt a menacing presence behind him. The boy turned around to see a shadow with dark blue eyes leap at him with a blade in hand. Water breathing, fourth form, striking tide. The man swung his sword at Tanjiro in a curved path to cut him into multiple pieces. Or it would have had Tanjiro's body not faded away into colored mist. Hinokami Kagura fake rainbow. The stranger managed to catch a glimpse of Tanjiro moving behind him. He turned around to see the boy swing his wooden sword down on his head. Hinokami Kagura dance. The man blocked the attack, stopping Tanjiro's sword with ease, much to the poor boy's surprise. He wasn't even phased. The man with long black hair tied into a ponytail and a two-patterned Haori pushed Tanjiro's sword away and disarmed him, leaving the boy open for another attack. The man thrusted his left hand forward in the form of a palm strike that hit Tanjiro directly in the middle of his torso, shattering his ribs. Tanjiro was launched back. He fell on his back and held his ribs. Damn. Not good. Tanjiro tried to get up but was stopped by a sword being thrusted through his heart, pinning him to the ground. Water breathing, seventh form, drop ripple thrust. Tanjiro coughed up blood before the stranger placed a foot on his stomach and pressed into it. Tanjiro gritted his teeth as he finally had a good look at his attacker, recognizing him almost immediately. Mr. TT Tomio. Ka. So it's true, you've conquered the sun. Jiu Tomioka looked down at Tanjiro. I can't tell if you're lucky or extremely unlucky. What are you? Jiu pressed his foot on Tanjiro's stomach again, interrupting Tanjiro by making him groan in pain. Gah, I'll ask the questions here. What's your name? What? Answer. Jiu pressed his foot once again. Gah. TT Tanjiro. Kamado. How many siblings do you have? Tell me their names along with your parents. I have 5. Nezuko. Titekyo. Hana. Ko. Shidru. And Rokuta. My parents are Kai and T. Tanjiro Kamado. How many humans have you eaten? 0. Tanjiro answered without hesitation. Who turned you into a demon? K. Kibutsuji. Muzan Kibutsuji. Jiu narrowed his eyes. You said his name, which means you broke his curse. However, that kanji in your eye must mean you took out one of the 12 Kazuki. You know what that means, right? Muzan already knows about you. It's only a matter of time before he finds you and absorbs you. If he gains immunity to sunlight, he will be unstoppable. Do you understand? Your existence will be the end of Japan. No, of humanity. That's why. Jiu dropped the cold stare. Tanjiro could sense the regret and hesitation in him. That's why you must die, for the sake of all humans. I'm sorry. Tanjiro's eyes widened. Jiu continued. My Tsuguko, the girl you fought a few days ago, is grabbing wisteria poison from Shinobu's lab as we speak. Just stay down and this will all be over soon. Don't make this harder than it already is. Oh great, that little shit just happened to be the pupil of a Hashira. What kind of bullshit is this? Tanjiro stared up at Tomioka in despair. Something began to rise within him. A burning will to life. I'm sorry. But I won't let that happen. Tanjiro's scar glowed bright as he absorbed the sunlight in Jiu's sword, causing it to lose its dark blue color. Jiyu was surprised by this, giving Tanjiro the time to vanish in flames. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Phoenix Flash. Jiyu looked around before hearing flames behind him. He turned around to see Tanjiro standing there. However, his appearance changed. A black horn grew out of the right side of his forehead. Black veins sprouted from his left eye and went around his body. His nails become black and slightly longer. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Awakening. Jiyu composed himself and pulled his sword out of the ground. He sighed. Yeah, I figured you wouldn't make it easy. Tanjiro vs. Jiyu. Tanjiro opened up with Sunny Temari, throwing multiple fireballs at Jiyu. The water Hashira cut through all of them with the third form of water breathing, flowing dance. Tanjiro was forced to hop back repeatedly to get away. However, Tomioka was soon on top of him. Tanjiro covered his arms in flames to defend. Sun Conqueror, Arms of Akuma. Jiyu swung multiple times at Tanjiro, who blocked with his arms. The former's swings were so powerful that they chipped away at the flaming armor bit by bit. It wasn't long before cuts began appearing on Tanjiro's skin. Damn it, this is bad. What do I do? Tanjiro thought in panic. Run away, dumbass. We already got our asses handed to us by enough Hashira to know that we're not on their level. That's easier said than done. If I run, he'll just chase me. And if he has even half of Kanni's or Miss Shinobu's speed, that definitely won't end well. Tanjiro managed to push back Jiyu for a second. His right hand grew as he launched a giant flaming palm strike to push Tomioka back further. Tanjiro dissolved his firearms, changing them into crimson flare chains which shot out and wrapped themselves around Jiyu's sword. Before the Hashira could react, Tanjiro pulled the chains upward, carrying Jiyu with them. Tomioka flew over Tanjiro towards the ground and used his sword to break his fall with a downward swing to the ground, breaking the flaming chains at the same time. Water breathing, 8th form, Waterfall Basin. Jiyu turned towards his opponent before pinkish flames suddenly surrounded him. He saw Tanjiro stick his fingers into the ground, sending his blood through the ground. The flames around Jiyu formed a sphere, trapping him. Sun Conqueror, Hell Prison. Come on, please hold. I have to buy time for Kanni or Miss Shinobu to get here. Then again ... they're both out on missions right now. Who knows when they'll be back? Can I really hold out for that long? Jiyu inside the sphere kept his calm. He took a deep breath and remained completely still. His sword pointed to the ground left of him. Total concentration, water breathing, 11th form. Dead calm. Suddenly, the flames around Tomioka scattered as he simply stood there. It was as if he hadn't moved a muscle. Tanjiro watched with wide eyes as Jiyu began charging at Tanjiro once again. That's the same move that Makomo girl used. No ... it's way stronger than hers. So this ... is a Hashira. After I use Awakening, my flames become stronger and harder to break through. I also put at least 10% of my energy into that sphere, which should have made it even tougher. Even so, he still broke through them as if they were feathers. Tanjiro couldn't even react as Jiyu clotheslined him in the face, causing Tanjiro to flip in the air and fall to the ground face first. Tanjiro was dazed by the heavy hit. His nose began to bleed. Tanjiro groaned as Jiyu quickly got on top of his and held the boy's arms with one hand. Tanjiro couldn't break free as he began to go back to normal. His body was already too tired to hold the transformation. He has just finished a mission 2 days ago, during which he had to expend energy fighting a demon and that Makomo girl. Now, he had to fight a Hashira with just enough energy to transform in the first place. Not to mention that said Hashira would not hold back against him as Kanni and Shinobu did. Yes, Tanjiro knew from the start. There was no way in hell he could possibly win. Tanjiro looked above him. Tomioka's cold stare had returned. It's over. Tanjiro shut his eyes in defeat. It's hopeless. I'm too tired to use Phoenix Flash, and even if I could, I'd be too tired to run or fight. Schling, you have 10 seconds to get off of him. Tanjiro opened his eyes after hearing another familiar voice. Suddenly, he felt Jiyu get off of him, allowing Tanjiro to look behind him and see Shinobu hold her blade to Tomioka's throat with a glare that could pierce your soul. Master, Tanjiro cried out, relief shooting through him. Shinobu shot the boy a small smile as if to say everything would be okay. She then returned to glaring at Tomioka, her smile more dark. So, Tomioka, mind explaining to me why I found your Tsuguko sneaking around my lab? Jiyu glared back at Shinobu while Tanjiro flipped onto his back. Makomo was just following my orders. If you hurt her. Oh, you want to talk to me about hurting your pupil when I just found you assaulting mine? Oh ho ho, that's rich, Tomioka, Shinobu said, clearly not finding this funny. This kind of bullshit ... is exactly why no one likes you. Tanjiro stared at the two with a slightly gaping mouth. Huh? Tomioka did not respond for a bit. That's not true. Shinobu raised an eyebrow. Pardon? People do like me. Huh? Tanjiro thought again. Shinobu's eyes widened before she covered her mouth and began to laugh. Ha ha ha. Oh, did you really not know? Just how dense are you? Ha 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 ha. Tanjiro's jaw hung open. H. Ha 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 ha. No way. This is hilarious. Ha 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 ha. Tomioka flinched at that insult, but he still managed to get back on track. Shinobu, you are the last person I expected to be defending a demon. Your sister, maybe, but you. Shinobu stopped laughing and glared at Tomioka again. I'm well aware of what he is. I'm also aware that you're the ignorant jackass who cut his head off without giving him a chance. Jiyu looked back at Shinobu, like you wouldn't have done the same in my position. Shinobu flinched at that statement. That's fair. She looked away to avoid eye contact with both Jiyu and Tanjiro. But even so, he hasn't eaten any humans nor has he shown any desire to. My sister and I can vouch for him. I understand he's on our side, but he's conquered the sun. If Kibutsuji finds him and absorbs him, it'll mean the end of humanity. If you think I find any pleasure in killing Kamado a second time, you don't know me as well as you think. Tomioka looked at Tanjiro. A week ago, I received orders to relocate your family to a safe location in the off chance that Kibutsuji would attack them again. I assume this was your idea. Tanjiro steeled his nerves and nodded. Tomioka nodded back. I see. I'm not gonna ask why you left your family thinking you were dead. I'm sure you had a good reason. However, you should know that your family has missed you dearly. Tanjiro's eyes widened before he lowered his head in shame. He'd been so caught up in everything else, he never really thought about how his death affected his family. Tomioka saw this and spoke again. I don't mean to make you feel guilty. Like I said, I'm sure you had your reasons for leaving them. Whether it was the right decision or not, it's too late to take it back now. If you were to go back to them but then continue your work as a demon slayer, that would only make them worry about you. It would be especially bad in that case because they would have just gotten you back. Tanjiro nodded in understanding. I need you to make a promise, Tanjiro. You want to kill Kibutsuji, right? Are you absolutely certain that is something you can accomplish? Will you do everything in your power as a demon slayer to achieve this goal? Tanjiro stared at Jiyu, shocked by his question, but he managed to find his resolve. He got on his feet and looked the water Hashira dead in the eye. Yes. After a few moments, Jiyu nodded and sheathed his sword. Then we have no quarrel with each other. I deeply apologize for the trouble I've caused. Tanjiro smiled at the man before turning his attention to Shinobu, who still had her blade pressed against Tomioka's neck. Tanjiro frowned. Shinobu got the message and groaned before lowering and sheathing her sword. Damn it, I finally had a good excuse to ... Oh well, maybe next time. Master, Tanjiro gave his mentor a look of disapproval. Calm down, I'm just kidding. Jiyu walked up to Tanjiro, who turned back to him. Yes, Mr. Tomioka. What is it? Tanjiro, I understand this is an odd request, but I want you to headbutt me. Jiyu requested. Tanjiro blinked. Huh? When we met, I didn't even give you a chance to explain yourself. I cut your head off in front of your sister and possibly traumatized her. And now, I attack you out of nowhere again even though you were clearly on our side. I insist that you headbutt me as compensation. Tanjiro stared at Jiyu for a bit as the two remained in awkward silence. No. Jiyu's eyes widened. Tanjiro tilted his head in confusion. Why would I hurt someone for doing their job? That doesn't seem fair. I do feel bitter about you making Nezuko cry and knocking her out. But in the end, you were just trying to protect her, which I appreciate. Plus, Nezuko is stronger than you think. I wouldn't underestimate her. She's the one who comforted my siblings when my grandmother and father died. I feel really bad for leaving her, but I'm sure she can handle it until I get back. Tanjiro then looked up and thought, I should really buy her something nice when I get back. I know. I'll buy her all the Kanpedo she wants. I'll also buy her a beautiful kimono. Her current one is really old and she's always having to sew it together. I keep offering to buy her a new one, but she always refuses, saying that she'd rather use the money to feed our siblings. I'm really proud of her, she's so selfless. But that also makes me worry. Sometimes, I'm scared that she's too selfless. She's too selfless, thought Jiyu, Shinobu, and Onijiro. Jiyu then put his hands on Tanjiro's shoulders, further confusing the boy. Very well then. Smash. Jiyu suddenly headbutted Tanjiro, the former's skull cracking. Shinobu stood there, baffled by what just happened. What the hell? Both males fell backwards, knocked out. Tanjiro fell asleep at that moment due to exhaustion. Tomioka was foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolled into the back of his head. His forehead was also bleeding. Shinobu could only stare at the two. They're both idiots. Jiyu. Later that day, Jiyu opened his eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling. He felt something wrapped around his forehead which was hurting. After a moment of thinking, he remembered what happened and sat up, making his headache worsen. That's right, I headbutted Tanjiro since I knew that would hurt me more than him. Finally awake, Jiyu looked to his right to see Shinobu standing next to him. He was still in his uniform, excluding his Haorian sword. He presumed that he was in the patient room since there were rows of beds against both sides of the room. Whereas Tanjiro, Shinobu narrowed her eyes. You seem awfully worried for someone who tried to kill him a few hours ago. Jiyu did not show any reaction aside from a slight, almost unnoticeable flinch. Shinobu sighed. Well, I guess you already paid for it. Honestly, giving yourself a concussion. I knew you were stupid, just not that stupid. You could have given yourself brain damage, you know. Jiyu looked up blankly at Shinobu. Why would you care anyway? Shinobu glared at the man. Are you implying something? You're a Hashira dimwit. We need you fighting bad demons, not headbutting people to punish yourself. I see. Jiyu responded. You didn't answer my first question. Shinobu sighed. Kamado is sleeping in his own room. He'll probably be out for a few days. His blood demon art uses up a lot of stamina. Since he doesn't eat humans, he recovers energy through sleeping and sunlight absorption. Sunlight absorption. He absorbs sunlight. Jiyu asked. Yes, that's how he creates those flames. He stores solar energy in his blood cells and ignites them by heating them up. Shinobu explained. The more solar energy he has, the stronger he becomes. However, using too much can result in exhaustion. Jiyu nodded. So if his flames are created by sunlight, they do more damage to demons. Precisely, that's what makes Tanjiro our secret weapon. Well, he was a secret. It seems Kibutsuji is already aware of his existence. Shinobu stated. So, how did you meet? Jiyu asked. Tameo found him wandering the streets and took him in. After she notified the master, he sent me and Kani to escort her to a new location and taken the boy as our Tsuguko. Shinobu then looked away while rubbing her arm. I didn't exactly make a good first impression, she admitted. You said before that it's too dangerous to keep Tanjiro alive due to the risk of Kibutsuji absorbing him and gaining his resistance to sunlight. To be honest, I once had the same mindset. I treated him horribly at first. I just couldn't bring myself to accept a demon as an ally. I buried the hatchet with Tameo and Yushiro, but I still keep my guard up around those two to this day. But as I spend more time around the kid, I found it more and more difficult to hate him. I mean he's just so damn nice and trusting. His words, his actions, they contradict almost everything I know about demons. Instead of a man-eating beast, I found a naive, innocent boy whose charm could only be resisted by those without a heart. Hell, Kanao, the girl that's rarely ever felt anything for 6 years, fell in love with Kamado barely within a month of knowing him. I know what you mean, Jiyu said. When I cut his head off, I felt nothing for him, like usual. Unless you count the burning hatred. Then when he looked at me with those big, trusting eyes, when he shined that bright smile at me. All that hatred and hostility melted away and it was replaced by guilt and sadness. He was thankful that I cut his head off, thankful that I stopped him from hurting others, thankful that I separated him from his loved ones. Ever since that day, I told myself that what I did was right. But I was filled with constant doubt that maybe it didn't have to end that way. Maybe there was a more peaceful solution. I admit, I regretted what I did. If I could go back, I can't say I wouldn't at least try to change things. Shinobu nodded. That was really eating you up, huh? Jiyu nodded in response. Shinobu sat down on the bed next to Jiyu's and sighed. It's really amazing how he changed the views of others. 1 minute, you want to cut his head off. The next thing you know, you want to hug him and tell him that everything will be okay. That boy had my sister wrapped around his finger since day one. It was only a little over a week until I was in the same situation. Shinobu let out a small smile. Speaking of my sister, she's become so attached to the boy, they're basically inseparable. I'm happy she finally achieved her dream of making friends with a demon. But it's getting ridiculous. One time, she came back from a mission and ran through the entire estate before finding Tanjiro in the training yard swinging his sword. She then tackled him into a hug. She actually used to do the same thing to me. 4 years ago, a 12-year-old Shinobu trained in the yard of the butterfly estate, swinging her sword. Suddenly, a 15-year-old Kani charged at her from behind and tackled her into a hug. There's my baby sister. YAH. Bonk. The next second, Kani laid flat on the ground with a huge smoking bump on her head. Shinobu stood in front of her growling with bulging veins on her forehead and a tightened fist. A 9-year-old Kana stood by in confusion. Yeah, my sister is very clingy person. Shinobu sighed. Jiyu nodded and decided to move on from that. So your sister clearly cares about Tanjiro. What about you? You seemed awfully protective of him when I attacked him. Shinobu didn't answer, simply looking away from Jiyu. You know, seeing you two reminded me of me and my sister. Shinobu's eyes widened before she turned her head to her fellow Hashira. You have a sister. I didn't know that. Jiyu nodded. No one but my master in Mekomo knows. I don't like talking about it. Shinobu waited silently. She waited and waited and waited and waited. Well, Jiyu looked at her in confusion. Well, what? Aren't you going to tell me what happened? Shinobu snapped. Jiyu was even more confused. Why would I do that? I just said I don't like talking about it. Sai, I guess you have a point. Alright, if you don't want to talk about it. I think I can guess what happened anyway. Shinobu said that last part with a hint of sympathy in her voice. Jiyu lowered his gaze. If your guess is that she's dead you'd be correct. Shinobu looked away again. I'm sorry to hear that. I couldn't imagine losing my sisters. If something ever happened to Kana or Kani, I wonder if I'd be as gloomy as you. Shudder, the thought alone terrifies me. Jiyu stared up at Shinobu with an unamused expression. Shinobu saw this and glared. What's that look for? It was just a joke. With all due respect, Shinobu, you don't strike me as someone with an aptitude for jokes or fun and humor in general. Jiyu stated. And what does that mean? You're kind of a stick in the mud. Shinobu's left eye twitched, a tick mark on the right side of her forehead. Takes one to know one, asshole. Jiyu blinked. That's not true. Shinobu's mouth hung open. I am very fun and open-minded. Shinobu was dangerously close to putting her hands around the man's neck and squeezing the life out of him. Jiyu could sense the bloodlust coming from her. The only thing stopping her was the glaring fact that Jiyu was physically stronger than her by a lot. Shinobu had to massage her temples to calm down. It helped, but not a lot. I genuinely can't tell if you're serious or if you're just screwing with me. Jiyu looked around the room. By the way, where is Mekomo? He asked. She's outside, helping AI out with the laundry. Said it was her way of making up for her failure. Shinobu answered. Jiyu was confused. Failure? What does that mean? You sent Mekomo to my room to get wisteria poison. Yes. Shinobu answered her fellow Hashira's question with another question. Yes. Jiyu answered back. Shinobu adopted an amused smile. Well, when I got there earlier, Shinobu had just returned from her mission and planned to relax a bit in her room. After greeting her girls, she went to her door and opened it, only to find a little girl in a Corps uniform kneeling beside her fish tank. The girl stared at the goldfish with a childish grin and a curious sparkle in her eyes. Shinobu, seriously confused by this occurrence, walked over to the girl who just noticed her. She turned her body to face her and bowed. Lady Kacho. She then went back to watching the fish. A few seconds went by before a bell rang in the poor girl's head. She snapped her head to the insect Hashira with bulging eyes. Lady Kocho. Jiyu resisted the urge to facepalm himself. Yeah, that sounds like her all right. It didn't take much to get her to tell me what was going on. Then I rushed outside and you know the rest. Shinobu finished summarizing. Shinobu then smiled again. She's quite curious, even for someone her age. It's actually kind of cute. She's been that way for as long as I've known her. When we were younger, she would always ask me to go look for ghosts with her. I don't know why, but she's really obsessed with ghosts. I see, Shinobu said before getting up from the bed she sat on. Well, get some rest. I doubt you fully recovered from your little stunt. As Shinobu began to walk out of the room, Jiyu held his head. She's right, my head hurts. My ears are still ringing too. Shinobu, Jiyu called out to his fellow Hashira who stopped at the door. I'm glad we had this talk, you're a good listener. Shinobu was surprised by this compliment, but then scoffed. Flattery will get you nowhere, Tomioka. Tomioka allowed himself a small chuckle and a small smile, once again taking Shinobu by surprise. Tanjiro clearly trusts you, make sure you take care of him. I'll be sure to do the same, that will be my atonement for hurting him. Shinobu recovered from the shock and smiled back. Well, if Kani finds out what happened, you might want to focus on your own well-being. Jiyu suddenly got goosebumps. The thought of a crazed smiling Kani standing over him menacingly with her sword aimed at him. He could hear her words now. Come anywhere near my precious Tanjiro again, Jiyu, and I will personally reunite you with your beloved sister. After Shinobu left, Jiyu shook his head and rested back against the bed before closed his eyes. Tanjiro is alive. I still can't believe it. Shinobu Kacho. Shinobu walked out of the patient room and down the hallways of the butterfly mansion, thinking back to when she found Tomioka attacking Tanjiro. When I saw Tanjiro in danger, I felt an insurmountable amount of rage towards Tomioka. For a moment, I was actually prepared to fight him to the death if necessary. It reminds me of when I first met Tanjiro and suggested to Lady Tameo that we lock the boy up and use his body for research. We are on the same side, Shinobu, so I'll let that comment slide. But if you touch one hair on that boy's head, I will show you what a true demon looks like, consequences be damned. Just like me with Tomioka, Tameo was fully prepared to kill me to protect Tanjiro. There's something about that boy that just draws people to him. Shinobu suddenly found herself standing in front of Tanjiro's door. She slid open the door to find Tanjiro in his futon. She smiled and knelt down by his side. She patted the top of his head, earning a small smile from the sleeping boy. Shinobu chuckled. I'm hoping that means you're not having another nightmare. Tanjiro clearly trusts you, make sure you take care of him. Shinobu stayed by Tanjiro's side for a few more minutes before leaving just as Kanao had arrived. After teasing her pupil to the point that her face was on fire, the insect Hashira went back to her room. Tanjiro, 2 days later. Tanjiro slowly opened his eyes to the ceiling of his room. He found himself in his futon as usual. What happened? That Tomioka guy headbutted you as a way to make up for attacking you. Oh yeah, I hope he's okay. He rubbed his eyes and was about to get up when he saw another face pop up and look at him. Hello, IAGH. Tanjiro screamed in surprise. IAGH. The girl near him screamed back. IAGH. IAGH. Why are we yelling? The girl suddenly stopped yelling to ask a question. Tanjiro also calmed down, giving him a chance to recognize his surprise guest. Oh, I remember you. Nekomo Yurakodaki, right. I couldn't sense her at all, I couldn't even smell her. It's just like last time. She totally snuck up on me that night. I never noticed her until I saw her right in front of me. Nekomo nodded happily. Long time no see. Tanjiro sat up and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Hey, sorry if I hurt you during our fight that one night. I tried to hold back as much as possible, but you were really strong. Nekomo waved off his apology. Water under the bridge. I'm the one who should apologize for attacking you. Same goes for Jiyu. Oh, well that's okay, don't worry about it. It was all just a misunderstanding. Tanjiro said before Nekomo held out her hand. Let's start over. Hi, I'm Nekomo Yurakodaki. I like ghosts and eating salmon. Nice to meet you. Nekomo greeted with a wide grin which Tanjiro happily returned. Nice to meet you too. I'm Tanjiro Kamado, I hope we can be friends. Tanjiro shook her hand. Nekomo nodded excitedly. Totally. Wow, she's friendly. I hate her already. Oh, come on, we just met her. Give her a chance. As Tanjiro looked at Nekomo, her bubbly attitude reminded him of his little sisters, Nezuko and Hanako. This brought a sad and wistful smile to the boy's face. Every day, he only got more and more homesick. They stopped shaking hands. Nekomo spoke next while poking her fingers together. So this is an odd request, but can you do the thing? Tanjiro was surprised as Nekomo suddenly got in his face with an excited sparkle in her eyes. What thing? Nekomo backed up and threw her arms outward. You know, the fire thing, where you're all like pew pew and f-whoosh. Oh, she wants to see Sun Conqueror. Tanjiro smiled and held out his hand palm up. He focused his solar energy into his palm as his scar began to glow. Suddenly, a little flame appeared and danced on his palm. Nekomo stared at the flame in awe. Cool. This is my blood demon art, Sun Conqueror. I can absorb the solar energy from sunlight and store it in my blood. I use that energy to turn my blood into flames that can burn demons like sunlight. I can do pretty much whatever I want with these flames. The only limit is my imagination. That and the amount of solar energy I have left. Tanjiro explained. While he had Nekomo's attention, Tanjiro created 3 sunny temeri and began to juggle them. Nekomo grinned before clapping. Awesome. While they were playing, the door to Tanjiro's door slid open. Kani and Tomioka stood at the entrance. The latter's head was wrapped in bandages. You look like you're having fun, Kani noted. The 2 young demon slayers looked to their masters. Hey, Kani, Mr. Tomioka. I hope your head is okay, Tanjiro said. Jiyu nodded. I'll live. Nekomo stood and bowed. Lady Kacho, master. Kani smiled. I already told you, Nekomo, there's no need for that. Just call me Kani. I hear you usually call Jiyu here by his name anyway. Nekomo nodded. Yes, ma'am. Kani then walked up to her and patted her head, Nekomo offering no resistance. Isn't she just precious, Tanjiro? I dare say she'd give even Kanao a run for her money in the cute department. Depends on what you mean by cute. Lover boy. Takes one to know one. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. Hey, Kani. Do they know about you know who? Tanjiro asked. Jiyu answered for Kani. Yes, we know about Onijiro. Shinobu explained everything to us. He explained. Tanjiro nodded and turned to Tomioka. By the way, Mr. Tomioka, I was wondering how my family was. Tomioka nodded. As I said before, they're still hurting from losing you. They didn't have a body to bury, so they hurried your Haori. I heard the whole town showed up for your funeral. Tanjiro was both shocked and touched. He never would have thought that everyone in town cared enough to show up for his funeral. Tanjiro smiled sadly at that fact while Tomioka continued. Your sister took over as the head of the family, and the rest of your family had gone back to their normal lives until we relocated them. Oh yeah? Where are they exactly? Tanjiro asked. Tomioka hesitated. They're in a wisteria safe house somewhere. However, since we're not completely sure if Kibutsuji is still connected to you, I can't tell you lest we risk the safety of your family. I'm sorry. Tanjiro nodded sadly but then smiled. That's fine, I understand. I'm just glad to hear they're okay. Are they being treated well? Tomioka nodded. They're all being cared for by the staff, though they mostly insist on doing the chores themselves. And as you requested, the funds you earned from demon slaying are being used to pay for their needs. Tanjiro smiled, taking pride in the fact that he was still helping his family from afar. Thank you so much. I'm very grateful to you for taking care of my family. Tomioka shook his head. No, you have nothing to thank me for after the way I wronged you. If anything, I owe you. As a matter of fact, Tanjiro, I wanted to invite you over to the Water Hashira estate after your next mission for a meal, to make up for me and my pupil's folly. Tanjiro was shocked. Oh, are you sure? I'd hate to be a bother. Nekomo stepped up. It'll be no bother at all. Aside from me, Jiyu is always by himself in that big old estate, so he could use the company. Nekomo brought both Tanjiro and Kani close to whisper in their ears. He could also use a girlfriend in my opinion. I can hear you, Nekomo, Jiyu said with an unamused expression. Nekomo ignored the man as she went on. Besides, I want to see more tricks. You're always welcome at the Water Hashira estate. Tanjiro smiled in gratitude. Thank you, I think I'll take you up on that offer. Jiyu nodded. I'll be staying here for a few days until my head fully heals up. Nekomo will also be here until she receives her next mission. Nekomo nodded and looked to Tanjiro. That's alright with me, everyone here is so nice. I even sparred with that girlfriend of yours, Kanao. Tanjiro's face turned tomato red. Huh? Kanao's not my girlfriend. Nekomo cocked her head in confusion. Really? Of course not. Who told you that? Whistle. Tanjiro looked at Kani, who was whistling a tune while avoiding eye contact. Kani, Tanjiro growled. Kani held a hand behind her ear. Oh, I think Naho and the others are calling me, gotta go, she said before dashing out of the room. Tanjiro called out after her but soon gave up and sighed. He looked at Nekomo and set the record straight. We're just friends, nothing more. Nekomo looked sad. I see, that's a shame. She sure seems to like you a lot. I always saw her watching over you in your sleep. Tanjiro blushed again. Look it's just not the right time. I was planning to tell her how I feel after I become human again, but who knows when that'll happen. Jiyu observed this and decided to step in. I don't have any experience with romance, and I know that this isn't my business but you should take care of any unfinished business while you still can. You never know when a mission might be your last, but at least you can die without regrets. Tanjiro and Nekomo looked at Jiyu. Tanjiro smiled, grateful for the advice. Nekomo, however, Jiyu, I see what you are going for, but that death talks really brings down the room, she said. Jiyu's expression became more tired. Right, sorry. Then he walked out of the room. I liked it, Mr. Tomioka. Tanjiro called out to the retreating Tomioka. I thought it was very deep and meaningful. After chatting a little more with Tanjiro, Nekomo left as well. After recovering enough energy, Tanjiro got up and left his room to continue his training. 2 more days later, training yard. It was the middle of the day. Tanjiro looked up at the sky. He had been taking turns sparring with Nekomo and Kanao when Matsuman interrupted them. West. Tanjiro Kamado and Nekomo Yurikodaki will go west to Shinjuku to investigate the increasing disappearances. A new mission. Looks like I'm going back to Shinjuku. Yahoo! Tanjiro was startled by a sudden celebration from Nekomo. New mission. Let's go, Tanjiro. Nekomo suddenly grabbed Tanjiro's wrist and dragged him to his room to get ready. Makomo. Wait a second. Tanjiro yelled as Kanao watched in surprise. No waiting. Every second we waste is another life lost. Nekomo countered. I know, but you need to calm down. Later, Tanjiro and Nekomo wasted no time getting ready. In no more than 20 minutes, they were already saying their goodbyes to everyone at the gate to the estate. Tanjiro had his mask resting on the right side of his forehead. Shinobu had already given him more Nichiren pills. Coincidentally, Jiyu had recovered and was about to head back to his own estate. Kyo, Naho, and Sumi cried while hugging Tanjiro's legs. After this mission, he'd be staying at the water estate for the next month. The point was to help prevent Kibutsuji tracking down the butterfly estate, or worse, Tanjiro. Tomioka would also start training him and Makomo in total concentration constant. It wasn't a complicated concept. The idea was to use total concentration ... well, constantly. However, from what Tanjiro knew, that was easier said than done. "We'll miss you, Tanjiro," Kyo cried out. "You too, Onijiro," Sumi added. "TCH. Whatever, brats." Tanjiro smiled as he could tell that Onijiro was happy to feel wanted. "It'll only be for a month, I'll be back before you know it." All three girls cried at once. WAH. TANJIROOO. These three had become quite attached to Tanjiro. At first they were cautious but curious, often sneaking peeks at him around corners. But soon enough, they warmed up to him. Tanjiro would tell those 3 stories his mother and father told him when he was younger. They always enjoyed them. They also spent a lot of time doing chores together. Kyo, Sumi, and Naho showed Tanjiro the ropes whenever he picked up a chore he was unfamiliar with. After Shinobu pried the girls off of Tanjiro, he turned to AI and bowed. "Thanks for everything." AI nodded. "Don't mention it. Just make sure Onijiro doesn't do something stupid." "Hey." Tanjiro nodded and turned to Kanao. Tanjiro tried to say something but he suddenly got shy, as did Kanao. Suddenly, Kanao wrapped her arms around Tanjiro's neck and hugged him. I'll miss you." Kanao then backed up and blushed, hiding behind AI who started teasing her. Tanjiro started steaming. His heart was ready to explode. Smooth. While he tried to calm down, Makomo said goodbye to Tomioka. She held out her arms for a hug with a big smile. "Makomo," Jiyu started. "We're professional swordsmen. We can't just display affection in public." Makomo pouted and gave her master the puppy dog eyes. Jiyu hesitated but soon sighed in surrender. He got on his knees and hugged Makomo back. "Aw," Kani exclaimed. Jiyu blushed and let go of Makomo. Tanjiro recovered from his flustered state and said goodbye to Shinobu who patted his head. "Be careful out there. I've already given Tomioka the proper medication should there be another incident. Do your best." "Yes, ma'am," Tanjiro replied with a bright smile. Finally, Tanjiro moved to Kani who also smiled. This would probably be the last time they talked for about a month, but Tanjiro tried to stay strong. Tanjiro bowed. "I'm off now." Kani nodded. "Okay, good luck." "Yes, thank you," Tanjiro said with a more strained smile. "Yes, you're welcome," Kani replied with a strained smile. Tanjiro's smile began to fall apart as tears began to well up in his eyes. The same went for Kani. The two suddenly broke down in tears and hugged each other, wailing. WAH. "I'll miss you, Tanjiro." WAH. "I'll miss you too, I'll miss you all." WAH. "I miss you already." WAH. "But I quote am still here." Shinobu stared at her sister in shame. "For the love of God, sister, you're a Hashira. Show some dignity." "Alright, already. Enough with the bitch crying. You'll see her in a month." After that predicament, Tanjiro and Makomo waved goodbye to everyone. "Goodbye, everyone," they said. Tanjiro still had tears in his eyes. "Hey, Onijiro, want to say goodbye?" "Why? I'm gonna see them again in a month." "Come on." I said no. "Now leave me alone." "Onijiro, I'm sorry, but you leave me no choice." "What? What are you?" "You wouldn't dare." Tanjiro dried his eyes, took a deep breath, and yelled out. "ONIJIRO likes. STOOP. I'll do it, okay. I'll say goodbye, just stop talking." "Never mind." Tanjiro stopped himself in time. Everyone else looked confused. "Well, ugh, I'm so gonna get you back for this." Black flames covered Tanjiro, allowing Onijiro to take over. He took the liberty of changing Tanjiro's uniform. The green cape turned red, the red butterfly earrings with a white outline turned into a darker red with a black outline. Makomo stared at Onijiro with curious, sparkling eyes. "So cool." He looked blankly at the butterfly residence. From left to right stood Kyo, Sumi, Naho, Kanao, AI, Shinobu, and Kani. Onijiro cleared his throat and pointed to each of them in the same order. "Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, ... you're cool. Fuck you, and fuck you, I'm out. Bye." Onijiro then turned away and started walking. Kani smiled. He has such a way with words. I don't even know what I expected. Yeah, neither do I. If I didn't know, how could you? You know what? Fuck you too, Tanjiro. Onijiro could hear the others saying goodbye to him as he walked away. Soon, Makomo walked beside him. Hey, I'm Makomo, you must be Onijiro. That's what they call me. Onijiro narrowed his eyes at the girl. They continued walking down the road in silence. Soon, the butterfly estate was out of sight. Why were you so mean to the others? Makomo asked. Because I'm a demon, I don't like humans, and I can do whatever the fuck I want. Onijiro answered. Geez, do you kiss your mother with that mouth? Makomo asked. You sure do like to swear. First off, I don't have a mom. I was born from the blood of Tanjiro in the cells of Kibutsuji. Onijiro explained. Wouldn't that make Tanjiro or Muzan your mom? Makomo asked. Huh? Onijiro ignored her. Second, they're just fucking words. As long as I can get my point across. Who cares what I say or how I say it? Onijiro countered. So how does the whole split personality, mind-switching thing work? Sigh look, Makomo was it. I'm not exactly a conversationalist, so I'd greatly appreciate it if we just didn't talk for the rest of this trip. Okay. Hey, do you like Ms. AI? GAH. Onijiro spontaneously tripped and fell on his face. He immediately shot back to his feet and glared at Makomo. Who the hell just says that out of nowhere? You fucking brat, I'll kill you. Makomo wasn't affected by Onijiro's threat. It's just that she's the only one you didn't curse out, and Tanjiro seemed like he was about to say you like someone, so I thought. Of course not, you dumbass. I literally just told you that I don't like humans. I tolerate her, that's it. That's as far as I'm willing to go. You just consider yourself lucky she didn't hear that. Otherwise, I quote de-throttle you. Makomo nodded. I see. Okay, I just wanted to know. Let's get moving. She then went ahead while Onijiro stared at her back with his jaw hanging down. Tanjiro. Yes. I hate her already. Yeah, you said that already. Yes. But now I really mean it. Come on, slowpoke. Those demons aren't gonna cut their own necks. Makomo yelled back. Onijiro adopted a menacing smile full of malice and bloodlust. Yeah. And after I cut the demons' necks, I'm gonna crush yours. This won't end well. Shinjuku. In an area located in the quieter and more humble parts of Shinjuku, a young man by the age of 14 walked out of a small mansion near a large field. He had a practice sword in one hand and a half-eaten peach in the other. This young man had black hair with two thick strands framing his face and cold turquoise eyes. This boy was named Kaigaku, a demon slayer just returning from a mission. He practiced the thunder breathing technique, a breathing technique with 6 forms. However, Kaigaku was unable to learn the first one, thunderclap and flash. Thus, he was unable to fully master thunder breathing. He was an orphan who wandered the streets for years until an old man named Jigoro Kiwajima took him in. As it turned out, he was actually the former Thunder Hashira until he lost a leg after narrowly escaping death at the hands of an upper moon demon. Kaigaku was reluctant on becoming a swordsman to protect people from demons, but he found that he was natural in swordsmanship. As time went on, Kaigaku began to respect the old Hashira, which was more than he could say than anyone else. Kaigaku felt a great sense of pride when he passed final selection. Though he wouldn't admit it, Kaigaku was extremely selfish and kind of a coward. He always prioritized himself over the lives of others, resulting in many civilian casualties, most of which could have been prevented. Kaigaku would even run away if a demon was too strong when most demon slayers would stand their ground and fight to their last breath. Kaigaku believed that true strength means surviving no matter what. This way of thinking led to minimum injuries during his missions at the cost of innocent lives. Jigoro knew fully well that Kaigaku was that type of person, but he needed a successor and thought that he could maybe change the boy's way of thinking. Jigoro was the only man Kaigaku treated with even the slightest bit of care and respect. Then, Zenitsu Agatsuma came along. NOOO, I don't want to train anymore. Kaigaku turned his attention to a large tree at a nearby hill. At the bottom stood his master, Jigoro. Kaigaku then saw his fellow pupil clinging to the top of the tree, sitting on the highest branch. He was a teenage boy, 1 year younger than Kaigaku. He wore a yellow haori with a white triangle pattern and had short black hair. Kaigaku rolled his eyes. This again. This is ridiculous. Zenitsu, come down here this instant so we can train. Jigoro demanded angrily. I've had it up to here with your whining. No way. I'm gonna die if I train any longer. I'm definitely gonna die. Zenitsu yelled. You're not going to die. Quit being so overdramatic. Jigoro yelled back. But Graham's. Zenitsu whined. Kaigaku gritted his teeth. He hated when that crybaby addressed Jigoro so casually. Kaigaku was happy to see him reprimanded for that. Call me, master. Jigoro yelled. but I wanna call you Gramps because I love you," Zenitsu cried out. Jigoro blushed as he held a hand over his heart. Once again, Kaigaku rolled his eyes. "I want to live up to your expectations, but it's too much. I can't take it anymore." "Then why are you still here?" Kaigaku thought, though he knew the answer. Zenitsu, like Kaigaku, was also found by Jigoro on the streets. According to him, the brat worked up a huge amount of debt after being toyed with by a girl. What a dumbass. Zenitsu had been staying with at the Thunder Hashira estate for about half a year, and hasn't mastered a single form. On top of that, he is a giant bitch. Anytime things got too hard, he would bitch and moan for hours and hours until Jigoro beat the boy with his walking stick. Kaigaku was annoyed by Zenitsu's constant whining and told the kid to just quit, and boy did he try. Unfortunately for him, Jigoro would set traps all around the estate to catch Zenitsu. Kaigaku couldn't help but wonder why the old man would go to such lengths to keep him here. He wasn't strong, he had little skill with a sword, and he was a coward. Though many would say Zenitsu was a lot kinder and sympathetic than his senior pupil, Kaigaku was obviously the superior of the two. Yet, Jigoro refused to give up on him. "Why, master? Why you keep egging him on like this?" Kaigaku was frustrated. Jigoro always talked about him and Zenitsu like they were equals, which was bullshit. However, that's not all that frustrated him. What truly made him despise Zenitsu was that he made himself look weak. But Kaigaku knew the truth. Rumble. Kaigaku looked up at the sky as dark clouds began to gather. The wind began to pick up, flashes of light were seen in the clouds, and thunder could be heard in the distance. Storm clouds. The sky was totally clear a minute ago. Kaigaku decided to warn Jigoro and Zenitsu. While he hated Zenitsu, he wasn't so horrible that he genuinely wanted the guy to die. "Hey, Zenitsu, a storm is coming, dumbass, get down here before." Boom. Suddenly, a lightning bolt came down and struck the large tree, along with Zenitsu. Jigoro and Kaigaku stood there with bulging eyes and dropped jaws. Zenitsu, now unconscious, smoking, and blonde, fell down from the tree. Jigoro and Kaigaku screamed the boy's name as they both rushed to catch his body. Later that night, in the main part of Shinjuku with all the large buildings and lights, a lone swordsman in a black uniform ran for his life. This young man had short spiky hair and green eyes, as well as multiple cuts across his body. He held the part of his torso where a large slash went from his right hip to his left shoulder. He held his sword with the other hand. "I have to get out of here. Once I report that a lower moon is here, they'll send a Hashira." The young man thought as he turned his head back for a moment. No one was there. "He's not following me. Did I lose him?" His question was answered as soon as he turned back to the front of him. There stood, near the exit of the alleyway, a menacing dark figure with shining blades coming out of his arms. The young man's blood froze as he stopped in his tracks. The demon in front of him smiled before opening his eyes, revealing the words lower 3 in his right iris. "Oi, oi, oi. Where do you think you're going? You're not just gonna abandon your comrades back there. Are you?" The demon continued to grin maniacally. The young man steeled himself and raised his sword with one arm. "Why your days are numbered, demon. Huff huff soon. My Hashira will come here and send you to hell whether I die here or not." The lower moon was not fazed by this. "Oh, I'm counting on it. And you're wrong about your death being meaningless. The more of Yubayashiki's precious children fail to come home, the more likely that he'll send a Hashira after me. Once I do that, I will earn my lord's trust back and become stronger than ever." The demon slayer let out a roar and charged at the demon. He inhaled and prepared a one-handed slash. Water breathing, first form, water surface. Blood demon art, steel blood blades, X slash. The demon slayer stopped once again. His arms were missing and 2 more large cuts appeared on his body. The wounds spurted out blood before the young man fell forward, his consciousness fading. Someone help hurry. Wakiraba stood over his prey, letting his blades sink back into his flesh. Eesh, what a bunch of weaklings. Guess the Demon Slayer Corps is getting desperate these days if they allow losers like him to join their ranks. He grabbed the corpse's leg and dragged it away. "Come on then, Demon Slayers. Send as many swordsmen as you want, I'll slash through all of them." Tanjiro Kamado, Wisteria Safe House. Night. In a Wisteria safe house less than 50 miles away from Shinjuku, Tanjiro and Makomo decided to rest after 2 days of constant travel. Tanjiro could still keep going, but he understood that a human like Makomo didn't have his vast amount of stamina. They ate a meal prepared by the staff there, whom were already informed of Tanjiro's demonic status, and shared training trips with each other. Makomo told Tanjiro about her trainer and adoptive father, Sakonji Yurikodaki. Apparently, he too had a good nose and trained it to utilize his sense of smell in battle. Makomo said that the man was actually able to use scent to find an opponent's opening. According to him, this scent took the form of a thread in the mind of the user. This thread connected the tip of the blade to the enemy's weak point, which, for demons, is the neck. This description reminded Tanjiro of his fight with Lower Moon 6, specifically the end of that battle where he imagined a similar string. He assumed this was just a weird coincidence, but he couldn't get it out of his mind. After eating, Makomo went to bed. Tanjiro decided to train his Hinokami Kagura in the backyard. After all the training he did with Kenny and the other butterfly girls, Tanjiro had greatly increased his stamina. Combined with his demonic stamina, Tanjiro could use Hinokami Kagura up to 25 times without getting tired. Sadly, that didn't mean nearly as much as he had not mastered any of the techniques yet. They were powerful enough to cut the head off of high-ranked demons, even lower moons. However, Tanjiro knew he had a long way to go. After finishing his training, Tanjiro went to the room he was given, which was lit by a single lamp, and took out a note from his pocket. It was a letter from Tameo that he had gotten a few days ago as a response to his own letter detailing the whole incident with Muzan and Lower Moon 6. Dear Tanjiro, I am glad to hear that you are well. I'd like to thank you for obtaining the blood of Lower Moon 6. I'm positive that with more blood from the other 12 Kazuki as well as yours, I will be able to create a cure and turn you back into a human as well as others. Anyways, about your eye. It is possible to hide the rank in your eye and turning it back to normal, but it probably won't be so easy for you. As demons ingest more blood, their abilities and capabilities increase. This includes their ability to change their appearance. Some of the 12 Kazuki and even Muzan himself can change their appearance to hide amongst humans. Since you gain strength from sunlight instead of blood, I am unsure if you will be able to reach that level. However, I can't say that it's impossible. As I said in my previous letter, you just need to really imagine yourself changing and concentrate on that image until you fit that mold. Tanjiro had been learning from Tameo how to change his appearance, which is how he learned to change his claws into normal nails. I wish you luck on your missions. If you ever find yourself in a Sakusa and need someone to talk to, or if you just need a break from demon slaying, please know that my door is always open to you. Yushiro won't admit it, but I'm pretty sure that he misses having you around. Stay safe. Sincerely, Tameo. Tanjiro couldn't help but smile at that last part. He was very thankful to Miss Tameo and Yushiro. Were it not for them finding him in the streets, who knows how far he would have gotten. Maybe I should visit sometime. What do you think, Onijiro? Why are you asking me? I don't even know those people. Yeah, but you've been seeing what I've been seeing this whole time, so you know who they are. You even technically fought Yushiro when I almost let you out during our first spar. Not really sure I'd count that. We were still kind of fighting for control when that Tameo lady knocked us out. Tanjiro looked into a nearby mirror that he grabbed and took a deep breath. Well, here goes nothing. Tanjiro concentrated on his right eye and imagined it turning back to its normal form. He concentrated on that image in an attempt to will it into reality. It was easier said than done. Tanjiro tensed his entire body in his effort to change his right eye's pupil. Come on, come on. After a few minutes, Tanjiro released his breath and fell back against the floor, panting heavily. Wow. That was hard to watch. You're really not helping, Onijiro. Oh, good, that's kind of what I was going for there. Tanjiro sighed and got back up. He psyched himself up and attempted multiple times to change his eye. Alas, his labor bore no fruit this time. Frustrated, Tanjiro unwittingly hit the floor with his fist and cursed out loud. Soon, he was able to calm himself down. After that, he heard a knock on his door. Tanjiro. You okay? Tanjiro heard the sleepy voice of Makomo. He got up and opened the door, and there stood his young half-asleep companion. I'm sorry, Makomo. Did I wake you up? Tanjiro asked, slightly embarrassed by his outburst earlier. Yeah, kind of, Makomo said as she rubbed her right eye. Are you feeling okay? Tanjiro smiled at the young girl. I'm fine, thanks for asking. Why don't you head back to bed? We've got a big mission ahead of us, after all. Makomo nodded in agreement and walked back to her room with a yawn. Tanjiro was already feeling fond of Makomo. She was sweet, playful, and downright adorable. Tanjiro wouldn't believe the girl knew how to fight had he not already engaged in combat with her. Though to be fair, the same could be said for the young demon himself. Also, Makomo really reminded him of Nezuko. In fact, he'd bet a whole plate of Fatsia sprouts that they'd be the best of friends. After seeing Makomo off and wishing her a good night, Tanjiro decided to call it a night as well and spend some time in his mind until dawn. Dream Forest. Tanjiro and Onijiro were passing the time by tossing a sunny temari to each other in a seated position. Tanjiro and Caesar and Onijiro in a relaxed position with his right leg crossed and his left leg bending upward. He also rested his left arm on the knee. According to Onijiro, it was called the I don't give a shit about anything, especially you, now fuck off before I bite your face off position. He was still workshopping the name. While they tossed the ball around, they brainstormed new techniques for Sun Conqueror. What if we continuously use Scorching Blast to propel ourselves in the air to mimic flight? That would definitely increase our maneuverability. No, Tanjiro suggested after catching and throwing the ball. Onijiro made his own thinking face as he caught the ball. Not a bad idea ... but that sounds like it would take up way too much solar energy. What else you got? He asked before throwing it back. Tanjiro caught the ball and tossed it between his hands while thinking. How about this? I detach my head from my body, connect a crimson flare chain to the bottom, then whip my head around so that I can headbutt my enemies from a safe distance. Tanjiro exclaimed before tossing the ball to Onijiro. Interesting, but there are a few ways that could backfire. The enemy could sever the chain if it's not strong enough, you're more likely to get dizzy. Worst case scenario, the chain snaps on its own and your head goes flying off into a wall, and you get knocked out. Next, Tanjiro pouted. You know, you could contribute too. Onijiro raised an eyebrow. I am contributing, dumbass. I'm listening to your ideas and telling you why they suck. Tanjiro furrowed his eyebrows as Onijiro tossed the ball back. Tanjiro caught it and came up with an idea that he would normally never even consider. He smirked before tossing the ball back. Onijiro caught the ball, only now noticing that it was glowing brighter than before. Onijiro raised an eyebrow, detecting more solar energy inside the ball than there was before. He looked up at Tanjiro, who had a smug look on his face. Onijiro then looked behind him with an even more confused expression. Hey, what's that? Tanjiro stopped smiling and raised an eyebrow before turning his head back. What's what? Was all that he was able to say before he felt something hot collide with his cheek. Boom. After tanking an explosion so large and powerful that it blew away the snow around Tanjiro and towered above the trees, his body was turned into a black silhouette with two wide, blinking eyes. His body suddenly crumbled, leaving his eyes in the air for about 2 seconds until they fell down as well. Onijiro was laughing his ass off, smacking his thigh while doing so at Tanjiro's expense. Nice try, idiot. You gotta do a lot better than that to pull one over on me. Tanjiro's eyes glared at Onijiro, though the latter couldn't tell due to the boy's lack of eyebrows. A pillar of orange flames shot up from the ground beneath him, engulfing him until his body completely regenerated, even his clothes. Though I gotta give you some credit, I didn't think you had the balls to pull a stunt like that. Looks like you're getting more in touch with your wild side. Onijiro stated proudly, relishing the fact that he was starting to rub off on his more human counterpart. Tanjiro looked away, frowning. I'm not wild. I was just getting sick of you mocking me. And you could have just asked me to stop, but you didn't. You went straight to extreme measures, just like any other demon would. Onijiro smiled cruelly, like you would have stopped if I asked you to. Tanjiro countered. Onijiro nodded. Fair point, but you could have at least tried instead of trying to blow my face off. Oh, by the way, there was not nearly enough energy in that ball to accomplish that. At worst, it would have singed my hands a little. That's why I took the liberty of adding a tiny bit more to it to show you the effective method. Now, when you use that move in battle, you'll know how much energy to put into it. See? Contribution. Onijiro pointed out. Honestly, what would you do without me? Tanjiro pouted once more. Well, for starters, I would be able to enjoy myself knowing I didn't have a demon in my head reading my every thought, criticizing my every action, and plotting to take over my body and destroy everything and everyone I love. Onijiro put up his hands in defense. Well, I never said I was gonna destroy everyone. I'm just gonna force the human race into eternal servitude as my demonic slaves. I'm not a monster, Tanjiro. Tanjiro's eyes turned into white rectangles, the left one twitching. That is literally what we both are, Onijiro. Monsters who shoot fire out of our bodies, share a body, and on top of that, are in love with different girls. Onijiro raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? I don't like any girls. Tanjiro shot up to his feet. Are we seriously going through this again? He snapped with white angry triangles and a cartoonishly large mouth with sharp teeth. Onijiro shot up to his feet with the same face. I don't like AI. How many times do I gotta say that before you get off my dick? You literally told me last week that you liked her. Well, people can change their minds, Tanjiro. I may be a demon, but I have feelings too. That's exactly my point. You have feelings for AI. I can smell it from here. Well, maybe your nose is broken. Did you ever think that, or are you just that fucking special? I quote, am a demon. If my nose was broken, it would heal. Onijiro suddenly went silent and began to steam. Fuck you. Then created another sunny temari and imbued it with a ton of solar energy before throwing it at Tanjiro's face. Surprised, Tanjiro jumped to the side to let the ball pass him and hit a tree, only to release another giant explosion. Tanjiro stood there with his jaw hanging before glaring at Onijiro. Are you insane? Yes. Onijiro gave a sadistic grin as he summoned 2 more sunny temari in his hands. He threw ball after ball at Tanjiro, who had to dodge each attack. Tanjiro was forced into a retreat as he ran away and eventually escaped from his mind. Gasp. Tanjiro quickly sat up from his futon, breathing heavily. He fell back onto his pillow and put his palms over his forehead. Damn it. What is wrong with that guy? You do know I can still hear you, right? Tanjiro groaned and looked outside to see that it was daybreak. He got up from bed and got changed quickly. Zenitsu Agatsuma, Thunder Hashira Estate. The last thing Zenitsu remembered before getting knocked out was him hanging from a tree arguing with his gramps while Kaigaku sat back and watched. Next thing he knew, he saw a giant flash of light followed by the feeling of a lot of pain. He had been struck by lightning. Surprisingly, Zenitsu survived to tell the tale as he woke up in his futon in his room. He slowly got up from bed and looked around before spotting Kaigaku in the room eating an apple. Kaigaku was looking right at Zenitsu and sighed. Geez, not even a fucking lightning strike can get rid of you for good. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were a demon just to give myself an excuse to kill you. Zenitsu frowned as he looked down at his feet. Even if he was joking, it wasn't very funny to talk so casually about killing someone. Kaigaku continued. That said, I guess I'll give credit where credit is due. I am impressed that you survived. Zenitsu shot a side glance to Kaigaku. Gramps told you to say that, didn't he? The boy called his seniors bullshit. Kaigaku smirked cruelly. Glad to see you're catching on, banana head. Zenitsu raised an eyebrow in confusion. This caused Kaigaku's smirk to widen into a grin as he picked up a nearby mirror and held it up to Zenitsu. His black hair was now yellow. H-U-U-U-U-H. Oh, Kaigaku held his ears. You rat bastard. That was almost right in my ear. A lightning bolt changed my hair. How does that even work? Zenitsu freaked out as he leaped from his futon onto his feet. Hell if I know, why are you even complaining anyway? It's not that big a deal, Kaigaku said while checking his ears for blood. Zenitsu had always been a very loud screamer. Kaigaku got up and began to leave. Anyway, since you're awake, I don't have to babysit you anymore. I'm going out for a bit. After he left the room, Zenitsu sighed and ran a hand through his now yellow hair. Why do these things always happen to me? And when is Kaigaku gonna stop being a jerk to me? The sad part was that Kaigaku had been like that since the two met. After Jigoro saved Zenitsu from his debt, he took him in as his pupil. Kaigaku wasn't happy about that, clearly wanting the spotlight all to himself. He made sure to make the boy's life a living hell. If you can't handle it, then leave. Don't you think I would if I could? Alas, as long as his gramps wanted Zenitsu around, he wasn't going anywhere. The multitude of traps he set up around the estate make sure of that. Makomo Yurakodaki, outside of Shinjuku. Tanjiro and Makomo walked down the dirt road, Shinjuku just up ahead. Makomo sighed in relief after an hour-long walk. Though Tanjiro had no problem going the distance, seeing as he was a demon with a vast amount of stamina, Makomo was not a big fan of long walks. Though this one was more enjoyable thanks to Tanjiro's company. He seemed like a very kind person. There was just something about him that made him seem reliable. It was as if she felt that Tanjiro wouldn't let her down. It kind of reminded her of Sabito and Jiyu. Then there was the demon boy's other half, Onijiro. He was funny. Makomo especially liked to tease and annoy him from time to time. Like when she asked if he liked any girls and blushed when she mentioned AI. He tried to strangle her after that, but it was totally worth it. Though for her own safety, she had no choice but to stop. Makomo smiled wide. We finally made it, she exclaimed. Tanjiro glanced at her and smiled. Yep, let's get moving then, Tanjiro suggested as he put on his mask. The two of them also made sure to hide their swords and their uniforms, as the more urban areas like Shinjuku did not allow people to freely carry weapons around. And so, they made their way towards the city. They could tell immediately that something was wrong. As they walked through the streets, which had a surprisingly small amount of people, there was this constant sense of unease in the air. The situation must be worse than we thought, Makomo heard Tanjiro say. I heard there'd been a lot of disappearances in Shinjuku lately, but now it's gotten to the point where even the civilians know something is wrong. Makomo nodded. There's also the fact that multiple demon slayers have already been dispatched only to be slaughtered, their crows never even seeing who killed them. she added. Tanjiro crossed his arms. You may think I sound paranoid, but there's a chance we've got a Kazuki on our hands. No, I think that's definitely a possibility. Nakomo agreed. Let's go around and see if we can learn anything before nightfall. Tanjiro nodded, and the two demon slayers split up, agreeing to meet in the same spot after a few hours. Tanjiro, thank you for your time, sorry to bother you, Tanjiro said to a young couple walking through the streets before walking off. So far, it's all been the same. People disappear and the only sign is a pile of dry blood. He thought, yeah, I think we could have figured out that part ourselves. What's the point of this anyway? We know the demon is here, we know he's killing people, what's there to investigate? Well, there might have been someone who directly saw the demon. There's always a chance that they even saw their blood demon art. Information like that can be crucial in the coming battle. It doesn't matter what blood demon art this bastard has. We'll just burn it away with Sun Conqueror and kick their ass like always. We can't just go into this blind, Onijiro. Not if we can help it. Running into battle with no information on the enemy can lead to all kinds of mishaps. If we slip up, they could escape. Or worse, we'd end up killing someone in all the chaos. Our job as demon slayers should be to kill any demon who dares to harm others and keep casualties to a minimum. Alright, sheesh, I get it. I still think this is a waste of time. If this guy really is a Kazuki, they'd kill anyone who saw them. They're extremely careful when it comes to not getting caught in the act. Tanjiro sighed. Let's just meet up with Nakomo. I'm starting to get hungry, he thought while rubbing his growling stomach. He looked around in search of food when he saw a stand giving out freshly baked anpan. The smell alone was enough to make Tanjiro drool behind his mask. Following his nose, Tanjiro walked over to the food stand. He lucked out, there was one anpan left and it was his for the taking. That was until a boy his age suddenly walked in front of him and grabbed it himself, handing the vendor some yen. Tanjiro slumped and pouted. Dang it, he muttered. You snooze, you lose. The blonde then turned around and froze at the sight of the young demon. To Tanjiro's surprise, the blonde became increasingly pale. Dee-dee-da, dee-dee-da. The boy stuttered in panic. Tanjiro tilted his head in confusion. What does dee-dee-dee mean exactly? Tanjiro asked. He actually said dee-dee-dee, you missed a syllable. Ignoring Onijiro's comment, Tanjiro pondered just what was freaking the blonde out. Is my mask too intimidating? I wanted to go with a Tengu mask or a fox mask, but Onijiro said that was too tame. No, I said it was fucking lame. Seriously, dude, what is going on with your memory today? While the young demon was figuring this out, the blonde suddenly ran away in terror, throwing his anpan in the air in the process. The shocked Tanjiro quickly caught the anpan before it could get ruined. Wait, you dropped your anpan. The blonde was already far from earshot. His loss. Also, free food. We are not thieves. I'm gonna return this anpan to its rightful owner. What was that? I don't speak pussy. Zenitsu. Shouted a terrified Zenitsu running through the city. Demon in the city. Zenitsu thought in panic as he searched for his senior who was also in the city. Zenitsu hadn't noticed it before when he was buying anpan. But then he heard it say dang it. Even though his face was hidden by a mask, that guy couldn't mask the sounds he was making. It was something inhuman, that was the first thing he sensed. He also swore he could hear 2 heartbeats. Hey, wait. Zenitsu's blood froze. He risked a glance behind him. The demon was chasing him with the anpan he dropped in his hand. He was rapidly gaining on him. He's following me. Zenitsu screamed before dashing away even faster. However, that only caused the demon to pick up his own pace. Stop. You dropped this, the demon yelled out. Zenitsu paused and thought for a minute. Wait, is he trying to give the anpan back? Zenitsu wondered. Yeah, right. As if I quote him, that's stupid. The moment I stop, he'll probably shove that thing down my throat and make me choke on it. Although that's what he thought. Zenitsu would have known that Tanjiro's voice held nothing but truth had he not been in panic mode. Nakomo, thank you for your time. Nakomo bowed to another man before he closed his door. She then walked away and summarized the information she gained in her head. While no one ever saw the bodies or the killer, some people have noticed large slash marks on the walls of alleyways and on rooftops. Could this demon have a weapon, or is his blood demon art something that involves cutting? While she thought about this, Nakomo suddenly heard screaming. What is tha? Help me, he's chasing me. Suddenly, a blonde boy that seemed slightly older than Nakomo ran by in a flash. Soon, he was followed by a more familiar face. Air mask. Wait, I'm trying to return this to you. Tanjiro ran after the blonde with an anpan in his hands. Nakomo blinked. That probably won't end well. Then she went after them herself. Kaigaku. Meanwhile, Kaigaku was out on a walk. He would be staying in Shinjuku until his next mission. While he was minding his business, he heard a familiar scream. K-I-J-K-U-U-U-U-U. The fuck? Kaigaku muttered with an annoyed expression. He turned around to see the newly blonde kid run towards him. K-I-G-A-K-U. Help. Demon. Murder. City. S.H. Zenitsu continued to ramble until Kaigaku covered his mouth with his right hand. Zenitsu, you bother me, you really do. That's why I want to get away from you as soon as possible. So, I'm gonna ask you to slowly tell me why you're screaming like a banshee for the 615th time since I've known you, so I can take care of it and not talk to you for the rest of the day. Can you do that? Kaigaku asked before removing his hand. Demon in the city. There's a demon in the city. Zenitsu started yelling again, much to the dismay of the demon slayer. However, he did catch the mention of a demon. Okay, where is it? He asked. Zenitsu pointed behind him. Over there. He's chasing me with a weapon. Zenitsu yelled. As he said this, Kaigaku saw a guy with a mask who seemed younger than him run towards them with an anpan in his hand. Wait, you dropped this. The boy called out. Kaigaku got what was going on now, and he was about to beat the shit out of Zenitsu for wasting his time. Wow, some demon, Kaigaku said in mock surprise. Zenitsu was dumbstruck as the boy finally caught up to them. Excuse me, you dropped your anpan. It's not good to waste food, you know, especially after paying for it, he said as he placed the anpan in the blonde's hand. Kaigaku looked at the boy's hands, which were revealed to the sunlight, helping him confirm that he wasn't a demon. Otherwise, he would have been burning up. Though he did find the mask odd, he wasn't the first guy he saw wearing one on duty. Plus, no demon is foolish enough to sneak around in daylight even with protection. Sorry you had to deal with this idiot. He always freaks out at the tiniest things. The other boy shook his head. It's no problem. Ah, you're a demon slayer too. That's right. What's your name? Kaigaku asked. Tanjiro Kamado. Rank Kano. What about you? Tanjiro asked. Kaigaku. Also rank Kano. Kaigaku answered. Tanjiro tilted his head as if waiting for something. Kaigaku. It seems that he was looking for a last name. Kaigaku was not pleased by this. ... is the only name you need to know. Kaigaku finished the boy's sentence with a scowl. Tanjiro seemed to understand as he nodded. I see ... my apologies. He then suddenly bowed out of nowhere, catching Kaigaku off guard. Tanjiro. Kaigaku heard a more high-pitched voice call out. A young girl in a demon slayer uniform joined the group. Kaigaku recognized the brat. Oh, you're still alive, huh? Kaigaku stated in annoyance. The girl looked over to Kaigaku and put on a similar expression. Oh great, you again, the girl said, earning a look from Tanjiro. You know him, Makomo? He asked. Makomo nodded in response. I was on a mission with him once, yes. He didn't exactly make a good first impression, Makomo said while squinting her eyes. Kaigaku returned the look. That's funny, I don't really remember you making a good first impression yourself. Why? Because I actually care about people. Because I take my duty seriously. Because I don't act like the world revolves around me. Feel free to stop me at any time, Makomo countered. Kaigaku scoffed. Whatever, I have better things to do than argue with a little girl. I'm out of here. He walked away from the group. Hey, wait up, Kaigaku. Zenitsu soon chased after Kaigaku against his senior's will. Tanjiro. Okay. That happened. Tanjiro thought as Kaigaku walked away. So, how did you two meet, Makomo? Makomo sighed. Went on a mission with him once, an experience I'd like to forget as soon as possible. He did absolutely nothing to help fight that demon or even save the people, yet he acts like the most arrogant jerk you'll ever meet. Tanjiro was shocked to hear this. Are you serious? Why on earth would he become a demon slayer if he's not going to fight demons? That's what I said, Makomo exclaimed with her arms thrown into the air. I even heard from other slayers that sometimes he completely ignores his mission. He says it's because it's not worth his time. But it's because he's a huge coward. HMPH. You're better off staying away from him, Tanjiro. I see. Well, did you find anything out? Tanjiro asked. Not much. I found out that this demon is probably leaving slash marks all over town. I think this demon uses blades of some kind. Did you find anything? Tanjiro shook his head. Afraid not. I haven't found out anything other than what we already know. Makomo slumped. So ... we're pretty much going in blind. Hey, come on now. You and I have faced worse odds on our own and still managed to come out on top. At least we know now that this demon uses slash attacks. Tanjiro tries to cheer up his companion. As long as we work together and do our best, we'll definitely win. It seemed to work as Makomo smiled wide before pumping her fist into the air. Yeah, growl. Both demon slayers held their growling stomachs. Okay, first, we get something to eat, then we'll win. And with that, the two went to a small soba shop and had an eating contest. Tanjiro One-san Makomo whined that he was cheating because he was a demon. Tanjiro did not see what eating and being a demon had to with each other. Then, they made plans to check into an inn for the night. And yes, they were fully aware that someone was following them as the sun began to go down. Kaigaku, after shaking off the screaming blonde headache that was Zenitsu Agatsuma, Kaigaku simply decided to continue his walk through town. He reached the less populated area where the Thunder Hashira estate was located. Because I actually care about people. Because I take my duty seriously. Because I don't act like the world revolves around me. Kaigaku shook his head free of the memory of Makomo's words. That brat doesn't know anything. There's nothing wrong with living to fight another day. Instead of wasting my life fighting a suicide mission, I can train and get stronger so that I can win. Remember, Kaigaku, you never lose until you die. No matter how many times you're beaten or pushed around, as long as you survive, you will always win in the end. Kaigaku shook his head again even harder. Stay out of my head, you miserable old man. Then suddenly, Seo, bring the others inside. It'll be dark soon, said a man from a nearby temple. Kaigaku's eyes widened. What did he just say? Kaigaku didn't dare look, but he couldn't help it. He prayed that it wasn't who he thought it was. His prayers were unanswered. A young girl who couldn't be any older than 12 was standing not even 5 meters away from him. She wore a purple kimono with a white obi around her torso. Her black hair reached below her shoulders and ended in rectangular bangs at the front. As soon as Kaigaku saw her face, her bright blue eyes, he knew it was her. Seo, one of the orphans taken in by a man named Jaiomai Haimjima. How did he know this? Because Kaigaku was one of them. 9 years ago. It was raining. In an alley in the small city of a boy with messy black hair clutched a large piece of bread in his arms. He growled at a giant blind man in a dark brown Samu standing before him. The boy wore a torn-up black jinbei and had no footwear, which was obviously the reason for his cut-up and bruises feet. Overall, the boy was extremely dirty. The only true valuable he had was the Magatama necklace around his neck. He was 5 years old at the time, but the look he gave did not belong on the face of a child. You poor child, you have suffered a horrible life. This cruel world has even driven an innocent child to commit crimes of theft. Truly horrible, the man said before getting closer to the boy. The boy backed up against a wall behind him and took out an old knife. The same knife he used to. A knife, HM. The man chuckled and gave the boy a warm smile. Worry not, I am actually blind. I doubt I could do anything to you if I tried. The boy was confused by the man's behavior as the hand holding the knife became hesitant. Somehow, the blind man noticed this. Besides, something tells me you don't really want to kill me, do you? The man asked. The boy stiffened. This man had called his bluff. My name is Jaiomai Haimjima. May I ask for your name? The boy looked at the man in suspicion, but he just couldn't find any good reason to distrust him. KK Kai, Jigak Keiku, he said, surprised to find his own voice so raspy and weak. Jaiomai looked down at the boy with sympathy and kindness. Kaigaku, I run a temple nearby. I have taken in multiple children like you, innocent souls who experienced much cruelty. Kaigaku narrowed his eyes and looked down. Innocent. What a joke. I'm anything but. Kaigaku looked up again to see Jaiomai offering his hand, causing the boy's eyes to widen. The man smiled at him. Let me help you, Kaigaku. I can give you a home, food, water, a better life. But most of all, you can have a family. Kaigaku wanted to reject this man's kindness. He didn't deserve it. However, the offer was just too tempting. There are those who will show you kindness, those foolish enough to take pity on others and waste their own resources on them. When you encounter these people, always take advantage of their kindness. That is how we survive. We take and we take and we take some more. Kaigaku shook his head. He refused to be like that bastard. He refused to grow up to be like his miserable old man. He refused to. The boy felt a hand on his head. Kaigaku looked up to see the giant man ruffle his hair. His touch was gentle despite the size of his hand. You are safe now. I'll protect you from now on, he said with a warm smile. Kaigaku's eyes began to burn as the tears welled up. He tried to fight it off, but he was only a child. No matter what he had been through or how tough he was, it did not change that fact. Kaigaku couldn't take it anymore. All the pain and sorrow he'd kept locked up since the death of his mother came out in a flood of tears and sobs. Eventually the rain would stop. The two made their way to the temple, Jaiomai holding Kaigaku's hand the entire time despite the boy's protests. He was a prideful one and found it a little embarrassing to have someone help him walk. But Gyomai simply said he didn't want the boy to get lost, so Kaigaku solemnly continued on with a light blush on his face while eating the bread he had in his free hand. After a bit of walking, they finally reached the temple. It was as humble as one might have expected, but it seemed quite peaceful. Gyomai walked up to the door and opened it to reveal a large room with a bunch of kids playing around inside. Most of them were pretty close to his age. Kaigaku counted about 8 children in all, 5 boys and 3 girls. 2 of the boys had buzz cuts and looked similar. Kaigaku assumed they were brothers. One wore a blue jinbei while the other wore a green jinbei with triangle patterns all over it. They both had blue eyes. Another boy had combed up hair which spiked up at the back and a yukata with red and black horizontal stripes. His eyes were red. There was also a boy with a short mop-top hairstyle and brown eyes as well as a plain white jinbei. The 2 girls had their hair tied in a bun. The girl with pink eyes and a red yukata had her hair tied with a pin while the girl with blue eyes and a black flower pattern yukata had her hair tied with a bow. The oldest of the children was a guy with light brown eyes, a brown jinbei, and long black hair tied into a messy ponytail. Finally, the youngest of the group was a little girl who couldn't be older than 3. She had a blue yukata with pink flowers on the design and bright blue eyes. The children all looked at Gyomai first. Big smiles adorned their faces. "Mr. Haimjima," they all said as they stormed the gentle giant who patted all of them on the head. "Everyone, there is someone else who is going to be joining our family." Gyomai looked to Kaigaku who was shyly hiding behind the man's leg. The other kids all moved to see the boy as he perked out a bit from the leg. He looked downward and opened his mouth. Hello, I'm Kaigaku. Suddenly, the group swarmed him with big smiles. They all started shooting off introductions. First was the buzzcut boys began. First, the one in blue. "Hey, my name is Keishi. Nice to meet you." Then the one in green. "And I'm his brother, Mitsuki." The boy with the combed back hair went next. "Hiya, the name's Seiya. Hope we can get along." Then, the boy with the mop top went. "My name's Kuji, nice to meet you." Next, the girl with the hairpin. "My name is Akane. It's a pleasure," she said with a slight bow. Then the girl with the bow. "My name is Izumi. Let's all get along." The oldest of the children went next. "And I'm Daisuke. Welcome to our little family." Kaigaku suddenly felt something grab his waist. He looked down to see the little girl hugging him. She lifted her head to look at him with a wide grin. "And Seiyo, let's be best friends." Kaigaku looked around him. The positivity in the air was almost overwhelming. He looked back on his life before this day. The stealing, the cheating, the lying, the beatings. His life was hell for as far back as he could remember. He was always on the run, moving from one place to another. But now, he didn't have to do that anymore. He escaped his prick of a father. He found a new home and a new family. He can just stay and be happy. Live the life his mom wanted for him. Growl. Kaigaku blushed again as his stomach made sounds that no child's stomach should ever have to make. Gyomai stepped in. "Alright now, I know you want to get to know Kaigaku, but I'm sure that he's very exhausted. Daisuke, Akane, can you set up the bath for Kaigaku?" The 2 kids in question nodded before running out to get water for the bath. Gyomai turned to Kaigaku and put a hand on his shoulder. "You must be starving. Don't worry, our temple gets many visitors so there's plenty of money for food." Kaigaku could only stand there in shock. He couldn't believe how kind these people were being to him even though they had just met. His father taught him that kindness was weakness, that the weak must survive using any means necessary even if it means using others as stepping stones. But there was no way in hell he was going to heed the bastard's advice. He had a family now, a real family, and he would make sure to give back to the people who took him in. These were his thoughts as he ate a proper meal for the first time in years, crying tears of joy in the process. Present? Why? Kaigaku thought in panic. Why is she here? She should still be at home. Did they move her to a new temple after? Kaigaku knew he had to get out of there while Seio's back was turned. He ran away as fast as possible. He tried desperately to push away the memories trying to creep into his brain. He refused to remember. He refused. Their faces flashed through his mind despite his best efforts. Their smiling, innocent faces, all destroyed by a tragedy he caused. He saw that same room, the room he spent so much time in, playing, eating, sleeping. It was all so joyful, but that joy was replaced by a scene of horror. Torn up bodies laid on the ground, blood covered damn near the entire room. He saw a little girl crying and weeping while a man pounded his fists into a monster's face until it was mush vanishing in the sunlight. Kaigaku, your fault. Kaigaku, your fault. Kaigaku, your fault. Kaigaku, your fault. Kaigaku, your Kaigaku. Before he knew it, Kaigaku was in front of the Thunder Hashira estate. Next to him, a nervous Zenitsu stared at him with concern. Kaigaku, are you okay? he asked. Kaigaku slowly turned his head towards the blonde with a hateful glare which made him back up in fear. What kind of dumbass question is that? Of course I'm okay, moron. Zenitsu shook in terror before mustering up the courage to say something he would quickly regret. DB but ... then why are you crying? Before he could even think, Kaigaku found his fist buried deep into Zenitsu's gut, causing the boy to cough and fall to his knees. Mind your own fucking business. Don't act like we're friends or something. I'd rather die than associate myself with someone as pathetic as you. Kaigaku then proceeded to kick Zenitsu in the ribs, causing him to groan in pain. Tears started to fall from his eyes. Yeah, that's right. Now look who's crying, asshole. Kaigaku smirked down at the younger boy. I know you've looked down on me ever since you saved me from that demon all those years ago. He still remembered that night 1 year ago. Kaigaku was visiting after finishing a mission and decided to mess with Zenitsu, who was in the middle of training. It was night, and a demon wandered nearby the estate. Kaigaku tried to fight it off, but it caught him off guard and disarmed him. Kaigaku was paralyzed with fear while Zenitsu passed out, just when he had been sure that his life would end there. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. Kaigaku only blinked ... and the demon was no more. Before him then stood Zenitsu, who had just executed the first form of thunder breathing perfectly, the same form that Kaigaku could never hope to master. But guess what? That doesn't mean shit. You just got lucky and I was tired from my mission. Not to mention, I softened him up for you. Don't you see? I'm better than you, and I always will be. Get that through your thick skull. Or do I have to beat it in there? Enough, Kaigaku. Kaigaku's smile dropped as he turned to his left to see Jigoro at the door to the estate. He walked over to Zenitsu and crouched down to make sure he was alright. After doing so, he stood up and turned to Kaigaku with a look of extreme disappointment that made even Kaigaku flinch. I understand that you hate the boy, that you think he doesn't belong here, but that gives you no right to torture him. Kaigaku tried and failed to form a sentence as Jigoro continued to scold him. You are a demon slayer, your purpose is to be protector, not a bully. Kaigaku began to focus less on the conversation and more on the scene before him. Jigoro standing protectively in front of a crying Zenitsu, it was so familiar. Before he could stop himself, Kaigaku's mind replaced Zenitsu with a small child that looked like himself and Jigoro with a beautiful yet beaten woman with long black hair, and the same necklace he was currently wearing around his neck. The necklace he was clutching a fist around in panic. Kaigaku nearly shut down right then and there. He shook his head and his vision returned to normal. Not that it made things any better. No, I'm not in the wrong here. I'm just trying my best to survive. They're judging me, they're turning on me, just like those little brats did. Yes, it's their fault, not mine. That wouldn't have happened if they had just believed in me. No one ever believes in me, and they all end up dead while I survive. It was their fault. It was. Kaigaku somehow managed to compose himself enough to scoff at the old man. Fuck you, he said. Fuck ... both of you. Kaigaku walked into the estate, leaving a saddened Jigoro in the process. But Kaigaku didn't care. He can hate me all he wants, I don't need anyone. Little did he know that it wasn't hate that his master felt, it was concern ... for both of his students. Rooftops of Shinjuku. Evening. A shadowy figure stood on the roof of one of the many large buildings. He was looking down on one of the local inns in town. The lights from below made it easier to see his features. It was a pale man with 3 X-shaped scars, 2 on each of his cheeks and 1 between his eyes. He wore a spotted, bamboo-colored yukata with a pinstripe pattern, as well as a dark cloth around his waist and a lighter around his neck. He also wore 2 golden hoops on each of his long, pointy ears. He had wide, sharp eyes with orange irises, 1 of each was engraved with a kanji. Lower 3. The lower moon named Wakiraba had a sadistic grin on his face. During the day, he hid in the shadows and spotted 3 demon slayers. One was a guy with green eyes and short spiky hair. The second was a little girl with cyan eyes and a red flower-themed yukata over her uniform. And the third was a guy with ruffled black hair with burgundy tips, butterfly earrings, and a black oni mask. It was the third one who Wakiraba showed interest in. He could easily tell that the boy wasn't human, and his hair matched the description Lord Muzan gave him. This meant 2 things. 1. That boy was the traitorous Lower Moon 6, Tanjiro Kamado. And 2. He has most definitely conquered the sun. Wakiraba could hardly contain his glee. All he had to do was bring the brat back to Lord Muzan and he'd be completely forgiven for his shortcomings and then some. Even if he really can use the flames of the sun, he's still weak compared to the 12 Kazuki. As Lord Muzan said, Kamado only lost because he let his guard down. As if I would make such a foolish slip-up. Once he could move around, he followed Kamado and the girl to the inn. Now, he just had to find out which room they were in. He climbed halfway down the building he was on before jumping onto the roof of the inn. He then checked each room by opening the windows. It wasn't long before he found his targets. 2 futons were laid out in the room, each with one of the 2 demon slayers sleeping in them. Well, I didn't expect them to be sleeping. Guess they're just amateurs who made the mistake of relaxing. Lucky me. As soon as he stepped into the room, Wakiraba quickly noticed how hot it was. Odd, even though it was around the beginning of summer now, that didn't explain why it was hotter inside than outside. Ignoring it, the lower moon sneaked towards the girl and silently activated his blood demon art. 2 blades slowly extended from the top of his wrists. Before executing his plan to take care of the girl first, he wiped the sweat from the top of his head. Fuck me ... it's hot. Why is it so hot in here? It's starting to make me dizzy. The lower moon shook it off and continued on. He planted them in the ground in a way that they formed an X and were both placed right next to the girl's neck. You demon slayers are always trying to decapitate us. Let's see how you like it. Schling. With a movement too quick for normal human eyes to see, Wakiraba's blades cut through the girl's neck. Wakiraba nearly laughed out loud as he stared down at his dead prey. However, there was no blood coming from the body. The lower moon found this strange and went to kick the girl's head ... only for his foot to go through it. Suddenly, the girl's body became fuzzy and faded into mist, leaving a bunch of pillows in its place. What? Wakiraba then looked at Kamado, only to find his body fade away as well. What he had just killed was just an illusion enhanced by heat-induced hallucination. Blood demon art, Sun Conqueror, heat stroke. Before he could comprehend the fact that this was a trap, Wakiraba's entire body was ensured by chains made of fire that sprouted from the ground. Then, Wakiraba heard a sound from the closet which he didn't even know the room had. The door opened to reveal the traitor, Tanjiro Kamado, with his uniform and gear. "I was wondering when you would show up," he said while drawing his sword. "Sorry, I know you wanted to surprise us, but I could smell you from a mile away. You're not exactly subtle, you know." Wakiraba glared at the boy before his head started to feel a bit fuzzy. "This damn heat is weakening me. I gotta get the hell out of this room." Kamado got ready to strike and cut off his head before he could do anything. With a burst of strength, Wakiraba summoned blades to sprout out from all across his body and snapped the chains. Blood demon art, steel blood blades, piercing armor. He broke out just in time to duck under the Nichiren sword being swung at his neck. Kamado jumped back as Wakiraba pulled the blades back in and slashed at the boy with the blades from his arms. Kamado blocked both blades with his sword and pushed the lower moon back before swinging again at his neck. Wakiraba sprouted a blade from his shoulder to stop the sword in its tracks. The sword itself, to Wakiraba's surprise, became hazy, an effect that was increased in the heated room. Hinakami Kagura, solar heat haze. Before the blade even touched him, Wakiraba felt the sword cut through the blade on his shoulder and reach his neck. Wakiraba reacted quickly and smacked the sword away before it could cut too deeply. He used the small opening he created to jump back out of the window. But before he reached the ground, Kamado jumped out and another flaming chain shot out of his palm. The chain wrapped around his waist and Kamado pulled on it before throwing him onto the roof. Wakiraba landed on his feet on the roof of the inn and smirked. "Heh, trying to keep me away from the civilians, eh? Whatever, it won't change a thing once I crush him." Kamado soon jumped onto the roof with his sword raised at his enemy. Both demons prepared to attack before the lower moon felt a slight presence behind him. He turned to see the little girl he killed before run at him at speeds that should have been impossible for a mere human. Her breathing technique gave off the vision of water trailing behind her, each step leaving a splash. Her sword neared his neck, rapidly closing in. Total concentration, water breathing, ninth form, splashing water flow. Wakiraba backflipped over the girl who skidded to a stop and immediately turned around. Wakiraba smirked again. "It doesn't matter how many brats you send at me. You weaklings will never be able to take my head." Tanjiro and Nekomo versus Wakiraba. Ish. "And you say I have an ego." Onijiro offered his usual commentary before the battle began. Tanjiro charged forward at Wakiraba who held out his palms. Suddenly, multiple tiny needles shot out of his hands and sped forward towards Tanjiro. Blood demon art, steel blood blades, multi-needle shots. Tanjiro stopped himself before swinging his sword in a circular motion, deflecting all of the blades. Hinakami Kagura, burning bones, summer sun. Nekomo followed up from behind and jumped above Tanjiro before landing on his sword. Tanjiro pushed his blade forward with as much force as possible, launching the girl at Wakiraba. Nekomo suddenly started spinning in the air with her sword following the motion. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. Wakiraba shot out 3 blades from both of his fists to block the attack. Mekomo crashed into his blades and sent the lower moon sliding back a meter or two. Mekomo continued to spin like a buzzsaw as she slowly wore down Wakuraba's blades, eventually breaking them. His blades were all as hard as steel, but Mekomo's rapid motion along with Tanjiro's force created more than enough power to break said blades. However, the momentum of her attack was all used up, leaving Mekomo hanging in the air. Fortunately, before Wakuraba could retaliate, Tanjiro quickly wrapped a crimson flare chain around her waist and pulled her back to safety while he charged forward. Tanjiro then pointed his sword at Wakuraba before he caused a small explosion in his own arm, launching his sword and hand at the surprised lower moon, who was too late to deflect it with his blades. The blade pierced through his chest. What the hell? Is this kid insane? Why would he blow up his arm and throw his weapon? Wakuraba thought before seeing a fiery chain connecting the hand with Tanjiro's arm. Before the demon could figure out what he was up to, Tanjiro used the chain to pull his whole body towards his arm ... and towards Wakuraba. Sun Conqueror, Crimson Flare Tether. Wakuraba quickly used his blades and demonic strength to snap the sword inside of him in half so that he could get away. However, Tanjiro was moving towards him too fast for Wakuraba to dodge as the boy swung his now flaming claws at his neck. Sun Conqueror, Fire Claws. Wakuraba barely managed to dodge by leaning backwards and kicking Tanjiro back. Tanjiro landed on the ground before bringing his hand and broken sword to him with the tether attached to it, using his flames to weld his hand back on. "You won't take my head that easily, brat," Wakuraba yelled as he covered his right fist in spikes and charged at Tanjiro. Blood Demon Art, Steel Blood Blades, Spiky Punch. Tanjiro responded in kind by setting his own right fist ablaze. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Solar Fist. Their fists met in a might clash that shook the entire roof of the building. Wakuraba's fist was burned by Tanjiro's flames while Tanjiro's fist was bloodied from the superior strength behind the lower moon's punch. After their fists separated, Wakuraba extended a blade from the front of his foot before kicking upward at Tanjiro's head. Tanjiro leaned back, but his mask got knocked off by the foot blade, which also cut his chin in the process. Tanjiro quickly jumped back before glaring at the lower moon, revealing the kanji in his right eye. Lower 6. Wakuraba grinned as any doubt that this demon was none other than Tanjiro Kamado vanished completely with the reveal of his right eye. Tanjiro growled as a black horn began to grow from the right side of his forehead. Black veins appeared from his right eye. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Awakening. Tanjiro's mark started to glow a pinkish color before Tanjiro vanished in a cloud of pinkish flames. Sun Conqueror, Phoenix Flash. Before Wakuraba could recover from shock, he felt the part of Tanjiro's sword inside him get ripped out by its owner, who then flashed away again. Tanjiro landed next to the other half of his broken sword and grabbed both parts before putting them together. He heated up his hands and welded the sword parts back together while Wakuraba turned towards Tanjiro and charged. Wakuraba was about to interrupt the boy's attempt at fixing his sword before he smirked at the lower moon. "Aren't you forgetting someone?" Right as he said that, Wakuraba's eyes widened as he looked to his left and saw Mekomo coming down on him with her sword. Water breathing. 8th form, Waterfall Basin. Wakuraba stopped in his tracks and prepared to slash Mekomo and her sword to pieces, confident in his own strength. However, he forgot that Tanjiro was still nearby. His punishment for such a blunder was a flaming kick to the back of the head, knocking him towards Mekomo. Thanks to Tanjiro's help, Mekomo's attack not only landed, but it actually managed to cut Wakuraba in half. The two halves of Wakuraba fell to the floor as Tanjiro jumped up into the air. He took a deep, concentrated breath as he prepared to swing his sword through the necks of both halves at the same time with one 360-degree downward swing. Wakuraba's right half lifted its arm and shot out a blade into the wall before pulling himself to said wall. Blood Demon Art, Steel Blood Blades, Blade Tether. Tanjiro swung through the neck of the other half, which quickly disintegrated. Hinakami Kagura, Clear Blue Sky. It wasn't too long before Wakuraba regenerated his other half and turned from his position on the wall to glare at the two demon slayers. He then started to climb up to the top of the building he was on. Tanjiro turned to Mekomo and crouched down. "Mekomo, get on my back." Mekomo nodded and obliged before two crimson flare chains shot out from Tanjiro's shoulders and latched onto the crossarms nearby, holding up the power lines on both sides of the building. Using his chains, Tanjiro formed a makeshift slingshot, launching himself and Mekomo up to the roof of the building Wakuraba was on. As Mekomo got off of Tanjiro's back, Tanjiro saw Wakuraba jump towards another building. Tanjiro reached out his right palm and made a circle in front of it with his left hand. Sun Conqueror, Scorching Blast, Snipe. Tanjiro fired a concentrated blast of fire from his hand which went straight through Wakuraba's skull in midair. Wakiraba, now disoriented from having his brain pierced, landed on the next building before rolling off and falling to the ground. Citizens nearby flew into a panic after seeing a guy fall from nowhere. Oh my god, what the hell was that? Someone fell from that roof. Tanjiro and Mekomo quickly followed as Wakiraba got back on his feet, much to the surprise of the civilians. He chuckled to himself, much to his opponent's confusion. You know, he told me not to underestimate you. But from what I've seen so far, I think he overestimates you, he said. He's talking a lot of shit for a guy who's been getting his ass kicked this entire fight. I don't like this, both Tanjiro and Mekomo thought. Meanwhile, Kaigaku, after an awkward dinner with Jigoro and Zenitsu, Kaigaku decided to take a walk through town to clear his head. It wasn't really working so far. Kaigaku banged his hands against the sides of his head in frustration as he walked through the streets. Stop it. Just forget about it already. What's past is past. Despite his efforts, Kaigaku's mind wandered into the past on its own. 8 years ago, Buddhist temple. All the children were sitting around the temple while Gyomai went out to get more food for them. Growl. Every day, Gyomai would take these walks around town to collect food donations from the people. However, there had been less donations lately. Apparently, men had been disappearing around town, leading to families losing their breadwinners, including the farmers and hunters. Everyone was having difficulties with getting food and money. This, of course, also had an effect on the amount of temple offerings. I'm starving, Seo moaned as she laid her head on Kaigaku's lap. The two had grown especially close over the past year. Kaigaku was sitting against the wall with his head looking up at the ceiling. We're all starving, Seo. It can't be helped, said Daisuke, who was sweeping the floor. You know how difficult things have been lately, what with the disappearances and all. Izumi trembled while Akane did her hair. Why, you don't think a demon is responsible, do you? Kaigaku scoffed. Come on, Izumi. Demons aren't real. They're just myths made up to scare kids who go out at night. What makes you say that, Kaigaku? Mitsugi asked while tossing a ball back and forth with Seiya. I've been out at night more times than I can count, in all sorts of places. Don't you think I would have run into a demon back then if they really exist? Kaigaku argued. Don't say that, Kaigaku, Akane said with a pout as she continued braiding Izumi's hair. If you'd ran into a demon, you'd have been killed. Kaigaku shot Akane a cocky smirk. And yet, I'm still here. Guess demons must be afraid of me or something. Everyone rolled their eyes at Kaigaku's arrogance, a trait they had started to get used to. Daisuke then got up to cheer everyone up. That aside, there's no need to worry, even if demons are real, which they're not. Kaigaku mumbled quietly, earning a snicker from Seo. They only come out during the day, and Mr. Haimjima always makes sure to light wisteria incense every night to keep them away. As long as we stay here, we're safe. Everyone seemed to feel better after that, everyone except Kaigaku. Well, that's great, but what about our food situation? Stop worrying so much. I'm sure it'll all work out, Kaigaku. Akane smiled optimistically. Kaigaku's arms shot outward as he sat up, being very careful not to knock Seo off. And what if doesn't? We can't just do nothing and leave it to fate. Fuji looked over at Kaigaku with a raised eyebrow. You got a better idea. Kaigaku opened his mouth only to immediately close it after realizing he had nothing to say, opting instead to cross his arms. TCH. Whatever. Everyone had a short laugh at the moment while Kaigaku's eyes landed on the box which held the temple donations. He held his chin as he had an idea. Why don't we use the temple money to pay for food? There's not much, but it can hold us over until we find a better way to get food. Kaigaku suggested. Absolutely not, Daisuke said sternly. That money is for the temple and was donated by people seeking greater spiritual wealth. Kaigaku adopted an irritated look. What's the point of money going towards the temple if the people taking care of it die of starvation? Daisuke shook his head. Mr. Haimjima explicitly told us to never take temple money to use for alternative purposes. As long as we live here, we must follow the ways of Shin Buddhism. Kaigaku groaned and threw his hands up in the air. I'm just trying to look out for us. Excuse me for wanting us all to live. Daisuke's gaze softened. I know. You just want what's best for everyone, we all do. But stealing money is not the way to go about it. We must all be grateful that we are all still alive and together. The people in this village are good people, some of whom are fellow Buddhists. Everyone here looks out for each other. Kaigaku sighed. I guess. The boy wasn't one to care about religious mumbo-jumbo. He tried to follow it, being humble and mindful and crap. But the sad truth was that something deep inside of him kept him from doing so. His arrogance, his ego, all of these things were still there, that selfish need of self-preservation over all else. His friends believed he was thinking of everyone when he complained about the food shortage. Even Kaigaku himself convinced himself of that. But he was just thinking of himself. Listen here, you little brat. The only reason I keep you around is because you make a better thief than me. The second you outlive your usefulness, I will not hesitate to leave you for dead. Don't you ever forget that. A few days later, late afternoon, Kaigaku laid on the floor in the main room, still starving. Growl. He had to admit, he didn't think he'd last this long. The people tried their best to provide food and money, and they barely managed to get by. But how long until barely wasn't enough? Everyone was playing outside while Kaigaku was too tired. He stared at the donation box before sitting up. Daisuke said that things would work out, but Kaigaku was getting impatient waiting for that. There was no way he could keep living like this. Perhaps it was time to cut his losses, take the money, and run away. Kaigaku shook his head. Where the heck did they come from? He wondered before standing up and walking over to the donation box. There was at least a little more than last week. Some people were probably feeling generous this week. That was Kaigaku's guess. The people of Os had taken quick steps to slowly restore the economy to some degree. It should last me a few days before I can find a new home. Kaigaku smacked himself. Stop that. Don't you dare think like that. This is your home now. If there's one thing you should learn, it's to never let anyone drag you down with them. The compassionate are always the most likely ones to die with nothing. Kaigaku suddenly found himself picking up a handful of yen. His hand began to shake. Am I really doing this? Kaigaku thought back to his friends. All the fun times they spent together, every meal they ate together, even the time he found the courage to tell everyone about his past as a thief. I'm so sorry that happened to you, Kaigaku. But you no longer have to live like that anymore. You are safe here, this is your home now. Jaiomai told him. Yeah, everyone agreed. Kaigaku smiled at the memory. His eyes widened as he finally came back to reality. What am I doing? Kaigaku shook his head and was about to put the money back. I'm no longer a thief. I've changed. I am. Kaigaku. Kaigaku jumped at the sound of Daisuke's voice. He quickly turned around to see all of the other kids are coming into the room. All of them shocked to see Kaigaku taking temple money from the donation box. Daisuke's shock was replaced with anger. What do you think you're doing? Kaigaku looked around in a panic. And no. You guys. This this isn't what it looks like. I was just putting it back, I swear. Yeah, right. Mitsugi called his bluff. You were about to take that money and run off, weren't you? Kaigaku was offended by the sudden accusation. Of course not. I mean, I was considering it, but... see, he admitted. Mitsugi interrupted, further angering Kaigaku. Hey, let me talk. I snapped myself out of it. I would never do such a thing. He defended himself. Seiya pointed a finger at Kaigaku. Then why are you holding yen in your hand? Kaigaku glared at Seiya. I just told you. I was about to put it back. Just listen to me. He shrieked that last part. Daisuke's face softened as he slowly approached Kaigaku. Okay. Okay, we believe you, Kaigaku. We're sorry for accusing you. Let's all just calm down. Akane did the same. That's right, we're all friends here. We should give Kaigaku a chance to explain himself. Kaigaku started to calm down. It seemed that everything was starting to settle down. Fuji stepped up to Kaigaku with an angry look on his face, causing Kaigaku to step back. What's there to explain? He's a no-good thief just like he said his dad was. Kaigaku's eyes suddenly went bloodshot. Before he could think, he pushed Kuji to the ground and got on top of him before proceeding to repeatedly punch him in the face. Don't you dare compare me to that bastard. Who the hell do you think you are? The boys tried to pull Kaigaku away while the girls screamed and stood back. Seo ran to the raging Kaigaku. Kaigaku, stop. Please stop. As Kaigaku was flailing his arms around to break free from his so-called friends, he accidentally smacked Seo in the face, knocking her to the ground. Everyone froze. Kaigaku's face paled after seeing what he had done. He quickly got up and ran to Seo, who began to cry. Seo, are you okay? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Suddenly, Seiya and Daisuke pushed Kaigaku away with angry looks on their faces. Meanwhile, Mitsugi and Keishi helped Kuji stand up. Kaigaku started to freak out again. I didn't. He looked at Seo, who continued to cry out loud. He noticed that everyone except Seo had gathered around him, looking down on Kaigaku with looks of anger or terror. Stop it. Don't look at me like that. Like he did. Kaigaku blinked and the scene had changed. Before he knew it, he was standing in front of a man bleeding out as he sat against the wall. The man looked similar to Kaigaku, except for his brown eyes, which were filled with hate and malice. Kaigaku stood with a bloody knife in his hand and murder in his eyes. The man that Kaigaku called his father let out a strained chuckle before coughing and smirking at the boy. You think this changes anything? Are you really so stupid as to think that getting rid of me will make your life any better make you happy? Heh heh. You fucking brat. Don't you get it? You will never be happy. You will never be satisfied. I was worried that your mother made you into a little bitch but heh heh. I had nothing to worry about you're just like me. You're just like me. Just like me. Just like me. Just like me. Kaigaku got up and ran out of the temple as fast as his feet could carry him. He could hear some of the other kids call out to him, but he didn't care. He just needed to get out of there. Later, evening. Forest. Kaigaku finally stopped running to catch his breath. After that, he dropped to his knees and began to cry. Damn it how did this happen? Kaigaku thought before getting back up. How could I ever go back there after all that? I didn't mean to hurt them. Kaigaku took a deep breath and dried his eyes. No, I just need to apologize. I'm sure they'll forgive me if I do that. Yeah, just apologize, and everything is great again. Kaigaku smiled optimistically and prepared to walk back before hearing a noise from the bushes next to him. Kaigaku froze for a few seconds before gathering the courage to finally turn around. A man stood in front of him, but not just any man. A demon, Kaigaku thought as he observed the man's features. Sharp claws, greenish skin, slits for pupils, and two horns coming out of the top of his long black hair. Huh, you're a little far from home, aren't you, boy? Don't you know brats like you should be in bed at this hour? Not that I'm complaining, of course. The demon laughed. Kaigaku fell onto his bottom, too scared to even attempt to run away. The demon's grin widened at the sight of this. Oh yes, I just adore that look. The look of someone realizing that they are about to die. Kaigaku's breathing was all over the place. His eyes darted everywhere, possibly searching for a weapon. Though he knew that nothing could possibly help him at this rate. It was over for him. Remember, Kaigaku, you never lose until you die. Kaigaku's eyes had a spark of hope as he came up with an idea. An idea that would no doubt save him. An idea he would surely come to regret. Wait, Kaigaku held out his hand, surprising the demon enough to make him stop. There's a village nearby. With all sorts of people. There's also this tea temple filled with kids and a tall man. If you let me live, I can help you get to them without alarming anyone. The demon stared at Kaigaku for what felt like hours before letting out a hum. I guess it would be less of a hassle than breaking in myself. What the hell? You have a deal, kid. The demon grinned again. Kaigaku let out a huge sigh of relief before getting back up and running towards the village. It's this way, follow me. Soon, Kaigaku found himself back at the Om temple. In front of its doors was the wisteria incense burning. The monk running the temple lights wisteria incense every night to keep demons away. I'll put them out so that you can enter, they'll never see you coming. You better not be bullshitting me here, brat. I'll hunt you down if you do. Kaigaku stood in front of the incense, his heart beating loud. Am I really doing this? Kaigaku's fists clenched as the faces of his friends and Mr. Heimjima flashed through his mind. It's their fault if they had just believed me when I said I wasn't stealing none of this would have happened. I don't have any family, any friends, only myself. I tried to take care of them and look how grateful they were. No, from now on, I'm looking out for me and me alone. And with those thoughts, Kaigaku put out the incense and went back to inform the demon who was waiting nearby. Good job, kid. I suggest you start running. It's about to get messy. The demon licked his lips before walking towards the temple. Kaigaku shivered before running as far away as possible. After several minutes of running, he stopped at an alleyway to catch his breath. He let out a light laugh. I did it. I really did it. I escaped death. I won. I won. Kaigaku stared down at his feet. He remembered all the times he sat down with the other temple kids to have a meal, talking about all sorts of things. He then began to remember lots of other things. Mr. Heimjima bandaging Kaigaku's scratches, Daisuke and the boys playing with him, looking for Seo who got lost before finding her crying in an alley. After that day, she started treating me like her big brother. I even promised that I'd always protect her. All those happy moments he had, all the moments he could have had. Kaigaku had tossed all that away, and he regretted it. Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God. What have I done? Kaigaku ran as fast as he could towards the temple. He reached into his yukata to pull out a knife, the same knife he used to focus. That wasn't important. Kaigaku saw the temple up ahead, a relieved smile graced his face. Maybe I'm not too late. Maybe Mr. Heimjima can hold him off. Even though he's blind, his other senses are amazing. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna. Kaigaku stopped. In front of him were Daisuke, Kuji, and Keishi, all cut up into pieces. Kaigaku's breathing stopped. His knife dropped from his trembling hands. As he got closer to the temple's door, he saw Mitsugi and Seiya in the same state as the other boys. He saw inside the temple from the open door, Akane and Izumi also laid there dead. Kaigaku could no longer bring himself to walk forward. No. This can't be happening. It just can't. Smash, smash, smash. Kaigaku turned his head to the center of the room. Mr. Haimjima was pounding his fists into the demon's face. The demon's body was limp, likely went unconscious during the beating the blind man was still giving him. Nearby, Seiyo held her head, crying and sobbing. But alive. That alone kept Kaigaku from fainting. But the sight of such a gentle giant beating a demon to death with nothing but his bare hands and a look of pure beastly rage, it shook Kaigaku to his core. Kaigaku wondered if he would be next. If he told Mr. Haimjima what he did, would he beat the boy to death? He didn't want to find out. His mind in a panicked frenzy, Kaigaku ran away once more. He seemed to be doing that a lot today, running away like the coward he was. A few days had passed. Haimjima was sentenced to death for the murder of all of the dead kids. The true killer's body evaporated after being exposed to sunlight, so Haimjima was the prime suspect. It didn't help that Seiyo said that man did it, without specifying what man she was talking about. That said, she was only 4, could you really blame her? There was only one person left to blame, and that was Kaigaku. He visited the temple one last time. He planned to leave it all behind. But first, he found Seiyo crying in the middle of the main room. The room where they had made so many memories together. It was now completely clean of blood. All of the bodies had already been buried. Seiyo didn't even notice Kaigaku step into the room before he called out to her. Seiyo. Seiyo let out a light gasp before turning to Kaigaku. Her eyes were red due to her crying. It was heartbreaking to see such a happy and optimistic girl in that state. I'm leaving, Seiyo. I'm gonna find a new village to stay at, get a fresh start. And I came here to take you with me. Seiyo's eyes widened as Kaigaku continued with a soft smile. I promised I'd take care of you, didn't I? Well, let me keep that promise. It'll be just you and me. Maybe we can even find another family to stay. Why did you do it? Kaigaku's smile fell. What? Seiyo's shocked look turned into a glare. Don't lie to me. Did you put out the incense? Kaigaku gritted his teeth before sighing. He nodded. Yes, I did. Why? Why would you do that? Seiyo's voice was now pleading. They were your family. Kaigaku stomped his foot forward. What was I supposed to do? Let that demon eat me. I told you I wasn't stealing that damned temple money, and not a single one of you listened to me. Seiyo flinched with a look of fear in her eyes before she forced herself to fight back. We did believe you, at least most of us did. Then you ran away, we were all worried about you. Then Mr. Haimjima got mad at us and was about to go look for you before that demon came. Kaigaku took a step back, his face as white as snow. I'm sorry, I messed up, but I can make it up to you. I mean, not really. But I can try. Come on, Seiyo, we're all we have left. He reached out his hand to Seiyo. Come with me, please. Seiyo clenched her fists before smacking Kaigaku's hand away and looking him straight in the eye. I hate you. Kaigaku had no words, his face completely mortified by what the sweet and kind Seiyo said to him. Seiyo turned back around and ignored Kaigaku. After standing in the doorway for a few agonizing minutes, Kaigaku walked away without looking back. He would leave town with a bag of food that he swiped before he left. His thieving skills were as sharp as ever. After reaching the woods, it started to rain on the boy. With an emotionless expression, Kaigaku looked up into the sky. He gritted his teeth before letting out a heartbroken scream. He continued to scream until his throat began to hurt. Present, Kaigaku sat in a dark alleyway, away from the light and joy of the city. He held his knees while burying his head in them, letting out light sobs. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Crash. Kaigaku raised his head as he heard loud sounds coming from nearby. He got up and went into the streets to see people running away. He turned a corner to the right to see multiple blades sticking out of the ground. There were multiple people, men and women, impaled on said blades, already dead. In the middle stood what appeared to be a demon with more blades coming out of his body. In front of the demon was 2 demon slayers. One was the Makomo girl who had a cut on her right cheek and her left leg. The guy next to her was ... Wait. It looked like that Tanjiro kid. Kaigaku sort of recognized his ruffled hair. But his skin, his nails, his teeth, his eyes, they were all those of a demon's. But what shocked Kaigaku most was the kanji in his right eye. Lower 6. He's one of them. Zenitsu was right, he is a demon. And not just any demon, he's one of the 12 Kazuki. Tanjiro's ears were ringing, and it wasn't from a loud noise or head injury. No, it was pure rage. Less than a minute ago, the lower rank 3 demon talked about how Kibutsuji overestimated Tanjiro. After that, he placed his palms on the ground. Blood demon art, steel blood blades, spike pit. Now, multiple blades shot up from the ground, and Tanjiro was too slow to save any of the people who were impaled by them. He counted at least a dozen casualties. He and Makomo jumped up in time to avoid serious damage, though they were both grazed in a few spots. As they stood in front of the rows of blades, Tanjiro's blood boiled as he couldn't take his eyes off of the dead civilians. Damn it, this is exactly why I wanted to keep him off the ground away from civilians. It's my own fault, I'm the one who knocked him down. He gritted his teeth, tightening the grip on his sword. Makomo seemed to be in a smiling state, though more level-headed. Tanjiro held out both hands together before firing a giant blast to clear out the blades, making sure to avoid burning the corpses. Blood demon art, Sun Conqueror, Scorching Blast, Inferno. With a new path forged, Tanjiro and Makomo ran forward before stopping in front of the lower moon. The 2 demon slayers glared at his grinning face. "Aw, what's with those faces? Are you mad I killed a few nobodies?" he asked. Veins bulged on Tanjiro's forehead. They were innocent people who had nothing to do with this fight. You didn't even eat them, you just stabbed them. Why, what's the point? The lower moon scoffed. Why? Because I can. We demons are superior to humans in every way. What's the point of being the superior race if you don't take advantage of it? I'm surprised I even have to explain this to you of all people. That's what makes being a demon so amazing. You can do anything you want, kill whoever you want, and nobody can stop you. Come on, kid. Wake up. You're fighting for the wrong side. You're a demon now, a demon that's conquered the fucking sun no less. Just think of all the fun you could have as. Shut your mouth. The lower moon and Makomo looked at Tanjiro, surprised by his sudden interruption. Shadow covered his eyes, showing only his clenched teeth. Fun? What about this is fun to you? Do you not value life at all? How could you possibly think that killing innocent people is fun? The scent you give off, what a horrible scent. I can tell you believe what you just said with every fiber of your being, and it sickens me. It sickens me that there are people like you in the world. Suddenly, black flames slowly began to cover Tanjiro's body as Tanjiro sent a chilling look at Lower Moon 3, which actually managed to shake him. Tanjiro could feel his other half pulling on him, itching to start a bloodbath. For the first time, Tanjiro happily let him join the fight. You deserve no mercy for the countless lives you've no doubt taken over the course of your life. Tanjiro let himself be pulled back with only one final thought as his body was engulfed in black flames. Onijiro ... make sure he suffers. A cruel smile spread across the young demon's face. I thought you'd never ask. Kaigaku. Shinjuku. Kaigaku had a hard time believing what he was seeing. It was already a shock to find out that Tanjiro Kamado was a demon in disguise who could apparently walk in the sun. Now, he's been engulfed by black flames. When the flames disappeared, Tanjiro's appearance changed. His skin became more pale, the mark on his forehead turned black, as did his hair. The cloak he wore turned from green to red, his eyes also became blood red, and his butterfly earrings now had black wings with a red outline and red body. It wasn't just his appearance that changed, however, it was his whole attitude. Tanjiro seemed like a decent kid when Kaigaku met him, but now he looked way more cocky and menacing. Who the hell is that guy? Kaigaku thought as he fell back on his butt in shock. Tanjiro Kamado. Well. This is an unexpected, but not unwelcome, surprise. To think that the thoughtful Tanjiro Kamado would allow his demonic half to take over during battle. Wow, you must really be pissed, huh? Funny, I recall you being more chatty. No matter, just know that you made the right choice. Just leave this to me. Onijiro turned towards Makomo, who was clearly shocked to see him. Hey, kid, I don't really give a shit about casualties, but I know Tanjiro's gonna get moody if more people die, so you're on damage control. Got it. Makomo took a second to process the command, but hesitantly nodded. Why yes, but ... what about you? Won't you need help fighting him? Onijiro chuckled. Oh, don't worry about me. I'll manage somehow. Either way, I've been wanting to test myself against a Kazuki. Wakiraba. Meanwhile, the Lower Moon 3 demon stared at Onijiro with shock and horror. His entire body was trembling. What is this feeling? When that kid was talking, I could have sworn that he turned into someone else. When Kamado cursed him out for what he said, the boy was replaced by a slightly similar looking man with a red haori and a ponytail. His image alone sent chills down the lower moon's spine. Is this my memory? No, I've never seen that guy before. Then that means these are Lord Muzan's memories. I've heard of other demons with his cells having similar episodes. But when Kamado then changed his appearance and gave him that sinister smile, Wakiraba trembled for a different reason. Now the kid's entire vibe has changed. Instead of that man ... it feels like I'm in the presence of Lord Muzan himself. However, Wakiraba's pride prevented him from admitting his fear. What the hell is this? Why you think an appearance and attitude change makes you any stronger? Kamado smirked at his fellow lower rank. Oh, not stronger, just more ruthless. Now are we doing this or what, pussy? He sheathed his sword while taunting his opponent to come closer with his left hand. The lower moon growled before blades shot out from the tops of his wrists. Don't get cocky. It doesn't matter what you change about yourself, trash is still trash. Kamado's smile didn't waver as he tilted his head while the girl with him backed up to keep her distance. If I'm trash, what does that make you, you shit stain? Onijiro versus Wakiraba. Wakiraba dashed forward, crossing his blades before doing a double slash aimed at Onijiro's neck. Onijiro easily ducked under the attack and then countered with a left uppercut. Too slow. Wakiraba was launched into the air before Onijiro fired out a chain made of black flames and wrapped it around his opponent's leg. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Black Flare Chain. With a look of glee, Onijiro swung Wakiraba around in a giant circle, slamming him through the spikes he summoned earlier, and the walls of the nearby buildings. Some of the corpses on the spikes were also thrown around in the chaos, much to Tanjiro's displeasure. Watch it. What? They're already dead. Onijiro. Hey, I don't want to hear it. You knew damn well what you were unleashing by calling me out. Gah. Tanjiro groaned. Onijiro let go of the chain, throwing Wakiraba into a building at the end of the street which led to a left turn. Onijiro chased him down before stopping upon seeing a boy in a Demon Slayer uniform. It was that Kaigaku guy. He looked at Onijiro with a look of horror. Onijiro narrowed his eyes. What are you looking at, human? He said with disdain in that last word. Either make yourself not useless and help the shorty evacuate the area, or get the fuck out of here. Personally, I don't care which. With that, Onijiro walked off, leaving a shocked and appalled Kaigaku behind. Onijiro jumped onto the debris gathered at the hole Wakiraba made during his crash landing. Yo, lower 3, where you at? Onijiro looked around the darkened room with a busted-up dinner table. Wakiraba was nowhere to be found. Come on, are you really that afraid of little Almi? I'm touched, he added with a smile and a hand on his heart. Above Onijiro, Wakiraba hung from the ceiling with his blades planted in the walls to hold himself up. He spread his legs before shooting out blades from their backsides and turning them towards each other. Blood Demon Art, Steel Blood Blades, Scissor Legs. Wakiraba dropped from the ceiling, planning to close his legs around Onijiro's neck and cut off his head. Then, he would really go to town on him. Wakiraba closed his legs ... only to find nothing there. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Phoenix Flash. Before Wakiraba could react, Onijiro manifested behind him out of black flames. He lifted his right leg before setting ablaze. Sun Conqueror, Flaming Kick. Onijiro then twisted his body in midair so that he could deliver a roundhouse kick to the side of Wakiraba's head. Wakiraba was launched out of the room, through the hall, through an alley, and into a new room in a different building. Wakiraba crashed into the wall as he finally stopped. He held the side of his head, feeling the burn inflicted by the kick. He looked around to see that he was in some bedroom lit up by a lamp. Yeah. Wakiraba heard 2 screams next to him. To his right were 2 young girls hugging each in fear while hiding in the corner of the room. With a wide grin, Wakiraba summoned his arm blades and leaped towards the helpless humans. His blades were inches away from the girl's flesh when something wrapped around his neck. Hey, asshole. We're in the middle of a fight to the death here. Onijiro, who followed Wakiraba through the hole in the wall, pulled the chain and threw his foe back outside. You can take a snack break after I send your ass to hell. Wakiraba bounced off of the ground a few times before sticking his arm blades into the ground to halt his movement. He growled and glared at Onijiro, who jumped out of the building. Back where they started, both demons charged at each other. Wakiraba went for a stab with his left blade only for Onijiro to sidestep it and hit him in the stomach with a knee strike. Wakiraba retaliated by shooting out more blades from his chest, piercing Onijiro's chest. Onijiro grunted before lighting up his left fist and smashing the blades with a single swing of his arm. He then kicked Wakiraba back, causing him to stumble while Onijiro went for a leg sweep which left Wakiraba up in the air. Onijiro ignited his fist as the flames took the shape of a dragon which he drove straight into Wakiraba's gut, smashing him into the ground and creating a small vortex of black fire. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Solar Dragon Fist. The punch resulted in a large crater in the ground with Wakiraba in the middle. His upper and lower halves were separated with intense burns at their edges. Onijiro stood up and prepared to stomp on his head when the blade-spawning demon shot out 2 blades from his back, propelling him upward. Suddenly, 4 blades out of the bottom of his torso in 4 different directions. Each blade moved at a diagonal angle before bending downward and hitting the ground. Wakiraba retracted the blades in his back, turning himself into a 4-legged monstrosity. Blood Demon Art, Steel Blood Blades, Blade Crawler. Onijiro raised an eyebrow at Wakiraba's transformation, which the lower moon seemed to be pretty proud of given the shit-eating grin on his face. I suppose to be impressed. Wakiraba's grin morphed into a frown and glare. You simple-minded fool. Did you really think the only thing I can do is shoot blades out of my body? I can make these blades take any form I desire. For example, Wakiraba's arm blades extended towards Onijiro. Onijiro jumped over them before seeing the blades bend upward and chase him down. With wide eyes, Onijiro reached out his palms and fired 2 scorching blasts at the arm blades only for them to bend around the flames and aimed at his back. Onijiro reacted quickly and used Phoenix Flash to disappear, dodging the arm blades. Wakiraba cursed as he retracted said blades. He looked around while Onijiro reappeared behind him with both palms held out next to each other. Wakiraba turned his head just in time for the giant stream of black flames to hit him in the face. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Scorching Blast Inferno. Wakiraba was launched into another building. However, it wasn't long before multiple needles shot out from the hole he created. Blood Demon Art, Steel Blood Blades, Multi-Needle Shot. Onijiro stuck his claws into the ground, sending his blood through it and creating a flaming wall that rose from the ground to protect him. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Flame Pillar. Onijiro, you're using up too much energy. Don't be reckless. We're not gonna win this by holding back, Kamado. We gotta go all out from the start. Hey, listen to me. Onijiro jumped through the flame pillar and charged towards the building Wakiraba was in. Wakiraba jumped out of the hole before jumping onto the wall of the building, using his blade legs to crawl on it. He shot out more needles at Onijiro, who scratched his right arm and ignited the blood to form a shield of flames. Sun Conqueror, Sun Shield. He blocked the needles with his shield before throwing it at Wakiraba like a disc. Wakiraba jumped onto the line of buildings to his left and continued shooting needles at Onijiro while crawling on the walls. Onijiro ran after him while dodging the needles. After gaining enough speed, he put his palms behind him and launched himself forward with multiple fire blasts. Sun Conqueror, Scorching Blast Propulsion. Onijiro went up into the air until he found himself next to Wakiraba. He changed his direction by firing himself into Wakiraba, sending both of them crashing into another building. Onijiro took a minute to get back up only to find himself in a larger room, the type of room you'd find in a mansion. There were some drawers, a table for writing. It was also quite clean. Onijiro didn't have time to admire it though, even if he wouldn't anyway if he was given the chance. He turned around to see Wakiraba at the door. His legs finally regrown. Multiple blades come from his back and bend themselves to attach to the walls, allowing the lower moon to lift himself up. That blood demon art is quite handy ... and infuriating, Wakiraba said quietly while glaring at his fellow lower moon. I can see that I was wrong to call you trash. I see now that you are just an annoying pest. Onijiro smirked. Aw, you're gonna make me blush. As he said this, he could feel his eyelids start to droop and his muscles ache. Shit ... Can't believe I'm saying this, but Tanjiro was right. I have plenty of solar energy, but using Sun Conqueror multiple times can put a shit ton of strain on this body. Onijiro could feel his black horn slowly starting to shrink. Not only that, but it's also taking a lot of effort to keep up awakening. Onijiro grabbed 2 Nichiren pills from his pocket and swallowed them before flaring his nostrils as his strength returned to him. I need to wrap this up before I run out of strength. Kaigaku. Kaigaku ran alongside the civilians. Screams spread throughout the crowds. What the hell? That Tanjiro guy is a demon. But how was he walking in sunlight? Not only that, but he's lower moon 6. And that guy he was fighting. I couldn't see it very well, but I swear that I saw a similar marking in that other demon's eye. Is he a lower moon too? Screw this. I'm not getting myself killed fighting 2 lower moons. As Kaigaku kept running, he saw that Makomo girl leading the citizens away from the fight and out of the city. Everyone, get out of the city. It's dangerous here. Why anyone was listening to a little girl, Kaigaku had no clue. People were probably just following what the majority was doing. As Kaigaku ran past her, Makomo noticed him. Hey, where are you going? Kaigaku stopped and glared at the girl. Running for my life, obviously. And if you have any brains, you'll do the same. Nekomo looked like she wanted to argue but she stopped herself, opting instead to adopt a look of disappointment. She sighed and turned away from him. If that's what you want to do then go. Kaigaku was confused by this behavior. She hardly seemed surprised by Kaigaku's actions, almost like she was expecting this from him. Tell me why did you become a demon slayer? Why do you wear that uniform? Why do you carry that sword on your hip? Nekomo asked. If you wanted to you could just walk away and live a normal life. Well at least as normal a life as you can live in this country. So why? Why are you still here? Kaigaku stood there speechless as people ran past him. Soon, the street was empty except for the two of them. If you can't even answer the question then you don't belong here. Nekomo then ran off, probably to look for more civilians who hadn't evacuated yet. Kaigaku looked down at his shaking hands before clenching them. The reason I became a demon slayer. 8 years ago, Thunder Hashira Estate. After an old man named Jigoro Kiwajima took Kaigaku into his home, the boy had a bath, and then scarfed down his meal. After finishing his tea, Kaigaku let out a satisfied sigh. Thank you for the food. Jigoro gave the boy some of his clothes which actually fit due to the man's short stature. Jigoro, who sat across the table from Kaigaku, nodded and smiled. Well, I couldn't just leave you like that, now could I? I'm getting pretty old and would like to pass on with a light conscience, heh. Kaigaku frowned and lowered his head. I doubt it'll make a difference. I'm not worth saving. Jigoro hummed. And why is it that you think that? If you don't mind my asking. Kaigaku hesitated to answer. He really didn't want to talk about it. Jigoro seemed to notice this and nodded. I see. Very well then. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. They sat in silence for a bit until the old man spoke again. So, Kaigaku, what are you going to do now? Wander all over Japan, living off of the wilderness and the kindness of strangers. Sorry, but I'm not sure a child like you will be able to last long out there. Are you sure you don't want to stay with me? Kaigaku shook his head. Trust me. You don't want me here. I'll just bring trouble. Is that so? Jigoro said. Well, I'm just an old man with no living family or friends. If you ask me, I could use the company. What more could I lose? Kaigaku's eyes widened, shocked by how kind the old man was being to the boy. Almost immediately, his mind went to Himejima, who treated him the same way. With kindness and sympathy, things that Kaigaku would never be able to repay him for. Tears of guilt and gratitude fell from his eyes as he held the bottom of his new black yukata tightly. He cried for a while. The old man got up and walked over to the boy to comfort him, letting him let out all of his pain. 1 year later, the Demon Slayer Corps asked a 7-year-old Kaigaku as he ate dinner with Jigoro. Yes, a secret organization of swordsmen dedicated to the complete and total annihilation of all demons. They've been around for centuries, Jigoro explained. Kaigaku frowned as he recalled his first encounter with a demon. He remembered the paralyzing fear he felt when that monster was looming over him. The same fear that caused him to do something unforgivable. I'm assuming you have experience with demons, Kaigaku? Jigoro asked. Kaigaku's body jumped a bit before he lowered his head and gave the old man a hesitant nod. I've seen one before, yeah. I assume it was a horrible experience. Yes. Are you willing to share? You don't have to. I was simply curious is all. No, I'll tell you. It's the least I can do after everything you've done for me, Mr. Kiwajima. If you say so, very well. And so, Kaigaku told Jigoro his story. Being raised as a thief by his father, living in a temple in Os, running away after a stupid argument, running into the demon, sacrificing his family to save his own skin. Kaigaku was barely able to keep the tears back as he told the old man of his tragic life. And that's why I said that you shouldn't take me in. Because my selfishness always ends up hurting the people I love. If you want to kick me out, I'll go. Jigoro stared at the boy in silence for a bit before speaking. Tell me, do you regret what you did? Kaigaku nodded solemnly. Yes. If you could go back, would you change what you did? Of course. Kaigaku exclaimed like it was obvious. Jigoro nodded. Well, I have no reason to kick you out, then. Kaigaku looked confused. What do you mean? As far as I know, this happened over a year ago. People are capable of change, and for the whole time that you've lived here, you've been one of the most well-behaved and obedient kids I've ever met. But Kaigaku, no matter what you may think, you are a good kid. The only thing wrong about you is the way you were raised. Children are a product of their parents after all. It's unfair to blame a child for not wanting to die. Hell, hardly anyone wants to die. You encountered a demon and found a way to survive, even though it meant the loss of others. You want to atone. Then you must use that life of yours to help others so that no one may suffer like that again. Kaigaku tilted his head. What are you saying, Mr. Kiwajima? That demon you encountered, Kaigaku. If you ask me, that demon's actions are just as, if not more, despicable as your own that night. When you let your loved ones die, you felt remorse. Demons can kill hundreds of people without hesitation or regret. There are also families like yours who have their lives ruined by these demons. What I'm trying to say here is that I think you should become a demon slayer and protect others from suffering the same tragedy you did. Kaigaku's eyes widened. Protect others from demons. I can do that. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Yeah, I can make up for what I did by saving people. If I'm gonna go on living, what better way to use my life? Now, I understand if you think it's too dangerous. I won't think any less of you if you say no. I'll do it. Jigoro's eyes widened as they looked into Kaigaku's, which were filled with determination. I'll become a demon slayer. I won't let any more families get torn apart. I will protect those bonds, even if it kills me. Silence followed as Kaigaku and Jigoro stared at each other. The old man smiled. Very well then. I can't fully train you. You are too young to do anything extreme. But I can do my best to prepare you. The many years of training before you will be nothing short of pure agony. Think you got what it takes, boy? Kaigaku smirked. Bring it on. 6 years later, Kaigaku would officially start his training at the age of 12 years old. A year had passed since then and Kaigaku was making good progress. He picked up on the basics of total concentration and swordsmanship quite well and quite quickly. After only a year, he had basically mastered the second, third, fourth, and fifth forms during his training. Jigoro called the boy a natural swordsman and was confident that he would take his place as the Thunder Hashira someday. This praise brought great joy to Kaigaku and motivated him to work even harder. Sadly, Kaigaku was still struggling to get the first form down. This fact frustrated Kaigaku since the first form should have been the easiest to learn. He'd wasted so much time trying to even perform the move before his master told him to move on. Aside from that, things were going great. That was until he arrived. Kaigaku was just swinging his sword near the Thunder Estate when his master walked up to him with someone else walking behind him. Kaigaku, I'd like you to meet someone. Jigoro waved his hand to the person behind him. It was a young boy, about a year younger than Kaigaku. He wore messy and ragged brown robes and had a mop of black hair. His face was dirty and bruised, his eyes looked empty. This is Zenitsu Agatsuma. He's my newest student. Kaigaku's eyes widened. What? I just found him on the streets. Apparently, he had worked up quite a bit of debt and I decided to help him out. In return, he's agreed to be my pupil and trained to become a demon slayer. Kaigaku looked at his master in confusion. Master, with all due respect, what's the point of getting a second pupil? You said it yourself, my training is coming along nicely. Jigoro nodded. Yes, and I meant it. I just thought I'd help the boy out and get a little something out of it. Besides, the Demon Slayer Corps can always use new members. Kaigaku saw his master's logic, but this Zenitsu guy didn't really seem like Demon Slayer material. In fact, the look in his eyes kind of reminded him of someone but who? Oh well, might as well try to get along with him since we'll be training together now. Kaigaku introduced himself to Zenitsu. The boy's training would start tomorrow. A week later, while he had mixed feelings about no longer being the former Thunder Hashira's only pupil, Kaigaku was willing to give this Zenitsu kid a chance. In fact, Kaigaku even saw this as a chance to create a new family, one that he would protect instead of betray. However, there was one slight inconvenience. After only a week of knowing the guy, Kaigaku already wanted to strangle him. NOOO. I don't WANNAAAA. Stop being a baby. It's not even that bad. It was the middle of the day and Kaigaku and Zenitsu were in the middle of training. However, Zenitsu kept bitching about how tired he was and decided to run up a tree and not get down to get out of it. Jigoro left the responsibility of getting him down to Kaigaku. Kaigaku was now trying to pull Zenitsu down from the tree by his legs while the boy hung onto a branch like his life depended on it. I can't do this anymore. If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna die. You're over-exaggerating. Now quit crying and get down here. This was the 5th time he had to bring Zenitsu back to training by force, and Kaigaku had gotten sick of it very quickly. Master, that Zenitsu guy is absolutely hopeless. Kaigaku complained to Jigoro as they both sat at a table for tea. He has absolutely no motivation to be a demon slayer. Every day, he whines about training and every night, he tries to escape. Forget becoming a Hashira. It'll be a miracle if that runt survives the walk to final selection. Jigoro took a sip of tea before looking straight at his pupil. I know that the boy is a handful, Kaigaku, but I promise you, the boy has potential. We simply need to help him find it. Kaigaku was baffled. Potential? What potential could possibly be found in a coward like him? I don't mean to sound pessimistic, master, but I just don't see this working out. Jigoro sighed. It has only been a week, Kaigaku. Give him a chance. You of all people should know that everyone deserves a chance. Kaigaku was taken aback by that statement before lowering his head. Yes, master. It was at that moment that Kaigaku realized who Zenitsu reminded him of. He reminded him of himself when he was younger. A coward, as they say, it takes one to know one. 5 months later, Kaigaku and Zenitsu were out in a field with a few trees nearby, taking a break from training. Kaigaku had picked a peach from a tree to eat while sitting on a tree stump. Zenitsu laid on the ground, panting from exhaustion. Kaigaku shook his head as he glared at the younger pupil. He was the very definition of pathetic. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Zenitsu sat up with a confused look. What? Ever since you've gotten here, you've done nothing but bitch and moan. Whenever things get too hard, you run away only to get caught in a trap and beaten. You've been here 5 months and you've barely learned the first form of thunder breathing. Do you understand how sad that is? I learned the second, third, and fourth in that time and even mastered the first 2. Zenitsu stood up and looked at the ground. The coward didn't even have the strength to look him in the eye. But Gramps said that. Kaigaku interrupted Zenitsu by throwing his peach at his head with a look of fury. Don't you dare address him so casually. For some stupid reason, Zenitsu began to call Jigoro Gramps. Though Jigoro has scolded him for this, he never really forced Zenitsu to stop. This fact really got on Kaigaku's nerves. Master Kiwajima is a former Hashira, someone who has reached the highest rank in the Demon Slayer Corps. Do you understand how lucky you are to even be here? Aye. Zenitsu wrung his hands together as he found himself unable to speak. You're a coward. One of the biggest cowards in the world. Coming from you, that's rich, Kaigaku said to himself in his mind, though he quickly pushed those thoughts away. Someone like you doesn't belong in the Demon Slayer Corps. Kai turned away and began to leave. I have no idea why Master wastes his time on you. Leaving a dejected Zenitsu behind, Kaigaku grumbled to himself. What makes it even worse is that Master seems to care about the kid as much as he does me. Despite his many shortcomings, Jigoro would always praise the boy's efforts as well as Kaigaku's. He even went on to say that he had high hopes for both of them to take the seat of Thunder Hashira. Kaigaku knew that this was just his master trying to make Zenitsu feel better about himself, but it still irked him. He was determined to succeed Jigoro as the Thunder Hashira, and he found pride in being the man's main pupil. Thus, Kaigaku hated the attention the old man gave to that overly timid loudmouth. Another reason Kaigaku was always pissed at the boy was because, unlike him, he actually learned the first form of thunder breathing. Kaigaku knew and could perform the rest of the 6 forms with his eyes closed. But his failure to learn the first would always irritate him to no end. No matter, that guy wasn't meant for battle. The first demon he sees will be his last. I am the only one fit to become a Hashira. I'll show them. I'll show them all. Suddenly, Kaigaku stopped and looked at the ground. Strange. I feel like I'm forgetting something important. Why did I want to be a demon slayer again? To become the Thunder Hashira. The faces of his old family at that temple flashed through his mind. Kaigaku's eyes widened. That's right. I want to prevent that event from happening. Kaigaku recalled the bloody mess he found that night. The sight of Himejima beating that demon with his bare hands. The hateful look Seo gave Kaigaku the day he left. My friends died because I was a coward, because I let that demon kill them to save my own skin. And Mr. Himejima, the man who saved me from the streets, was most likely executed for a crime he didn't commit. I was no better than Agatsuma. That's why I can't stand looking at him. Kaigaku stared straight ahead. But I'm different, I've changed. I've become stronger. Now, I can protect others instead of leaving them to die. I'll kill any demon that crosses my path. Kaigaku was confident in the strength of his resolve. That strength would be tested a few weeks later during final selection. Mount Fujikasen. Kaigaku ran through the woods. Final selection had just started and he was eager to cut down some demons. Where the hell are they? I've been running around for half an hour already. Kaigaku thought in frustration. He looked around tirelessly for hostiles to no avail. But soon, Kaigaku would get his wish. A blood-curdling scream came from Kaigaku's left. His shock was soon replaced by a smirk as he now knew where the enemy was. He dashed towards the direction of the scream and stopped in an opening in the forest. He looked around to see if anyone was there. That's when he heard footsteps. Bum, 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 bum. Kaigaku turned around in the direction of the sound of earth-shaking steps. There was a fog beginning to form which made it hard to make out the large shadow in the distance. Kaigaku unsheathed his sword and prepared for battle. Alright, Kaigaku, this is it. This is what you trained for. This bastard will be the first obstacle on my path to greatness and atonement. This time, I won't freeze. This time, I won't be scared. This time, I won't run. Kaigaku paled as a giant demon covered in multiple limbs stepped towards him. In its many arms, it held the limp bodies of multiple young swordsmen. The look of terror and despair was glued onto their lifeless faces. The tip of Kaigaku's blade lowered. The boy had been paralyzed with fear. The demon's large yellow eyes stared down at Kaigaku with glee. "Duo, another one. I'm on a roll today. There sure are a lot of wannabe demon slayers out tonight. How lucky that they all just happened to come to me." The demon laughed giddily. Kaigaku hadn't heard the demon. He had completely spaced out. Suddenly, he was 6 again, at the mercy of that demon who had killed his friends. His family. All confidence and resolve that Kaigaku had was thrown out the window. With a scream of mortal terror, Kaigaku ran from the demon who extended multiple arms to catch him. Fortunately, Kaigaku was quick and agile enough to avoid them. As he ran, he spotted another participant. It was a young girl with brown eyes and long black hair tied in a ponytail. She unknowingly stepped into Kaigaku's path, causing him to crash into her. Oof. The two of them fell to the ground, but Kaigaku got back up quickly and immediately ran to his sword which he had dropped on the ground. No. Kaigaku looked back to see the girl still on the ground. A large hand grabbed her leg. She reached for her sword which fell just out of reach. The hand began to pull in its captured prey. Kaigaku acted quickly. He grabbed the girl's hand and pulled with all his might. Sadly, this only slowed down the demon's arm a bit. Shit. At this rate, I'll die with her, Kaigaku thought in panic. Soon, more hands came and targeted the young teen. Kaigaku's eyes dashed all over the place from hand to hand. He was surrounded. Time seemed to slow down as Kaigaku looked back into the girl's fearful eyes. For a second, just a brief second, his grip on her hands faltered. This was enough to change the girl's look from terrified to pleading. "Please, no, I don't want to die," she whispered as tears fell from her eyes. Kaigaku's own eyes began to burn from tears as he took another glance at the hands descending upon him. "Remember, Kaigaku, you never lose until you die." "I'm sorry." Kaigaku jumped back to avoid the hands, letting go of the girl in order to do so. "No." The girl cried out as she was dragged away. Kaigaku picked up his sword and ran until he was sure that he got away. He stopped at a large tree and leaned back against it while he caught his breath. Once he recovered, he sat down on the ground and covered his face with his hands. Light sobs could be heard. He thought he was ready. He thought that he was stronger now. And yet after all these years, nothing has changed. He was a coward, and always would be. Kaigaku found an open space inside the tree he was resting against. He crawled inside in shame and hid there for the remainder of final selection. Somehow, no one found him. While he was there, Kaigaku continued to blame himself for that girl's death. It happened again, despite his resolve to make sure it wouldn't. Someone died because of his cowardice. He nearly drove himself crazy with guilt. At some point, he considered leaving his hiding spot and letting the nearest demon feast on him. Fortunately, his fear prevented him from doing so. Kaigaku knew he couldn't live with this guilt. It was too much. So what could he do? Well, there was one alternative. Shift the blame onto someone else. Those people died because they were weak. That girl died because she got in my way. If I held on to her any longer, I would have been killed along with her. If she expected me to give up my life for a stranger, she was probably a selfish bitch. You're just like me. His father's dying words rang through his brain. The point of this whole thing is to survive. If you die, you lose. That's just how it is. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. The more he said it in his head, the more he began to believe it. This would become Kaigaku's mindset as a demon slayer. What did it cost? His reason for becoming a demon slayer in the first place. At the end of final selection, only 8 out of over 30 participants survived. Needless to say, it was a slaughter. Kaigaku showed no emotion as he picked his ore for his new sword and they placed a strange insignia on the back of his hand. After that, he walked all the way back to Shinjuku. Jigoro praised the boy, but Kaigaku didn't really care. Every time the old man praised Zenitsu, Kaigaku found himself valuing his kind words less and less. His relationship with his master and sibling student would only continue to deteriorate from there. He completely gave up on learning the first form of thunder breathing. After getting his uniform and sword, he would go on missions and let his comrades do most of the work. He'd tell himself that he was strong despite his cowardice. Everyone around him would judge him fit his arrogance. Yet, he didn't care because he was still alive. And you only lose if you die. Present, Kaigaku. Kaigaku was shaken out of his flashback and looked up to find Jigoro standing in front of him with a look of concern and relief. The Thunder Hashira estate was to his right. It seemed that Kaigaku kept on walking while he went down memory lane until he reached the estate. He looked back at Jigoro with disheartened eyes. Kaigaku, are you okay? I heard there was something happening in town. Was it a demon? Jigoro asked. Kaigaku looked down at the ground and let out a humorless laugh. I'm pathetic. Both former student and master stood silently before the old man argued. No, you're not. Yes, I am. Kaigaku snapped. I'm a heartless coward. I run away at the first sign of trouble and leave everyone else to die. Kaigaku, if you were truly heartless, then you wouldn't be saying these things. Jigoro argued once more. I always talk about how strong I am, but I never actually used that strength. Even though I'm too stupid to do the most simple form of thunder breathing, I could still do something. Do you have any idea how many deaths I could have prevented? How many lives I could have saved? But I didn't. I only ever cared about my own survival. I'm exactly like my father. I'm just a rotten scumbag that uses everyone around him as stepping stones. I'm the most pathetic human being who ever lived. Kaigaku breathed heavily with tears falling onto the ground and gritted teeth. Jigoro stood there silently, letting his pupil get out his frustrations. Then do something about it. Kaigaku looked up at his master with confusion on his face. What? If you say that you're pathetic, then do something to change that. Jigoro stated. Kaigaku clenched his fist and looked at the ground solemnly. So what? I just get rid of my fear and become a brave warrior. Like it's that easy. Bonk. Oh, what the? Kaigaku held his head after Jigoro smacked it with his cane. You idiot. That's not what I'm saying at all. Jigoro yelled. Then what are you? Fear doesn't make you pathetic, boy. It makes you human. Having fear means acknowledging your limits. If you outright get rid of your fear, you end up charging recklessly into battle and dying like a fool. Almost everyone fears death, even demons. Those who don't fear something else. There isn't a person alive who doesn't have a single ounce of fear in their body. But even though we all fear death, there are still those willing to risk their lives to fight and protect others because they fear something greater than their own death, and it's the death of everyone around them. There aren't as many who have this fear, but it's present in almost every demon slayer, including you. Kaigaku was caught off guard by those words. Me? Yes, you. Jigoro answered. You despise watching others die, don't you? Every time you leave someone to die, it fills a part of you with guilt and self-loathing. You act like you don't care, but I know you do. Kaigaku lowered his head while his master went on. But your fear of dying is too great, causing you to run away from danger. If you want to change that, you must fear the death of others even more so. Kaigaku looked up at Jigoro. I'm not sure that's possible. Of course it is. You must have done so at one point or another. Think back, my boy. Remember a time when you feared the death of others more than your own. Kaigaku closed his eyes and reflected on his life. He focused long and hard, but soon found what he was looking for. The one time he feared the death of others more than the death of himself. The door he condemned his found family to being slaughtered by a demon. When Kaigaku let that demon inside and ran away, he ran back after realizing what he had just done. The thought of dying was, for the first time in his life, not so terrifying anymore. Kaigaku ran back to that temple with a knife in his hands, prepared to stab the hell out of that demon to protect his friends. In that one moment, Kaigaku went against the selfish beliefs his father beat into his skull and put someone else's life above his own. He didn't run away. If he could just tap into that again, things could finally be different. But there was a time like that. But it was for people I cared about. How can I do the same for strangers? Everyone I cared about is either dead or hates my guts. Jigoro put a firm hand on Kaigaku's shoulder. Remember why you became a demon slayer, Kaigaku. You said you didn't want anyone else to suffer the fate your friends did, right? Kaigaku's eyes widened. Yes. You're right. That means that you fear something like that happening again. You always have. Remember your goal, Kaigaku, and you will unlock power you didn't even know was possible. How? Kaigaku asked. Jigoro smiled. By taking that fear and turning it into rage. Rage against those who would go against your goals, against those who would bring the same suffering upon others as they did to your loved ones. Do you understand? Kaigaku nodded with a determined look. Fear the deaths of others more than my own. Remember my reasons for fighting. Destroy those who would go against my ideals. Jigoro also nodded. Then you know what you must do now, yes. Kaigaku smiled. Yes, master. He then bowed. Thank you. For everything. Jigoro beamed. Kaigaku, you'll do great things. I've always been sure of that. Zenitsu. Meanwhile, Zenitsu was listening from inside the house. With a solemn look on his face, he sat against the wall and hugged his knees. Fear the death of others more than your own. Huh. Zenitsu quoted his gramps in his head. Is that really possible? Suddenly, Kaigaku walked into the house and headed towards his room. Kaigaku, Zenitsu called out. He flinched as Kaigaku turned towards him, but something was different. There was no hostility or animosity in his glance, something that Zenitsu was beginning to get used to. Agatsuma, protect our master with your life while I'm gone. I'm not sure I'll be coming back. Kaigaku requested ... Well, more like ordered. Zenitsu stared at the demon slayer like he'd grown 2 heads. Huh? Why me? I'm still in training. I don't even have a proper sword. Kaigaku turned back to his room. I don't know how you summoned the balls to kill that demon when I couldn't, but you've proven that you can be brave. Zenitsu was appalled by his sibling student's words. Why does he keep talking about that? For the last time, that didn't happen. All I did was pass out. Why does he keep trying to give me credit for that? Kaigaku laughed while Zenitsu was on the verge of freaking out. Man, how sad is this? Master has one student who's a coward and can only use the first form of thunder breathing, and a cocky student who can do all forms except the first. Talk about shit luck. Zenitsu noticed a small smile form on Kaigaku's face. But despite that, we're still a part of Master Kuwajima's legacy. If we both fail, the old man will have wasted his time with us. Let's both do our best to become Hashira. Zenitsu was speechless as Kaigaku walked into his room. He looked at the ground and reflected on his words. Kaigaku walked up to a drawer in his room and pulled out one of the sections. Inside was a yellow haori with a white triangle pattern. It was a replica of the haori his master used to wear. He had given it to Kaigaku as a reward for passing final selection. But Kaigaku rejected the offer, saying he didn't care. But he did care, he simply didn't feel like he had earned it. Kaigaku grabbed the haori and flipped it around himself while putting his arms through the sleeves. Once he had changed, he went outside and ran towards the main area of Shinjuku. Meanwhile, one of the monks from the local temple was making sure everyone was safe and accounted for. However, Sumair, where are you? The monk called out to the 2 missing girls. Back to the battle. A young girl named Seo was sneaking around the empty town, trying her best to avoid the battle around her. Sumair, she whispered loudly. Sumair, where are you? It's me, Seo. We have to get out of here. Crash. YAH. Seo yelped as a figure came out of the building next to her and crashed into another building on the other side of the street. After the dust cleared, Seo saw multiple long blades coming out of one building and piercing the other. She saw a young man with black ruffled hair about her age pinned to the wall by these blades, which stabbed his torso and limbs. Blood fell from his wounds, creating a puddle on the ground. Seo gasped in horror as the young man spat out blood and glared at the other building. Then, another person came from the hole in the wall. It was a rough-looking older man. He ran across one of the blades and leaped towards the young man with a fist covered in spikes. The young man, of course, was Onijiro, and the older man was Wakiraba. Blood demon art, steel blood blades, spiky punch. Onijiro stared at Wakiraba approaching him with his fist before vanishing with Phoenix Flash at the last second. Wakiraba punched the spot where Onijiro was, leaving a large hole in the building. Onijiro reappeared above him and grabbed Wakiraba's hair before throwing him back into the other building and following him with a backwards scorching blast. Meanwhile, Seo was back on the ground trying to figure out what exactly she just witnessed. What was that? Seo knew she had to get out of there fast, but she wasn't going anywhere until she found Sumair. Sniffle. Seo was startled by the sudden noise behind her. She turned around to see a crying little girl peeking out from behind a box in a red kimono with black hair that barely reached her shoulders and blue eyes. Seo's look of surprise was replaced with relief. Sumair. Sumair's eyes also widened in recognition. Ms. Seo. The little girl ran out of her hiding spot and towards Seo to give her a big hug, which the older girl happily returned. WAAH. I was so scared. When everyone started freaking out and those 2 guys started fighting, I got separated from everyone and didn't know where to go, so Seo soothed Sumair while patting her hair. SHHH. It's okay now. She then got up and grabbed her hand. We have to get going. The others are waiting for us. It's not safe here. Stay close to me and we'll be out of here soon, okay? Sumair looked up at Seo and nodded. MMHM. With that, they ran into the streets and away from the battle. Meanwhile, Onijiro was bouncing around the building he was currently in, hopping from wall to wall as he dodged the multiple blades chasing him down from Wakiraba's fingertips. You can't escape me, brat. These blades will chase you down to the ends of the earth. Wakiraba gloated as he stood in the center of the large room. Onijiro jumped from one wall to the one across from him to avoid more blades, only for another blade to come out of nowhere and stab him in the gut. NGH. Onijiro grunted before the blade piercing him pushed him through another wall and into another building. Before the blade could push him further, Onijiro snapped the blade with his fist and fell onto the floor. He bounced off of his back before landing on his front. Onijiro got up as fast as he could before Wakiraba bursted into the room and launched a storm of needles from his palms. Blood demon art, steel blood blades, multi-needle shot. Onijiro reacted quickly by using his claws to cut through the skin of his arms, drawing blood. He swung his arms around, sending his blood forward before igniting it and controlling it to form a protective dome. Blood demon art, Sun Conqueror, Hinakami's protection. The flaming dome easily blocked the deadly needles, which were all turned to ash upon contact. Onijiro quickly took out his last remaining Nichiren pills. He had 2 left. As he swallowed them, he and Tanjiro both realized that they were both a little in over their heads. Shit, this isn't good. At this rate, we're gonna tire out before we can kill this son of a bitch. Let's switch. I know I said I wanted you to make him suffer, but this is bigger than vengeance. If we fail here, more people will die. Screw that, I've got this. You're just gonna keep using Sun Conqueror and wasting energy. Sure, you're better at using our blood demon art, but that won't be enough to beat this guy. You don't know how to use Hinakami Kagura as an alternative. The worst that does is slow us down after multiple consecutive uses. I said I've got this, asshole. I'm not gonna run away from this cocky fucker. Onijiro, this is not the time to argue. Just give me control. Don't make me force my way back out. We demons have our own pride. I'm gonna be Demon King someday. What kind of king runs away and leaves someone else to fight his battles? I refuse to be a pussy like Kibutsuji. This is not the time for that. Stop being stubborn. Screw you, Kamado. I'm ending this now. Onijiro, wait. I may not know your fancy sword techniques, but I don't need a sword to kill that bastard. Onijiro smirked as he sniffed out Wakiraba's location. He then lit his claws on fire before dashing out of the safety of his dome. Wakiraba greeted him with a cocky grin. I was wondering when you were gonna stop cowering. More blades shot out of his torso and moved towards Onijiro. Onijiro cut through them all with his flaming claws while charging towards his fellow Lower Moon. Blood demon art, Sun Conqueror, Fire Claw Frenzy. Wakiraba jumped into the air after Onijiro reached him. 2 extremely long blades shot out from Wakiraba's wrists. He crossed his arms in an X position and slashed through the ground and walls. Blood demon art, steel blood blades, X/. Onijiro jumped back in time to dodge the blades. He then lit up his arms and smacked Wakiraba out of the air with a giant right hand made of flames. Sun Conqueror, Arms of Akuma. Wakiraba was launched into the wall and back out into the streets. He got up just in time to see someone in the air falling towards him. It was Onijiro coming down with 2 giant fists to smash him into paste. Wakiraba quickly leaped forward and dodged the blow only to get blown back further by the wave of flames that followed. Wakiraba rolled on the ground before coming to a stop. He got back on his feet and glared at Onijiro, whose arms were back to normal. He stood in the middle of a large crater. However, before Wakiraba could even think about revenge, he sensed someone fast approaching him from behind. Trusting his instincts, he extended a blade from his right wrist and swiped at the air behind him. Below his blade was the young water-breathing girl, Makomo. Wakiraba sent out multiple blades from his body to stab her. Makomo countered by unleashing a rising spinning slash that cut through all the blades. Water-breathing, 6th form, Whirlpool. Before Wakiraba could continue his assault, Onijiro came from behind and kicked his back, launching him forward. After bouncing off the ground onto his feet, Wakiraba saw Onijiro and Makomo charging towards him. Don't get in my way, human. He's mine, Onijiro said to his comrade. Makomo pouted. We're supposed to be working together, you know. You can't do everything by yourself. Oh yeah, watch me. Onijiro charged ahead of Makomo before reaching out his hands. He made a circle with his left hand and put it over his right palm. He then shot out flames in the form of an arrow. Blood demon art, Sun Conqueror, Hachiman's arrow. Wakiraba saw the flaming arrow and tried to catch it with his blades, only for them to all end up burnt. The arrow pierced the Lower Moon demon and carried him up into the air. Onijiro sent him flying through multiple buildings and even made him spin in circles to make him dizzy. The young demon laughed like a madman the whole time. Wakiraba felt like he was in a tornado. What is happening? Eventually, the arrow vanished and Onijiro's fun ended with Wakiraba crashing into the middle of the street. Rat bastard. I'll make him pay for that. Wakiraba got up and placed his palms on the ground and grinned. Onijiro and Makomo both recognized this technique. Blood demon art, steel blood blades, spike pit. Multiple bloods shot up from the ground, covering a large portion of the streets. Onijiro jumped onto the building to his right and stuck to it with his claws. Makomo remained where she was and pointed her sword to the right at a downward angle. As the spikes approached her, she took a deep breath and remained still. Water breathing, 11th form, dead calm. All blades within a foot of her were slashed to pieces. Makomo was unharmed by the attack. However, the technique she used up quite a bit of energy since she hasn't mastered the move yet, leaving her breathing heavily. Wakiraba took this opportunity to jump onto the tips of the blades and hop over to Makomo. He leaped towards her while the girl caught her breath. Fortunately, Onijiro leaped at Wakiraba and crashed into him. The two went flying through the wall of another building. Makomo managed to recover enough to get back on her feet when Onijiro was thrown out of the building, knocking down many of the blades sticking out of the ground. Onijiro used his claws to recover by sticking them into the ground. Onijiro got back up only to stumble forward. His black shrank until it became non-existent. Shit, I'm really low on energy. I can't keep awakening up any longer. Soon, Wakiraba hopped out of the building and snarled at the two demon slayers before everyone heard yelp in the distance. Onijiro's and Makomo's eyes widened, the former staring at the latter. I thought you evacuated everyone. Makomo was in shock. I must have missed one. While this was going on, Wakiraba looked into the direction where the scream came from and grinned menacingly before dashing off towards it. No, Tanjiro cried out in Onijiro's head, causing the latter to hold it between his hands. Onijiro was engulfed by normal flames. Tanjiro appeared in his original attire. Hey, how about a little warning next time, asshole? Onijiro whined before Tanjiro started chasing after Wakiraba with Makomo following along. Meanwhile, a wounded Seo tried to tend to her leg while Sumair hovered over her and worried. Those blades suddenly came out of the ground and took them by surprise. Seo managed to push Sumair out of the way but ended up getting a nasty gash on her left calf which reached all the way to her ankle. Sumair, you need to run. Don't worry about me, Seo told Sumair. The younger girl shook her head with tears falling from her eyes. No, I won't leave without you. Sumair, Seo mumbled, touched by how much Sumair cared. However, she would not another person she cared for die because of her. It's okay, I'll be right behind you. But I'll feel a lot better knowing that you're safe, okay? Sumair hesitated, but she eventually nodded and began to run away. Seo smiled in relief to see that the younger girl would be safe. Unfortunately, that relief would soon turn into horror as someone appeared in front of Sumair, who stopped, skidded to a stop and fell back in surprise. Sumire, Seo yelled as the little girl froze in fear of the lower moon demon, Wakiraba. Sorry, kid. Wakiraba green blades out of his fingertips and wiggled them with a smirk. But you're not going anywhere. I need a quick pick-me-up before I crush those demon slayers. Sumair cried while Seo tried to run towards her, only to grunt in pain and fall on her face. She could only lift her head to see Wakiraba get ready to cut Sumair to pieces. No. Wakiraba halted. What's that noise? Before he could figure out the answer to his question, a new figure appeared and dashed around him at blinding speed. Wakiraba couldn't even make out the figure's identity before he started getting slashed just about everywhere. His arms were cut into pieces, his legs had several large cuts on them but were still intact as was the rest of his body. Wakiraba felt a searing pain course through his body. It burned, but in a unique way. It sort of felt like electricity, total concentration, thunder breathing, third form, thunder swarm. Wakiraba also noticed that the little girl was no longer in front of him. Instead, she was in the arms of a black-haired boy in a yellow haori who stood in front of the other girl. He set Sumair down, allowing her to run towards Seo and hug her. Sumair, thank God. Sumair cried into Seo's shoulder. Wahaha, Ms. Seo. Seo looked up at the girl's savior. Her eyes widened. She could have sworn she recognized this boy's face. Her suspicions were confirmed by the necklace around his neck. Suddenly, she felt like she was 4 years old again, playing with everyone at the temple and just being a happy family. Of course, those days were gone, along with all of her loved ones. All except, Kaigaku ... Is that really you? Seo asked silently, shocked to see the boy she once thought of as her brother in front of her once again. Kaigaku stared down at Seo with soft green eyes and a light smile. You two should get out of here, it's not safe. He turned back around and faced his opponent who was already gradually from his wounds. Seo was still in shock as tears formed in her eyes. She was suddenly struck with deep guilt. I hate you. Those were the last words she had said to him 8 years ago. 3 words that she regretted saying ever since. Kaigaku. Hey. Seo was interrupted as Tanjiro and Makomo ran towards her and Kaigaku. Kaigaku noticed that Tanjiro has changed back but knew they had more important things to worry about. Perfect timing. I need you two to get these girls out of here. One of them is hurt, so be quick but careful, Kaigaku requested. Tanjiro and Makomo looked at each other before looking back at Kaigaku. What will you do? Makomo asked. Kaigaku smirked, flicking his sword out of his sheath with his thumb. My job, of course. Tanjiro and Mekomo stared at Kaigaku wide-eyed but then smiled at him and nodded. Tanjiro picked up Sayo while Mekomo carried Sumair. Sayo looked at Kaigaku, worried about his safety. Kaigaku, don't worry, Sayo, Kaigaku said, never taking his eyes off of his opponent. I'm not the weakling I used to be. I'll protect you. I won't run away this time. Sayo shut eyes tightly, letting her tears fall. I'm sorry. I am so sorry for what I said that day. I didn't mean it. Kaigaku shook his head. You have nothing to apologize for. Just get to safety. Okay, Sayo said before Tanjiro ran off with her. Mekomo remained for a moment while Sumair got comfortable on her back. Yurakodaki, thank you for what you said. I know my purpose now, Kaigaku said. Mekomo smiled and nodded. He can manipulate his blades to any length and shape. Watch out for that. Tanjiro and I will be back shortly to back you up. Be careful. With that, she followed Tanjiro to the less modern part of town. Wakiraba, who had just finished healing, laughed. You really think you can take down one of the 12 Kazuki? You humans never fail to amuse me with your pathetic confidence. Kaigaku could feel his heart pounding, chills running down his spine. He clenched his fists tightly and remembered the people he loved being brutally murdered. His fear turned into anger and determination. Never again. I won't let anyone else die. Kaigaku grabbed the hilt of his sword, which was still lying in its sheath, waiting to strike like a cobra. Talk is cheap, so let's skip to the part where I cut your head off. Wakiraba scoffed. So be it. He dashed forward and stopped in front of Kaigaku, who prepared to attack. Suddenly, Wakiraba sprouted blades from his back and had them bend towards the ground to pierce it. Wakiraba then extended the blades to push himself up high in the air, dodging a horizontal slash from Kaigaku. Wakiraba then sprouted more blades and had them stick into the ground around the demon slayer to trap him. Blood demon art, steel blood blades, cage of death. Kaigaku looked around to see that he was completely trapped by the blades. Running was not an option. Not that it ever was, he thought. Wakiraba pointed his palms down at Kaigaku. Try to survive this, brat. He fired multiple needles which rained down on Kaigaku. Kaigaku didn't falter, however, and put his sword back in its sheath as he got down into a low-leaning stance. As soon as the needles got close, multiple omnidirectional bolts of lightning came from Kaigaku and destroyed the needles as well as the cage. At least, that's what Wakiraba saw. What really happened was that Kaigaku swung his sword in every direction, reaching as far as he could and destroying everything around him. Thunder breathing, fourth form, distant thunder. When he was done, he quickly resheathed his blade, making it look as if he never took it out. The surprised Wakiraba fell down towards Kaigaku, who jumped up towards him. In one fluid motion, he took out his sword and unleashed an upward slash before quickly resheathing it. Thunder breathing, fifth form, heat lightning. Wakiraba tried to maneuver himself out of the way to avoid the attack, but the best he could get away with was a large cut across his chest all the way to his left eye. Both combatants landed away from each other. Wakiraba's nails grew into extremely long blades that reached above the buildings. He brought all 10 of them down onto Kaigaku, covering the entire street. Blood demon art, steel blood blades, cleaver chopping. Kaigaku quickly jumped into the nearest building to avoid the attack. Wakiraba followed him inside. They found themselves in the main lobby of some inn. It was an average-sized room with 2 hallways on each side leading towards stairs to the upper floors. Kaigaku looked around the very enclosed space. This is bad. I'm at a disadvantage in enclosed spaces. It'll be harder to dodge this guy's attacks. Wakiraba grinned before sending out multiple blades to chase after Kaigaku. The boy dashed down the left hall and jumped over the stairs while trying to avoiding the blades coming for him. He followed the stairs up to another hall with multiple doors lined up. There were also a few windows on the opposing wall. Kaigaku jumped out the window in cannonball formation and hit the ground rolling. He turned his head to see Wakiraba's blades still chasing him, so he jumped onto a smaller building. Wakiraba ran outside of the building and followed Kaigaku onto the building while retracting his blades. Kaigaku faced his opponent, who fired a multi-needle shot at him. Kaigaku gripped his sword tightly before drawing it and deflecting all of the needles with lightning-fast reflexes. However, Kaigaku barely noticed Wakiraba above him with his wrist blades extended, crossing them into an X. Blood demon art, steel blood blades, X slash. Kaigaku jumped back in time to avoid Wakiraba's attack, which left a giant X on the roof. Wakiraba then leaped towards Kaigaku with a flying kick, which the boy sidestepped. Wakiraba turned back around after landing while extending the blade on his left arm and swinging it to take Kaigaku's head. Fortunately, Kaigaku saw it coming and ducked under it before dashing at Wakiraba. Before the demon could react, Kaigaku drew his sword and unleashed 5 arch slashes in the blink of an eye. Thunder breathing, second form, rice spirit. Wakiraba tried to guard himself by sprouting out more blades from his body and bending them into front of him to form a shield. The best that did was keep him from getting cut to pieces. The blades were torn apart and 5 cuts simultaneously appeared on Wakiraba's body. Wakiraba jumped back and sent out more blades to chase down Kaigaku, forcing him off of the roof and back onto the streets. Kaigaku had to jump back again as the blades struck the spot where he was standing. He prepared to dodge, then again only to find that they weren't moving anymore. Keep your guard up, Kaigaku. Who knows what he'll... Kaigaku's thoughts were interrupted by a rumbling in the ground. Suddenly, 4 blades came out of the ground, all directed at Kaigaku from 4 different sides. Shit, I can't dodge. Kaigaku tried to prepare himself for his inevitable demise before he felt something wrap around his waist. Before he could figure out what it was, he was suddenly pulled up into the air. He managed to land safely on the roof of a taller building. That's when he saw 2 figures dash past him. It was Tanjiro and Makomo. Sorry to make you wait, Makomo called out. Thanks for holding out while we were gone, Tanjiro yelled out. The 2 younger slayers landed on the ground where Wakiraba was. Kaigaku looked down at them and smirked. About damn time, he said before joining them on the ground. The trio of swordsmen got into their respective battle stances and glared at their enemy. Wakiraba blinked before laughing at them. Ha ha ha. Am I supposed to be intimidated by you brats? Do you even know who you're dealing with? I am one of the strongest demons in all of Japan. Lower 3 of the 12 Kazuki, direct servant of the Demon King himself. I've been killing you brats for decades. Do you really think I'll get taken down by a bunch of random nobodies? Don't make me laugh. Wakiraba sent out a storm of blades from his body at the 3 slayers who all held their ground. With an inhale, they prepared their techniques. Thunder breathing, 6th form, rumble and flash. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. Hinakami Kagura, sun halo dragon head dance. Kaigaku jumped towards the wall of another building while slashing any blades in his way, then bounced off of the wall onto the wall of a different building while once again slashing the blades. He repeated this process multiple times as he bounced around as a bolt of lightning. Makomo dashed forward while making multiple rotations to gain more momentum and power. She slashed at the blades while dancing around Wakiraba. Sometimes, she even used the blades as footholds to jump off of. Tanjiro dashed forward while twirling his body as if he was dancing. He slashed at any blades in his way and got closer and closer to Wakiraba. Wakiraba sent out blade after blade to replace the broken ones, leading at first to a stalemate. But the Demon Slayer's perseverance paid off as they were slowly gaining ground. We're wearing him down, Kaigaku thought. We're so close now, Makomo thought. We can do this, Tanjiro thought. During this battle for dominance, Wakiraba remained suspiciously calm and quiet. He looked down at the ground with shadows over his eyes. Tanjiro finally managed to get in front of Wakiraba only for a single horizontal blade to blocking the way, aiming to cut Tanjiro in half. Tanjiro raised his sword, ready to finish the fight with a vertical slash to take out the blade followed by a horizontal slash to take the lower moon's head. You're finished. Hey brat, Wakiraba said before grinning. Did you really think my blades were at their full strength? Suddenly, all of Wakiraba's blades turned red as he infused his blood into them. Tanjiro, Kaigaku, and Makomo were caught off guard, but didn't falter. Tanjiro went through with his planned attack. Hinakami Kagura, Flame Dance, Shink. After that, the boy found himself separated from his lower body and arms which now held a broken blade. The shocked Tanjiro fell face first onto the ground while his legs fell back and his arms landed in front of him. What just happened? Makomo and Kaigaku noticed Tanjiro's dilemma and shared his thoughts. What happened, indeed? Kaigaku stopped trying to cut through Wakiraba's blades seeing as there was no point. Instead, he put all his energy into simply avoiding them. Makomo, however, did not have such a luxury as she was practically in the middle of the blade storm. She stopped dead in her tracks as multiple blades charged at her from the front. If I can't cut them, I'll just deflect them, Makomo thought, trying to keep a cool head. She got into the required stance for her ultimate technique, water breathing, 11th form, dead calm. As the blades came closer, they suddenly changed direction out of nowhere while sparks flew around. Of course, all Wakiraba had to do was have them turn back around and attack the young girl. Makomo was able to deflect all of them so far, but it was taking a heavy toll on her arms. Tired, can't keep this up. At first, it seemed like Makomo was standing completely still, but as her arms grew more and more fatigued, it became increasingly obvious that she was simply moving her arms extremely fast. It wasn't long before a blade managed to hit Mekomo's blade at an angle and push it aside, causing the now exhausted girl to lose her grip on her sword. No, Mekomo could only watch as another blade aimed at her heart. She couldn't go anywhere but back, as that was the only direction where there weren't blades waiting to claim her life. And so, Mekomo jumped back as far as she could, but it was no good. The best she could do was try to catch the blade with her hands. She managed to grab it, but only managed to cut both of her hands and shift the blade off target. The blade stabbed through Mekomo right below her left kidney area. Mekomo barely had time to scream in pain before the blade pushed her through the wall of the same inn that Kaigaku escaped from. Mekomo was launched through the front desk and pinned to the back wall. The blade was then retracted, leaving the now unconscious Mekomo to go limp against the wall and slide down into a seated position. Blood fell from the top of her head. Makomo. Tanjiro cried out from the outside as he desperately tried to weld his body back together with help from his crimson flare chains. He looked up at Wakiraba with murder in his eyes, not that the lower moon cared, as he was giving him a shit-eating grin. Kaigaku was still jumping around when he saw what happened to their companion. Damn, this bastard. Kaigaku had enough. He spotted an opening in the storm of blades that led straight to Wakiraba. He dashed through it and prepared to cut his head off. Die, Schlick. Tanjiro's eyes widened in horror at what he was seeing. Instead of getting decapitated, Wakiraba turned around towards Kaigaku at the last second and stabbed him right through the chest. Kaigaku. Tanjiro screamed. He tried to get up and attack Wakiraba, but he found himself quickly losing strength as his eyelids began to droop. Damn it. Now. Kaigaku's body went into shock. He's dealt with painful injuries before, like bruises and such, but this was the first time he was truly wounded. Shit, this hurts. Wakiraba stared at his foe in delight before kicking Kaigaku in the gut, launching him off of his blade. Kaigaku was thrown back a few yards before rolling to a stop. Trying his best to ignore the pain, he got back on his feet. However, he saw that Wakiraba was no longer where he was just standing. Kaigaku looked around to find him, only for his instincts to suddenly take over when he felt a dangerous presence to his left. Wakiraba threw a right roundhouse kick at Kaigaku's head. The Demon Slayer reacted quickly, using his arms to block. His right arm supported his left, but that did very little to stop the blow. Kaigaku's left arm was broken on contact. His right arm barely endured the force. His arms were pushed back towards his cheek, causing some of the force to go right into his face. Kaigaku was launched into the door of yet another building, which was ripped off of its hinges. Kaigaku then flew through the back of the building before hitting another wall. The force of the impact caused Kaigaku to get stuck in the now dented wall. Wakiraba, satisfied that he'd gotten those two brats out of the way, proudly started to walk over to his true target. But the moment he turned around, he found 5 flaming claws waiting for him. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Fire Claw Frenzy. Tanjiro swiped at Wakiraba furiously, trying to finish this as quickly as possible before he passed out from exhaustion. Wakiraba dodged every swipe, causing Tanjiro to become more and more desperate with his swings as he began to tire out. Tanjiro charged forward with a left swipe at his foe's neck. Wakiraba ducked under Tanjiro's arm with ease. Before the boy could turn around, he lost his balance and fell on his face, his claws extinguished. Get up. You're not done yet. Tanjiro tried to call upon any strength he had left, anything. But his body would not listen. His scar kept flickering on and off like an old light bulb. His body was getting hot, really hot, excruciatingly hot. Flames sparked to life all around Tanjiro's body, only to flicker and die just as quickly. Soon, steam started to rise from Tanjiro's body. Meanwhile, Wakiraba walked up to Tanjiro and scowled. TCH, you just don't know when to quit, do ya, kid? Wakiraba raised his foot to stomp on Tanjiro's head and knock him out. At the last second, Tanjiro's eyes widened before he rolled out of the way of Wakiraba's foot. The lower moon growled before Tanjiro set his entire right arm on fire. Sun Conqueror, Arms of Akuma. Tanjiro's flaming hand grew as it pushed Wakiraba into a nearby wall. Tanjiro retracted his giant hand before launching a devastating punch at Wakiraba, sending him through the wall. Tanjiro panted heavily as he struggled to stay on his feet. But just then, Tanjiro felt searing pain on his right arm as the flames went out. His other hand reached for it out of instinct. Tanjiro looked at the arm to see what was wrong. The moment he looked, his skin grew even more pale and his heart froze. His right arm was covered in burns. What the fuck is this? Onijiro yelled, equally baffled. Sadly, there was no time to process what was happening before Wakiraba jumped back out of the hole he was pushed through with some burns of his own and a very pissed off look. Without a single word, Wakiraba ran at Tanjiro screaming bloody murder. Tanjiro lifted his left hand in response and aimed his palm at Wakiraba's head. Just as Wakiraba was almost right in top of him, Tanjiro sent solar energy to his left palm and prepared to release it right this demon's face. However, Tanjiro was too distracted to notice that his left hand as well as his forearm was starting to glow. Wait, don't do that, you fucking idiot. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Scorching. Boom. Suddenly, Tanjiro's arm up to the elbow exploded, launching both fighters back into opposing walls. The blast created a giant hole in Wakiraba's chest and burned half of his face off. Tanjiro fell forward after his collision and tried to figure out what happened. His question was answered by the burning pain creeping up what remained of his left arm. GNH. GNH. Tanjiro let out an ear-rupturing scream as he flailed on the ground while holding his left arm. Ashes flew out of the bleeding hole as more of his arm slowly burned away. It hurts. It hurts so much. Why? Why is this happening? In that moment, Tanjiro's greatest ally had turned into what it was for all other demons. His worst enemy. Wakiraba managed to pull himself back to his feet with some effort. While he had no idea what was going on with Tanjiro, he'd be lying if he said he didn't absolutely relish those screams of his. Wakiraba slowly extended a blade out of his right wrist and walked over to Tanjiro. It was time to end this. Rumble. Stormy clouds filled the dark sky. Thunder could be heard in the distance. Damn it. This sucks. These were Kaigaku's thoughts as he laid on the ground against the broken door his body smashed against. His left arm was busted. His chest wound was losing blood at an alarming rate. Even with total concentration breathing, he would probably die of blood loss within the hour. Yep, things weren't looking very good. I finally grew a backbone after all these years. Just to end up like this. How pathetic. I've avoided fatal wounds my entire Demon Slayer career because I always ran away when things got bad. And now, the moment I fight back, I get my ass handed to me. Fuck, I really hate my life sometimes. Kaigaku remembered his master's words. Sorry, master. I managed to turn my fear into rage. But I was no match for a lower-ranked Kazuki. I wonder if Mekomo is still alive. I hope so. She's a pain in the ass, but that doesn't mean I want her to die. I hope Kamado can finish the job. He certainly stands a better chance since he's a demon. Yeah. What's up with that, anyway? Maybe I'll ask him later. If we survive, that is. Oh well. At least we managed to get everyone out. I'm glad I got to see Sayo again. I'm happy that she doesn't hate me anymore. Even if I don't deserve her forgiveness. It's like Mother always said, the strong are responsible for protecting the weak. Mother. Kaigaku used the last of his strength to lift his right hand and clutch his necklace. I can only imagine how disappointed she is in me. I am the person I've become. My father was right, I am just like him. Mother. Even though I don't deserve it, please forgive your cowardly son. Kaigaku slowly let his eyelids drop and awaited the cold embrace of death. Aku. Kaigaku, wake up. Gasp. Kaigaku opened his eyes to find himself still laying on the floor. However, he was no longer in Shinjuku. He was in a dark area covered in light mist. But that wasn't what got Kaigaku's full attention. No, it was the faces of his deceased friends from the temple staring down at him in concern. The kids were all lined up in a circle. Kaigaku looked at everyone's faces from oldest to youngest. Daisuke, Akane, Izumi, Kuji, Seiya, Mitsugi, Keishi. Everyone. Kaigaku began to sit up as he listed off their names. The children all smiles at Kaigaku with relief and warmth. It's us, Kaigaku. We're here, we're all here. Well, excluding Seiya, Daisuke said. Kaigaku beamed at the sight of his second family. But soon, his grin turned into a look of deep guilt. He remembered what he'd done to them, how he sealed their fate by letting a demon inside the temple to save his own skin. It wasn't long before the tears started falling. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Kaigaku broke down into sobs. I can't even begin to make up for what I've done. I never should have done that. If I could go back and change it, I'd do it in a heartbeat. The kids all looked at Kaigaku with deep sympathy that he didn't deserve. You all took me in when I had nowhere to go. You were my brothers and sisters. We didn't have much, but we were happy, and I just threw that away. No matter how happy I am, I just can't be satisfied. Just like my father, I always want more. Everyone was silent, waiting for the mood to become a little less intense. But Kaigaku didn't care anymore. He let out a dry laugh. You know, Zenitsu once told me something that I didn't get at first. He said that the reason I was always so unhappy was because there was a hole in my heart. You see, he had this stupid idea that hearts are like boxes, and those boxes are where happiness is stored. He said that my box had a hole in the bottom where my happiness leaks out. No matter how much happiness is poured in that box, it will always end up empty eventually. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about, so I just insulted him and walked away as usual. But now, I get what he meant. I'm never satisfied with my life because there's a hole in my heart. Where did that hole come from? I'd say it was from when I lost my mother. You guys remember what I told you about my past, right? That my mother was nothing more than my father's slave. That son of a bitch raped her and she got pregnant with none other than me. Apparently, my dad came from some wealthy family, but he wasted all of his riches on gambling, slaves, and sake. After he got broke and raped my mom out of anger, he resorted to thievery. Shockingly enough, he turned out to be natural at lying and cheating, the damn prick. Why did my dad stay with my mom? To this day, I have no fucking clue. It's not like that sort of thing is uncommon in this screwed up country. It was your typical abusive relationship. Yet, despite the events that led to my birth, my mother loved me with all of her heart. She took care of me the best that she could, told me stories, worked hard to get food. I don't think there was a single moment where she wasn't starving or tired. She always told me about important values like compassion, empathy, protecting others, etc. Kaigaku clutched the necklace around his neck. This necklace belonged to her. She gave to me for my 4th birthday. It's the only physical thing that keeps me connected to her. My dear old dad, on the other hand, had other ideas. He taught me in the way of thievery and even murder. He'd keep trying to get me to kill, but my mom always saved me. Of course, at some point, I'd have to look for my own ways to get out of doing his dirty work. Eventually, my father pissed off the wrong people and hunted us down. My father grabbed me and ran away from home. He saw value in me since I was so small and pretty quick for my age. Good qualities fit a thief to have. Kaigaku scowled. My mom ran with us, but she was too tired to keep up. I begged my father to go back for her, but he refused. He called her useless dead weight. After we escaped, he told me that people only lose when they die. We traveled together for weeks, jumped from village to village. It was exhausting. It felt like we were always on the move. As time went by, I found myself hating my father more and more. I was never fond of him, but my dislike grew into a deep burning hatred. I wanted to kill him, but I was too scared. I was a little boy. He was a grown man who actually has experience in killing. I wouldn't stand a chance, I thought. But then one night, I overheard him badmouthing my mother. He cussed her out again and again as if it was her fault his life was so shit. He said that he wished he had killed her himself when he had the chance. That's what finally pushed me over the edge. I grabbed his knife from a table and charged at him. Right as he turned around, I shoved the blade deep into his chest and twisted with all my might. I stabbed him a few more times just be sure. When I was finished, I nearly threw up. All that blood. By the time I processed what I had done, my father did something I never heard him do. He laughed. I had never even seen him smile before. And yet at that moment, he looked at me with a proud grin on his face. It was disgusting. I couldn't take it anymore. I slit his throat and got the hell out of there. Eventually, I made my way to Os. And you guys know the story from there. Even though I had a last name, I never used it because it reminded me that I was his son. My mother never had a last name of her own, so I just went by Kaigaku. To this day, I don't know if my mother is still alive. I like to think so, just to keep myself from completely falling into a depression. Every time I gain something, I subconsciously remind myself of what I lost, even if I don't realize it. And of course, thinking about what I lost, my mother, made me think about the person responsible for me losing it, my father. And thinking about him makes me grumpy and bitter. That's why I'm always wanting more, so that I can find something to cover up that hole and distract myself from those thoughts. I wonder if my old man had a hole in his heart. Yeah, right. I doubt that miserable bastard's box ever even had a bottom. At least I can take comfort in knowing that I'm capable of being even a little happy. Kaigaku looked around at his friends. If you guys couldn't even cover that hole in my heart, I'm not sure anything can. Maybe my father was right. Maybe I'll never be truly happy. That's not true. Kaigaku's head snapped towards a pouting Izumi. Izumi shook her head in defiance. That's not true. Your dad doesn't get to choose how your life will go and you shouldn't let him. You're nothing like him. After we died, we watched you torture yourself for years over what you did, and it was heartbreaking. Don't say you'll never be happy. That's not true. Anyone can be happy if they just let themselves be happy. She's right. Kaigaku turned to Seiya. No matter what you did, life goes on. You survived that night and you regret the way you did it. So how do you make up for it? By living your life. Daisuke put a hand on Kaigaku's shoulder and smiled playfully. He's got a point. I mean, if you continue to mope for the rest of your life, then we all died for nothing. Seiya and Mr. Heimjima understand that. Speaking of, Akane interrupted. You need to make sure you apologize to Mr. Himejima as well. Kaigaku paled. That's right, Mr. Himejima is still alive. I still remember when I heard Master talking about him. Damn it, he's probably the most pissed at me. Hey, Mr. Himejima is a very kind person, he still is. Kuji attempted to reassure Kaigaku. I'm sure if you just apologize, everything will be alright. The rest made noises of agreement while Kaigaku smiled sadly. I don't deserve you guys. Thanks for taking the time to cheer me up. What are friends for? Daisuke asked. Now, get back down there and kick that demon's language. The other kids yelled, causing Daisuke to chuckle sheepishly. After laughing at the boy's expense, Kaigaku looked at his friends one more time with a wide smile. For so long, I thought I had nothing. But that was never once true. I have plenty of people who care about me. People that I have to protect. Thank you, everyone. I swear, anyone who wants to hurt the innocent ... will feel the wrath of thunder. Boom. The sound of thunder caused Kaigaku's eyes to snap open. It was now raining and extremely windy in the area. He could hear the low rumble of distant thunder followed by the louder booms of lightning nearby. Kaigaku summoned the last of his strength along with the full force of his willpower and got back on his feet. His left arm was broken, but that was fine. He still had one undamaged arm, and it was the only one he needed. He slowly walked towards the street where Lower Moon 3 was. Wakiraba kicked the fallen Tanjiro in the ribs once more, launching him further down the street. Tanjiro was completely out of strength. He was in too much pain from his burns to focus on using Sun Conqueror. His left arm still wouldn't regenerate even though it was no longer burning away. Despite the rain, Tanjiro's body was still steaming hot and felt agonizing for the poor boy. The constant screaming from Onijiro telling him to stop being a bitch wasn't helping either. Tanjiro was lying face down before trying to get back up before Wakiraba crouched down and grabbed him by the throat. He slammed Tanjiro into a wall multiple times, putting multiple dents in it. Tanjiro was barely holding on to consciousness as Wakiraba grinned. It's over, kid. You never stood a chance. Wakiraba raised his other hand as he prepared to crush the kid's skull. Take comfort in knowing that you will play a crucial part in the destruction of the Demon Slayer Corps and humanity itself. I can just imagine all the fun I'll have with these pitiful humans. You know, I used to be a pretty well-known serial killer in my human days. The fun of slicing up people brings me so much joy. I always relish the look on their faces as the lights fade from their eyes. It's just so, will you ... shut up already? Wakiraba paused before looking to his left. Boom. Lighting illuminated a lone figure standing in the middle of the street with a sword in hand. It was the Thunder Brat from before. TCH. Still alive, eh? Kaigaku smirked. Sorry to disappoint you, he said while breathing heavily. Wakiraba shook his head. You demon slayers are a new breed of stupid. You could have just run away to lick your wounds. Instead, you've come here to die. Kaigaku gave out a weak chuckle. As if I'd run away ... from scum like you. If I ran ... that'd be the same as admitting defeat. Which would mean that I lose. You never lose until you die. Not quite, old man. I think a better way to phrase that is, you never win until your enemy is dead. I've said it before ... and I'll say it again. I won't run away. Wakiraba simply stared at Kaigaku with an annoyed look, no longer paying any attention to Tanjiro. Tanjiro took advantage of this and grabbed Wakiraba's neck with his remaining hand. What the? Before Wakiraba could react, Tanjiro's scar flickered to life once more as his right hand began to heat up and burn the higher-ranked demon's skin. GOH. Tanjiro gritted his teeth due to the burning pain in his right hand, but he pushed through and gripped Wakiraba's neck as hard as he could while sending out more heat. Wakiraba grabbed Tanjiro's hand and ripped it off of his neck before pulling back his hand and punching Tanjiro right in the face. Tanjiro's nose had been broken and he was now rendered unconscious as his eyes rolled back and he fell forward. I did ... all I could. I weakened ... his neck ... KIGAKU ... It's all up to you now. After knocking out Tanjiro, Wakiraba glared at Kaigaku and ran at him like a mad beast with his wrist blades extended. I've had it with you fucking brats. Just die already. Kaigaku dropped his left leg back into a lunge stance. He placed his sword in its sheath and inhaled. When using thunder breathing, the most important thing to focus on is your legs. Kaigaku's thoughts drifted to the first time he learned thunder breathing. Most humans aren't aware of the dimensions of their bodies or the shapes of their muscles. Only by being conscious of all of these things do you truly achieve total concentration. Circulate the air through every fiber of your muscles and every blood vessel. Build up the strength in your legs and keep building it up. It's strange. I never once felt like I could do that form. The reason was because I always felt like I was missing something. And I don't just mean in the form itself, I've just felt like I was missing a part of myself. But it feels different right now. I feel like I have everything I need to do it now. It's as if a great weight has been lifted from my shoulders. I feel complete, total concentration, thunder breathing. Finally, after you've built up that strength, let it all go in one big blast. Kaigaku moved forward, faster than he ever did before. In less than a second, his sword was already an inch from Wakiraba's neck. First form, a blast that cuts through the air like a thunderclap. Boom. At that moment, it was as if time had stopped. Both Kaigaku and Wakiraba were still in the air with their backs turned to each other. The only difference was, Kaigaku still had his head. Thunderclap and flash. Shinjuku. Two Kakashi stood over the unconscious bodies of the demon, Tanjiro Kamado, and another demon slayer by the name of Kaigaku. One of them, a male named Gedu, observed the destruction caused by the battle that no doubt took place here. Man, they sure made a mess. The Kakashi beside him, a female with green eyes, nodded. I heard that they were fighting a lower moon. That's so, Gedu asked with both eyebrows raised, impressed by these demon slayers' apparent victory. He then looked down at Kaigaku, specifically the stab wound on his back and chest. Well, we should hurry and patch this guy up. We got another injured demon slayer here. Two more Kakashi came out of a building with a stretcher. On the stretcher laid a young girl. Her head and lower torso was wrapped in bandages. Fortunately, she was still breathing. Meanwhile, Gedu finished aiding Kaigaku the best he could before going to get another stretcher. When he got back, he found one of his comrades looking at the Kamado kid. Hey, this is the demon we were told about, right? He asked. He matches the description we were given, and he has fangs and claws so. Gedu answered. Then how come his injuries haven't healed yet? The other Kakashi asked. Gedu looked at Kamado to see burn marks on his right arm and his left arm missing with burn marks at the end. That is odd. Honestly, I don't know what the deal with this kid is. Let's leave figuring that out to the Kacho sisters. Good point. The other guy said before picking up the kid and carrying him on his back. Gedu and another Kakashi carried Kaigaku on the stretcher and joined up with the rest of the group. As they left, Gedu thought about how young these guys were. To think 3 kids this young could pull off killing a lower moon. Meanwhile, I'm in my 20s and can't swing a sword to save my life. Of course, the same can be said for most Kakashi. Lately, more newbies are being picked off. The death rate for demon slayers in the last few weeks alone has been scarily high. But these 3 actually managed to take down one of the 12 Kazuki. I wonder how far these 3 will go. Chapter 19 The Tremendous Trio. +1. Tanjiro Kamado. Tanjiro woke up standing in a snowy forest which he recognized as the inside of his mind. Onijiro, are you here? He called out. No answer. That alone caused Tanjiro to be worried. The last time Tanjiro went into this space and Onijiro wasn't there was. Suddenly, the air became absolutely freezing. Tanjiro suddenly found himself unable to breathe as the light snow turned into a blizzard. The icy winds covered Tanjiro's view until a new figure appeared out of nowhere. The blizzard died down as quickly as it came. In front of Tanjiro stood Muzan Kibutsuji. Tanjiro was frozen in shock and, admittedly, fear while Muzan looked down at Tanjiro with an almost proud look. Well done, Tanjiro. You and your little friends managed to defeat Wakiraba. I can see that you are eager to rise up the ranks. Muzan went for a head pat. Tanjiro managed to regain enough control of his body to jump back and prepare to fire a scorching blast at the Demon King. Except the moment he reached his hand out, Tanjiro remembered his arm blowing up out of nowhere. The pain he felt was unbearable. Tanjiro's hand began to shake while Muzan stared at the boy with curiosity. Yes, it seems your powers have a limit, and not just your stamina. This is just a hunch, but if you had let yourself fall asleep when you started getting tired, I have a feeling this wouldn't have happened. Tanjiro gritted his teeth and glared at Kibutsuji before shaking his head furiously in an attempt to pull himself together. When he looked forward again, ready to blast Muzan to smithereens, there was no one there. Tanjiro looked around before feeling a cold hand on his shoulder. Tanjiro froze again. His body only allowed him to turn his head to see Kibutsuji over his shoulder. But I must say, you and your friend are getting quite creative with that blood demon art. I can only imagine the possibilities once I absorb you in your power. Tanjiro became more and more pale. His arms hung by his side uselessly. Muzan got up from his squatting position and walked towards the front of Tanjiro. Of course, I'd have to be careful not to overuse it. It won't be perfect, but I'll have finally conquered the sun. Once I've done that, my dream will soon be realized. Muzan turned his back on Tanjiro and spread his arms in a triumphant pose. Do you dream? Tanjiro couldn't help but ask. Muzan turned back around with an amused expression on his face. Curious, are you? Well, I'm afraid you'll have to wait to hear it. Though I doubt there would be any harm in telling you. We'd be here forever if I explained everything. And since you're still trying to push me out of your mind as we speak, I'm afraid we don't have the time. Oh, but before I go, we should discuss your rank. See, you did kill Lower Moon 3, but you had help and didn't even deliver the final blow. But since I'm feeling generous, I'll move you up one rank. Muzan snapped his fingers. Gh. Tanjiro's hands shot up to his right eye where the marking lower 6 was. Gah. And no, not this again. The pain lasted for about 20 agonizing seconds before Tanjiro dropped to his hands and knees. He glared up at Muzan with a new marking in his right pupil. Lower 5. Muzan stared down at the boy in delight. Keep up the good work, my boy. I expect great things from you. The blizzard returned and blurred the Demon King out of view until he was no longer there. Wait, we're not done. Tanjiro tried to chase after Kibutsuji, but found himself unable to move. He slowly drifted back to the real world. Tanjiro opened his eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling. Instead of the white ceiling he'd gotten used to waking up to, he saw a brown wooden ceiling. Tanjiro slowly looked around the small and empty room with nothing but a futon, a single window, and drawers for clothes. On top of the drawers was a framed picture of his family. The frame was a gift from Kenny. Tanjiro wondered what his only personal belonging was doing here before he remembered something. That's right, after that mission, I was supposed to start my training with Mr. Tomioka. Tanjiro thought before remembering something even more important. He quickly sat up, throwing off the sheets. The mission. Nekomo Keigaku. Tanjiro got up fast, regretting it almost immediately as he felt himself get lightheaded and stumbled to the wall next to the door and had to lean on it to keep from falling over. Keep in mind, Tanjiro was so focused that he didn't even notice that his left arm regenerated. After taking a moment to get his bearings, Tanjiro managed to open the door and walk out the room. After walking past a hallway with multiple guest rooms on the sides, Tanjiro found himself in a large empty room with only a table in the middle. He looked around the room before he heard the door leading to the outside slide open. In walked the water Hashira, Jiyu Tomioka. The two demon slayers stared at each other in shock, though Jiyu recovered almost immediately. Ah, Tanjiro, you're finally awake. Mr. Tomioka. How long was I out? Tanjiro asked. About a week now, Jiyu answered. Tanjiro winced. A week. It's been a while since my naps lasted that long. Wait, that's not important. Mr. Tomioka, what happened to Mekomo and Kaigaku? Are they okay? Did we kill Lower Moon 3? Mekomo and the Kaigaku kid are both fine. They both woke up days ago and are still recovering from their injuries. Other than that, they're fine. Tanjiro let out a breath as his worry faded away. That's a relief. Thank goodness. Jiyu continued. As for the demon, it's been killed. After you were knocked out, Kaigaku delivered the finishing blow. Jiyu then squinted his eyes. Speaking of lower moons, I see that your eyes have changed again, lower rank 5. Tanjiro instinctively covered his right eye as if he was ashamed by the marking. Jiyu sighed. Sorry, I didn't mean it as an offense to you. It's just worrisome knowing that Muzan has his eye on you. Tanjiro sighed but then gave Jiyu an understanding smile. It's fine, I don't enjoy the thought any more than you do. Either way, I'm just glad everything worked out. Actually, about that. Jiyu walked up to the confused Tanjiro before pinching his right cheek and pulling on it hard with a cold look. You mind telling me how Mekomo got cut up so badly? You're very lucky her wounds weren't fatal. WWW. I'm sorry, Mr. Tomioka. That demon caught us off guard, it won't happen again. Tanjiro swore before Jiyu sighed and let go of the boy's cheek. There's no need to promise that. I know better than most that those sorts of things tend to come with the job. Sorry for my outburst. I get a little overprotective when it comes to my little Sisahum. Suguko. Jiyu caught himself, but it was too late. Tanjiro smiled brightly. I totally understand. That's the burden of being the eldest sibling. Don't worry, Mr. Tomioka, as fellow older siblings, Kenny and I have your back. Jiyu cringed a bit. That really isn't necessary. He then went back to serious mode. Anyways, we have something more important to discuss. Tanjiro stopped smiling, sensing the sudden tension in the room. Tanjiro, when the Kakashi assigned to you carried you here, I couldn't help but notice that your left arm wasn't regenerating and your right arm was covered in burns. Care to explain? Tanjiro's eyes widened. He completely forgot about that. That's when he finally realized that his left arm had grown back as he grabbed it. He looked at his right arm to see burn marks covering it. As for his left arm, there was a large mark around where it burned off. A demon with scars, something not unheard of, but incredibly rare. He could still remember that unbearable pain, causing him to grit his teeth. I don't know what happened. I was just using Sun Conqueror like always when suddenly ... my own flames actually began to hurt me. My body was practically boiling, but I hardly noticed it while I was fighting. It wasn't until my right arm got burned that I realized how hot I'd gotten. Jiyu put a hand to his chin. Interesting, that's partly what Tameo theorized. Tanjiro perked up at the mention of Tameo. Miss Tameo, what did she say? Jiyu thought for a moment before looking at Tanjiro. Tell me, your body gets hotter whenever you use Sun Conqueror, yes? He asked. Tanjiro nodded before Jiyu explained. Tameo said that your blood cells heat up due to the solar energy being released. This is what allows you to ignite your blood into flames. We originally thought that you could use it as much as you want as long as you had stamina to spare. But your energy isn't your only limit. Tameo believes that when you fall asleep from exhaustion, it also allows your body to cool down from the fight. However, during your fight with Lower Moon 3, you kept on fighting despite your fatigue, not allowing yourself to cool down. And so, your body got hotter and hotter as you kept using your blood demon art. Of course, normally, you can handle it since you're immune to fire and sunlight. However, what we thought was an immunity was actually just a very high resistance. During that battle, you must have pushed your body past its limit. At some point, the heat became too much and broke your resistance. The only reason you didn't burn to death immediately was because the solar energy in your blood is harmless to demons as long as you don't ignite it, so your blood cells were able to contain it. If you had released too much of it in that state, you most definitely would have died. Tanjiro gulped nervously with a pale face. It finally hit him how close he was to actually dying, and in a foolish way, no less. Jiyu gave the boy a stern look. We're not sure what your tolerance limit is, so you gotta be even more careful with that blood demon art of yours than ever. That includes not overexerting yourself. I get it. It must feel great to not have to worry about injuries or lost limbs. And you possess abilities that the Demon King himself envies. But you need to remember that you're not invincible. You're a special demon, but you're far from the strongest, so be more careful from now on. Understand? Tanjiro nodded. Yes, I promise to be more careful. Jiyu nodded back. Good. He then put a comforting hand on the boy's shoulder. With that said, good job taking down Lower Moon 3. Tanjiro smiled proudly. Thank you, Mr. Tomioka. But I couldn't have done it alone. Jiyu nodded again. Yes, that's true. But you played your part just like Makomo and Kaigaku did. You did good, all three of you. Jiyu then turned around and walked towards the door. I'm gonna be heading to the butterfly estate to check on Makomo. I have some ingredients in the kitchen. If you can't cook, I can make something before I leave. I understand if you might be hungry. Growl. And as if on cue, Tanjiro's stomach began to growl. Thank you, Mr. Tomioka, but I'll be fine. Miss AI taught Onijiro to cook and I picked up a thing or two myself. Huh? Wha? Who said my name? Onijiro said, all groggy as if just waking up, which would explain his silence this whole time. I see. Very well then. You may rest for the day. We'll begin your training tomorrow morning. Jiyu said before walking out. Right, Tanjiro answered as Jiyu closed the door. After a moment of silence, Tanjiro looked around the large empty room. It's a bit hard to believe that someone actually lives here. Tanjiro looked up in thoughtfulness. I wonder how Makomo and Kaigaku are doing. Butterfly Mansion, Infirmary. Sigh. Makomo let out a deep sigh as she laid in bed. She wore the patient wear given to demon slayers who came here. Under her clothes were bandages wrapped around her abdomen. Man, I can't believe I got taken out so easily. Next to her was Kaigaku in his bed wearing clothes similar to Makomo's. Under his clothes were bandages around his chest. His left arm was also in a cast. It wasn't too badly damaged, but he wouldn't be using it for a week or two. Makomo started drumming on her sheets with her hands, constantly looking around and shifting her body. Well, at least you and Tanjiro took out that lower rank demon. Now he can't hurt anyone anymore, she said with her usual cheery attitude. She then switched to a pout. Even so, I hate being stuck in bed like this. I'd try to sleep, but that only gives me more energy and I just want to run and jump around. The same thing happened when I was recovering from final selection. It was torture. If I moved so much as an inch, my father would yell at me. Eventually, he had to tie me down because I kept getting up to chase butterflies. Ugh, if only Tanjiro was here, he could entertain us with his cool fire abilities. You should have seen it, Kaigaku. I did see it, Makomo, I was there, Kaigaku said, clearly getting tired of this conversation. Damn it, I want to go to sleep, but she just won't stop talking. No, not just in Shinjuku. He can juggle balls of fire. It was beautiful. Nekomo exclaimed while forming a rainbow above her with her arms. Nekomo then puffed her cheeks and started kicking her feet, slightly throwing off the sheets. Gah, I wish I could just heal already so I could start training in Jiyu's house. Heal, body, heal. She smacked the sides of the bed. Kaigaku's left eye twitched. Kid. The more you complain, the longer this will seem for both of us. So calm down and get over IO. Kaigaku suddenly sat up to yell at Nekomo, only to instantly regret it as he accidentally put stress on his chest wound. Nekomo sighed. You really shouldn't move around too much, Kaigaku. She shook her head in disappointment. Tusk. You should learn to be more careful and patient. Your hyperactive habits could be the death of you. Kaigaku gave Nekomo the death stare before groaning as he lay back down. He tuned the girl out by reflecting on what the flower Hashira, Kani Kacho, told him about Tanjiro. Honestly, he was still trying to wrap his head around it. So not only did he conquer the sun, but he can absorb sunlight and use it to create flames that are more effective against demons. Nope, still can't believe it. Hey, Kaigaku, Nekomo called out while Kaigaku continued to tune her out. Kaigaku. Nekomo pouted in response to the older boy's silence. About 3 seconds later, Kaigaku's thoughts were interrupted by a pillow to the face. Kaigaku. Nekomo yelled at him. His head snapped towards Nekomo's direction, where the girl was still pouting. What do you want? He yelled back. I'm bored. Nekomo's pout turned into an innocent smile. Can you tell me a story? A week ago, Kaigaku fought what he thought was the hardest fight of his life. But now this moment made that fight seem like a walk in the park in comparison. Kaigaku gave Nekomo a very forced smile. Oh, you want a story? Okay. Once upon a time, a little girl wouldn't shut the fuck up. Because of this, she was stabbed in the heart by a very pissed-off swordsman. The end. Nekomo pursed her lips. No offense, Kaigaku, but your stories aren't very good. Kaigaku looked up at the ceiling. God, I know I have done wrong. But why why have you decided to punish me this way? Tanjiro, Water Hashira Estate. The next morning, Tanjiro and Jiyu stood facing each other inside of Jiyu's personal dojo. Tanjiro was wearing a hakama similar to the one he used to wear as a demon slayer in training. Alright, here's what's going to happen while you're here. While Kaigaku and Nekomo finish their rehabilitation, they will be trained by Kani and Shinobu. Meanwhile, I'll be training you. Is that understood? Jiyu asked. Yes, sir. Tanjiro answered, more than ready to get started. Jiyu nodded. Good, then let's begin your training to mastering the next step in total concentration. The next step. Tanjiro tilted his head. Total concentration constant. Constant. Yes, that's what he said. Kamado, try to keep up. From what Shinobu told me, you're already plenty proficient using total concentration breathing or Hinakami Kagura when necessary. However, your last battle has proven that just using it when you think you need to isn't enough anymore. Tanjiro looked down. Kani told me that my Hinakami Kagura is one of, if not the most powerful breathing technique she'd ever seen. Even though she said that, Tanjiro remembered all the times Hinakami Kagura didn't do the job, which is why in nearly every battle, he has to fall back on Sun Conqueror, and last week showed how that can backfire heavily. Kani and Miss Shinobu told me that my breathing technique is stronger than theirs, it's just that I haven't fully unlocked its full potential, so it seems weaker in comparison. If I'm gonna have a chance at beating Kibutsuji, I need to become stronger and stronger. I can't even be satisfied with where I am. Sun Conqueror is my best weapon even though that also hasn't reached its full potential, but I can't rely on that alone. Hinakami Kagura, Sun Conqueror, I must master both of them. Tanjiro looked back up. What do I need to do? Jiyu looked the boy in the eye. You must learn to use total concentration breathing around the clock. Around the what now? He said around the, not now. Total concentration constant is when you use total concentration breathing constantly. That means morning, afternoon, and night. You must keep continuous control of your breathing always, even when you're sleeping. Mastering this technique can double your stamina, strength, and speed. Tanjiro hunched over with his hands in front of him. CC constantly. Jiyu raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? Tanjiro started waving his hands around nervously. Well, it's just that. Using total concentration for even 10 minutes can take its toll on my body, so doing it constantly seems really difficult. That's the point, Jiyu said. You have to put in the work in order to get stronger. You went into this knowing fully well that this wouldn't be easy. You can already use total concentration longer than most demon slayers thanks to your demonic stamina, so this should be at least slightly easier for you. Slightly, Tanjiro thought. It'll take quite some time, at the very least, over a month. But even if it's difficult, it's not impossible. After all of the Hashira have already mastered total concentration constant to the point where they can use it without thinking, Jiyu stated. Tanjiro looked closely at the way Jiyu was breathing. He was telling the truth. The boy could clearly see that the water Hashira's breathing was very different from his own. The way Jiyu breathed was done naturally, but with a lot more precision and focus. Tanjiro hesitated a bit, but psyched himself up by smacking both of his cheeks. He looked up at Jiyu with a fire in his eyes. I'll do my best. Jiyu nodded before walking off. One more thing. As you progress, you will begin training with these. Jiyu went over to pick up a small dried up gourd. Tanjiro tilted his head. What am I supposed to do with that? Blow into it, Jiyu instructed. Tanjiro smiled. Oh, is it supposed to make a sound when you blow into it? No, you're supposed to blow into it until it blows up, Jiyu explained. Tanjiro's smile became static. Oh, I see. Huh? Tanjiro said with a pale look on his face. You mean, I'm supposed to blow up this thing with my breath ... this dry gourd. Actually, this is a special gourd, meaning that it's way harder than a normal one, Jiyu pointed out. You're telling me that all Hashira can do this, and that's just the first trial, Jiyu said as he handed the gourd to Tanjiro and walked away to grab a large gourd that was about half his size. At the end of your training, you will be expected to make this one burst. Tanjiro's jaw dropped as he gazed upon the large gourd. I'll do my best, Tanjiro repeated ... with even more hesitation. The next day, thud, Tanjiro fell onto the ground on his hands and knees in the backyard, panting from exhaustion. I can't do it. My body can't handle it anymore. Oh, stop bitching, you loser. How hard could it possibly be to breathe? That's easy for you to say, Tanjiro argued as he struggled to get back on his feet. Whenever I use total concentration for too long, my body just feels heavy. My lungs feel like they're on fire. Boo bump, boo bump, boo boom. Tanjiro suddenly screamed and slapped his hands over his ears as it felt like his eardrums exploded. Tanjiro removed his hands and checked both of them in panic. After everything settled down, Tanjiro huffed as his body trembled. What was that? That was terrifying. I thought my heart had burst out of my ears. How exactly would that be possible? I don't know. That's just what it felt like. Once he calmed down, he tried to change his approach. It's hopeless. There's no way I can perform total concentration constantly the way I am now. In times like this, it's best to go back to basics. Breathing starts with the lungs. If my lungs are too weak, then I won't be able to use total concentration day and night. In that case, I'll spend more time running and practice holding my breath. Oh wait, but I don't really need to breathe since I doubt demons can die from not breathing. So holding in my breath would be pointless. Not necessarily. I actually have a theory about that. While it's true that you wouldn't die from not breathing, it could still be possible to pass out from a lack of oxygen. Really? Hey, you never know until you try. Tanjiro nodded and held his breath. For the first 30 seconds, nothing seemed to happen. But after that point, Tanjiro felt himself getting lightheaded. Gasp. Tanjiro could no longer take it and inhaled as much air as possible. Wow. You were right, Onijiro. I actually felt like I was about to pass out. You're surprisingly smart. Well, of course I'm. Hey, what do you mean surprisingly? Tanjiro clenched his fists in front of him. Alright, I'll do my best. Tanjiro had a fire burning in his eyes, letting out a mighty roar as flames rose from the ground behind him. Kaigaku. 5 days later. Butterfly Mansion, Infirmary. Kaigaku continued resting in bed in the infirmary, staring up at the ceiling with a bored look on his face. Makoma was currently going through rehabilitation training after her wound closed up. In the morning, she was her usual bubbly self, hopping around the room going on and on about how excited she was. It was annoying as ever, but Kaigaku put up with it since he'd finally be getting some peace and quiet for once. It was a shame he couldn't train with his arm still healing, but it beat having to entertain Makomo. The insect Hashira, Shinobu Kacho, assured him that his injuries would heal within the week, but it hardly helped. While he was trying to take a nap, he heard the door to the room open. He opened his eyes and looked to his right to see Jigoro and Zenitsu standing in the doorway. Kaigaku, my boy, how have you been? Jigoro said with a bright smile. Kaigaku couldn't help but respond with a smaller smile. Could be worse. I mean, I was fighting Lower Moon 3 of all people, so I'd say I got off lucky. Jigoro nodded and walked up to Kaigaku's bedside with a proud smile. You did good, Kaigaku. I heard about how to protected those girls and even mastered the first form of thunder breathing. Remarkable. Kaigaku was surprised by the praise, not to say that he disliked it, which clearly wasn't the case due his cocky grin. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I mean, I wouldn't say I mastered it, but haha, small victories. Kaigaku and Jigoro shared a short laugh before the former student gave his master a look of gratitude. But in all seriousness, master, I couldn't have done it without you setting me on the right path. Jigoro shook his head. You did that on your own, Kaigaku. All I did was give you a nudge. Now that you've overcome your turmoil, I expect great things from you. Kaigaku nodded. I'll do my best, master. I won't let your training go to waste. Kaigaku then pointed a finger at Zenitsu, which startled the young blonde. Speaking of not wasting our master's efforts, no more screwing around. Now that I've finally gotten the first form down, you have no excuse for your own shortcomings. Hurry up and master the other forms so you can catch up to me, you coward. Zenitsu ran towards Kaigaku's bed and got in his face. Hey, I came all the way here to visit you and this is how you treat me. You haven't changed at all. Kaigaku sighed and waved his right arm at Zenitsu to emphasize his point. Classic Zenitsu, always trying to change the subject and weasel his way out of doing anything productive. I suppose, as your senior, that I have only myself to blame for setting a bad example. Kaigaku's look hardened once more. That's why it's my responsibility to tell you to knock it off. We've both been slacking and that ends now. Zenitsu gritted his teeth before screaming. Are you kidding me? Unlike you, I've been killing myself in training. You're the only one who slacks off. Kaigaku was surprised by Zenitsu's sudden aggression, though he soon became more pissed than shocked. Well, look who's finally grown a pair. You sure act tough when I'm injured in bed. I'd love to hear you say that when I'm in top condition. Zenitsu squeaked as he scooted back to the wall in fear. Kaigaku didn't bother hiding the smirk on his face. That's what I thought. His victory was short-lived, however, as his master immediately bonked his head with his walking stick. Oh, what the fuck, old man, I'm still healing. This of course only earned the boy another bonk on the head. The way I see it, boy, if you can still mouth off, then your noggin is just fine. After everything that's happened, you two still can't get along. Why do you say that like I'm part of the problem? Zenitsu whined. I tried to get along with him, he's the one who kept bullying me. Maybe if you grew a backbone and stopped bitching all the time, I'd actually have a tiny bit of respect for you. Kaigaku shot back. Is this a bad time? All three males in the room turned their gazes towards the door where a familiar young girl stood nervously. Kaigaku's eyes widened in recognition. Seo. Jigoro looked back at Kaigaku. She heard about my connection to you and said she knew you. She wanted to tag along with us. Jigoro then looked between the two kids before turning to Zenitsu. Zenitsu, let's go. I feel that this is a personal matter. Zenitsu also looked between Kaigaku and Seo before nodding and following Jigoro out the door while making sure to close it, leaving the two together. After staring at each other for what felt like hours, Seo walked towards Kaigaku before taking a seat on the bed next to his. The two looked down at their laps, reflecting back on the events that led to this moment. The running, the betrayal, the three words that officially broke any bond they ever had. I hate you. Kaigaku spared a side glance towards Seo, who was still wringing her hands nervously. With a sigh, he smiled softly as he broke the ice. You know, I remember a time when you were more chatty. Seo lifted her head with an unamused look on her face. Kaigaku's smile faded as his head drooped a bit. Sorry. Silence took over the room once more. After about a minute, Seo took her own shot at starting a conversation. So, where have you been all this time? Kaigaku looked up at Seo before looking up at the ceiling. After the day I got everyone killed, I lived on the run for a while. I walked from village to village, doing odd jobs for food, drinking from dirty puddles. At some point, I ended up at Shinjuku, where Master Jigoro took me in and trained me to be a demon slayer. I agreed so that I could make sure that never happened again. Seo lowered his gaze, knowing exactly what he was talking about. Kaigaku continued. I tried so hard to make amends for what I did, but I was still too much of a coward to help anyone. Even with all my training, I could only ever hide or run away while others got hurt in my place. Kaigaku's smile returned, even bigger than before. But thankfully, my master set me straight. I had had enough of running away from my fear and pain, because I realized that running from my pain only makes the pain worse. Kaigaku looked back at Seo with a sadder smile. Every day, I thought about the day I allowed that demon to kill my family. I tried to forget, but then I realized that I should never forget it. But I can still move forward, and that's what I intend to do. He raised his right hand in front of him and made a fist with it. I'll destroy as many evil demons as I can, even if it costs me my life. That's all I can do to atone. I will protect others and make sure nothing like that ever happens to anyone else. He slowly got up from bed, causing Seo's eyes to widen in concern. He gave as low a bow as possible without hurting himself too much. I'm sorry, Seo. 8 years ago, I was a selfish coward who only cared about himself in the end. But that Kaigaku is no more. I will never run away again. Seo stared down at Kaigaku as he stood up straight and got back into bed. It was Seo's turn to look back down. Tears threatened to spill from her eye sockets. For years, I hated you for what you did. After the incident, I was taken in by other monks in a new temple. I tried to live on, because I knew that's what they would have wanted ... but it was so hard. Every time I saw children playing together or families walking hand in hand, I couldn't help but remember their faces, remember the good times. I felt so alone. It was at that point that I began to regret pushing you away, despite my initial anger. Kaigaku was surprised to hear that, but let Seo continue. I remembered the look on your face that day ... you tried to hide it but ... you were in so much pain after what you did. I should have realized. I knew that you loved them just as much as I did. Yet, I didn't even think about how much guilt you felt ... and instead of comforting you, I said that I hated you and left alone to deal with your grief. Kaigaku shook his head. You were 4 years old, Seo, and the one who should have comforted you. Of course, I had no right to act like a big brother after I took everything from you that night. You had every right to hate me, but that didn't justify me wanting you to die instead. Seo suddenly screamed with tears flowing down her cheeks, catching Kaigaku off guard. I told myself that it should have been you, that you should have let that demon eat you instead. The more I kept thinking that, the more awful I felt. I shouldn't want you to die. I don't want you to die. Seo lowered her head, sniffling softly. You suffered too ... didn't you? I still had people to take care of me ... but I heard from your master that you were on your own for months before he found you. If I hadn't pushed you away ... we could have at least been together. I don't know what would have happened ... but at least we'd have each other. Before the night I saw you, I thought you were dead ... and that made me so sad. I was afraid that the last words I said to you were I hate you. She looked up at Kaigaku with teary smile. That's why ... when I finally saw you again ... when you protected me despite what I said to you, I was so relieved. I thought that maybe ... we could start over ... go back to those good days and be a family again. But most of all, I wanted to do ... this. Seo got up from bed and hugged Kaigaku as gently as possible as to not irritate his injuries. Kaigaku was left speechless by the sudden action. But that was nothing compared to what came next. Seo took a deep breath. Kaigaku, I'm sorry for what I said ... and ... I forgive you. Kaigaku's eyes glimmered as tears formed in his eyes as well. With a quivering smile, he hugged Seo back with his good arm. As they embraced each other, Kaigaku and Seo could feel the gazes of their loved ones from the great beyond, smiling down on them as they watched this heartwarming moment. After staying like that for a few minutes, Kaigaku broke off the hug and put his right hand Seo's shoulder before lifting his hand to wipe the tears from her eyes. He then patted the girl's head, which made both of them even more happy. It was like they'd gone back in time 8 years ago. Kaigaku's smile then turned more sad. I can't go back to that old life, not yet. Not until all demons are dead. And I can't promise that I'll survive to the end. That wouldn't be fair to you. Seo pouted and lowered her gaze. I know. She looked back up at him with hope in her eyes. Will you visit me ... from time to time? Kaigaku's smile became more cheerful as he ruffled Seo's hair. Of course. As the two kids smiled at each other, their gazes towards the direction of the door as someone walked in. Kaigaku's eyes widened to see Makomo standing there. Makomo, you're back from rehabilitation training already. How did it? Kaigaku's words got stuck in his throat at the sight of Makomo's face. To put it simply, she looked like hell. Her usually bright cyan eyes were dim and tired. Her arms hung by her sides like noodles, and her body looked like a light breeze could push her over. Makomo, what the hell happened to you? Kaigaku asked in shock. Makomo, ignoring the question, dragged her feet all the way to her bed and got in, pulling the blanket over her head. I don't want to talk about it, Makomo finally answered, though her reply was quite uncharacteristically solemn. While Seo merely stared at the girl in confusion, Kaigaku had a look of horror. While he was too injured now, he would be joining Makomo in rehabilitation training in just less than a week. I have a really bad feeling about this. 10 days later. And so, Tanjiro spent the next few weeks training his body so that he could use total concentration breathing for longer periods of time. As time went on, Tanjiro gradually began to improve his breathing, going from 30 minutes to 1 hour to 3 hours. He also found himself able to run for longer periods of time. Normally, a demon could run for hours thanks to their vast stamina. However, Tanjiro has proven that stamina isn't limitless. Overall, his training was gradually paying off. After 10 days, Tanjiro was meditating on top of the exterior walls surrounding the Water Hashira estate. Good, my lungs are getting stronger. I'm able to use total concentration for longer periods of time, though my fast progress is most likely due to my demonic stamina. Even so, I'll take what I can get. I'll just improve my breathing by meditating. Kanny told me around the time she gave me my sword as a gift that meditation is a great way of improving total concentration. Meditation. Kanny. Sword. Gift. Suddenly, Kanny and his officially assigned swordsmith, Hagenzuka, popped into his mind. Neither of them looked happy. You broke your sword. That was my very first gift to you. How could you? Tanjiro imagined Kanny would say. I can't believe you broke my sword ... you bastard. Die. Hagenzuka would say. I'm sorry, Tanjiro thought glumly. I don't even. Onijiro couldn't make heads or tails of Tanjiro's thoughts. Tanjiro had just remembered how he broke his sword while fighting Lower Moon 3. He seriously underestimated that guy. And boy did he pay for it. Of course, Tanjiro previously had his sword broken before by Lower Moon 6. Fortunately, Tanjiro was able to use his blood demon art to weld the broken blade back together. Sadly, even if Tanjiro could weld it back together, Jiyu informed Tanjiro of the state of his sword. It wasn't just the fact that it was broken, there were multiple chips on the blade from prolonged use. His sword was officially beyond repair. I hope Kanny isn't too upset with me. The very thought of making her sad fills me with guilt. Tanjiro sniffed as he let a tear fall out of his left eye. Okay, first of all, you have a better chance of getting Jiyu and Shinobu to make out than you do at getting Kanny to be upset with you, Onijiro said. Second, what's the big deal about a broken sword? You heard Jiyu. That Hagenzuka guy's just gonna make a new one for you. You don't understand, Onijiro. Mr. Hagenzuka put all of his heart into that sword. Because of my arrogance and weakness, I broke his masterpiece. While maybe if the dickhead made better swords, it never would have broke. Did you think about that? Onijiro, these people dedicate their lives to their craft. You have no right to insult them. Now apologize. Apologize to who? We're the only ones here. Just forget it. I need to focus. HMPH. You just don't want to admit that you just lost the argument. Quiet. You quiet. You've lost your concentration. Divided by Tanjiro and Onijiro screamed at the same time as the former jumped up and looked to his right to see Jiyu meditating next to him. Mr. Tomioka, how long have you been there? Tanjiro questioned the Hashira, surprised at his inability to sense him. Not only did I not hear him despite my increased hearing ability, I couldn't even smell him with my nose, which should be twice as strong. Then again, I also have a hard time tracking or even hearing Mekomo. Maybe it's some technique water breathers use. Her steps may be quiet, but her mouth easily gives her away. Jiyu didn't look at Tanjiro to answer his question, still maintaining his posture. I've been here for a while now. You didn't notice. Tanjiro winced. His upper body hung downward in shame. Jiyu hummed. I suppose that's to be expected. But still, you should learn to train your senses. There are many demons who resort to sneaking tactics. Not to mention there's the unpredictability of blood demon arts which can hide one's presence. As a demon, your senses are all enhanced greatly, and your sense of smell was already advanced from the start as you've told me. But that alone won't be enough to help you against especially powerful demons. Even if you now stand among the 12 Kazuki, you are one of the weakest among them. Were it not for the help you received the night you fought Lower Moon 3 and 6, you would have lost badly and been taken to Kibutsuji to be absorbed. Tanjiro paled at the thought. He had only then realized just how close to death he had been lately. He's right. On my own, I can't be any of the lower moons, never mind the upper moons and Kibutsuji. Why yes, you're right ... So, what should I do? The boy asked before the Hashira opened his eyes and took out what appeared to be a blindfold. For starters, train your other senses by eliminating one. When one loses the ability to see, their hearing, sense of smell, and touch all become more enhanced to make up for it. This applies to other senses. If you lose your hearing, your sight becomes better. If you lose your smell, you become more sensitive to the touch. Tanjiro was about to ask a question before Jiyu interrupted with a raised hand. I understand that you're a demon. If you were to lose any of these senses from injury, you would heal almost instantly. However, the time it takes for you to heal could mean life or death. What if you're fighting a Kazuki and they cut out your eyes and burst your eardrums? They won't wait for you to heal up. They won't hesitate to take advantage of your helpless state. But by training yourself to go without certain senses, you can turn the situation on its head and go for a finishing blow while their guard is down. Jiyu got up and faced Tanjiro. I'll help you train your senses when I can. The way Yurikodaki trained Makomo and I, however, I will be busy most of the time with missions. During those periods, continue training total concentration constant. Understand? Tanjiro nodded. Yes, sir. He took the blindfold from Jiyu before the two went down to the yard to get started. Later, Tanjiro stood in the open with the blindfold over his eyes and a wooden sword in hand. He couldn't see anything, obviously, but he heard Jiyu's voice clearly. I will walk around you and try to strike you. It will be your job to locate my position and block it. Understand? Right? Use your other senses to the best of your ability. Hear my footsteps and breathing, sniff out my scent, feel the vibrations in the ground. Now let's begin. Nekomo. The next day. Butterfly Mansion. HHNNNGH. GYYYAH. Meanwhile, while Tanjiro trained with Jiyu, Makomo and Kaigaku were in the middle of rehabilitation training. They started the day with stretching, which was meant to help their stiff and bedridden bodies limber up and recover. Now, one might think that stretching would be the easiest part of training. And they'd be right, but only because stretching was the least hellish part of training. For days, Sumi, Naho, and Kiyo would help Makomo and Kaigaku stretch by putting them in agonizing poses that pushed them to their limits. First, Makomo laid down on a mat before Kiyo stood over her back and started pulling her arms back as far as possible while Sumi and Naho held down Makomo's legs to keep her from slipping out. Tears fell from Makomo's eyes as she whined in pain. Someone help. This is inhumane. After that, they would switch with Kaigaku, who was also laying down, awaiting his fate with fear. Kiyo and Naho pushed his legs into a full split and held them there while Sumi sat on his lower back to increase pressure. Veins bulged on Kaigaku's head as he gritted his teeth, determined to see this through. You will not break me. They would switch back and forth between Makomo and Kaigaku until stretches were finally over. That's when the real hell began. Kaigaku now sat in front of a small table with multiple cups filled with green medicinal tea. Across from him sat Kanao with a friendly-looking smile on her face, but Kaigaku had already seen behind that smile. And go. Splash. Kaigaku barely even touched a cup before getting splashed in the face by Kanao. This was a training exercise meant to train their reflexes, but all it did so far was put a damper on Makomo and Kaigaku's pride. Next up was a simple game of tag. Now, Makomo and Kanao stood across from each other, the former staring intently at the quieter girl. Go. As AI once again gave the signal, Kanao dashed away from Makomo, who immediately gave chase. The two of them ran and jumped around the room, one trying desperately to catch the other. In terms of speed and agility, they appeared to be evenly matched. Makomo seemed to have a slight edge in speed while Kanao was just a bit more graceful, expertly dodging Makomo at the last second as the younger girl struggled to turn in time. Eventually, Makomo finally managed to catch Kanao by the fingers. After the match, Makomo was on the ground exhausted while Kanao stood next to her with barely audible breaths. Even if Makomo was faster, Kanao's stamina was much better. Makomo, who's prided herself on her speed since she was a little girl, was once again humbled by a girl who wasn't even a demon slayer yet. She actually asked AI last week why Shinobu and Kani hadn't sent Kanao to final selection even though she was so strong. That's when she learned that Kani actually had another Tsuguko before Kanao. Sadly, Kani had just become a Hashira at the time and was inexperienced as a teacher. The poor girl never made it past final selection. After hearing that, Makomo understood why they wanted to be more careful with Kanao. After training was complete, Kani sat Makomo and Kaigaku down to discuss their progress. You two did excellent today. Define excellent. Both Makomo and Kaigaku thought as they sat in front of the flower Hashira drenched in medicinal tea. Kani noticed the defeated looks on their faces. I understand that you're frustrated, but there's nothing to be ashamed of. The reason Kanao is so fast and strong is because she's been training since she was little. So have I. Makomo and Kaigaku once again thought simultaneously. But don't worry, I have good news. Since you've improved a bit, I've decided that it's time to start your real training. Makomo and Kaigaku perked up, curious about what Kani was proposing. From now on, I'm going to teach you total concentration constant. Makomo's eyes widened as she beamed with excitement. Constant? I think I heard about that from Master, Kaigaku said before looking down shamefully. He wanted to teach me, but I kept rejecting his offers. Makomo was so hyped up for this. Originally, Makomo was to learn total concentration constant from Jiyu along with Tanjiro. But no knew that a lower moon would show up and kick their butts. But there was no use crying over spilt milk. She couldn't wait to become even stronger than before. And so, Tanjiro, Makomo, and Kaigaku trained themselves as hard as they could to get stronger. Even though they had beaten Lower Moon 3 in the end, the humiliation they suffered at his hands was still fresh in their minds. As they slowly mastered total concentration constant, they became stronger, faster, and their stamina was monstrous. They meditated, trained their bodies, and did everything they could to recover their strength. They even learned to use total concentration while sleeping. That was a nightmare. For Makomo and Kaigaku, they had Sumi, Naho, and Kiyo make sure they didn't screw up by whacking them with large sticks every time they messed up their breathing. Tanjiro actually held off on this type of training with Jiyu's approval. As a demon, the boy never needed to sleep unless he was exhausted from using Sun Conqueror. Even Onijiro trained in the depths of their shared mind, coming up with new ways to utilize Sun Conqueror as usual. Tanjiro also trained his other senses so that he could still fight even when visually impaired. It was a really rough start, though. Tanjiro lost count of how many times Jiyu knocked him on his ass before he finally started making progress. 1 month later, Butterfly Mansion, Dojo. KOOH. After finishing their training and learning total concentration constant, Makomo and Kaigaku were now testing their skills against each other. Kano had not learned total concentration constant yet, so she could no longer provide a challenge to them. So instead, Makomo and Kaigaku went against each other. Their hands flew as they repeatedly grabbed a cup while putting the others down. This exciting match was spectated by all of the Butterfly girls and Kani. Go, Makomo. You got this. Naho, Kiyo, and Sumi cheered. Hey, what about me? Kaigaku mentally whined. Their battle raged on, neither giving an edge. Both opponents went faster and faster until one finally managed to pull ahead. Makomo was sweating profusely as she was struggling to keep up with Kaigaku's movements. Kaigaku smirked as he too noticed this. Makomo was almost as quick with her hands as she was with her legs, but this was like a mere rabbit trying to dodge lightning and catch it at the same time. The young water breather put up a tremendous effort, but it wasn't long before one of the cups Kaigaku grabbed slipped from her reach. Crap, splash. Makomo's dripping wet bangs hung over her eyes while Kaigaku cheered in celebration. Yeah, feel the thunder, he shouted like a little kid. Boo, boo, the little butterfly trio yelled. Kaigaku turned towards them with tears in his eyes, his victory completely tainted. What the hell did I do to you brats? He whined. Later, Makomo and Kaigaku stood across from each other, both wearing confident grins, especially Kaigaku. Heh, I heard she was supposed to be fast. She's pretty quick, sure, but I easily outclass her in speed. This will be a cake. Go. Walk ... Suddenly, Kaigaku felt someone hugging him from behind. He slowly turned his head to see that the culprit was none other than Makomo Yurakodaki. Got you. Hehehe. Makomo giggled as she had her arms and legs wrapped around Kaigaku's torso, forcing him to give her a piggyback ride. How. Kaigaku's jaw dropped so low, it almost touched the ground. He then settled for gritting his teeth while glaring at the cocky girl. Makomo hardly reacted and simply winked at him. Kani and Shinobu stood in the side of the dojo, watching with proud smiles. Jiyu Tomioka, Water Hashira Estate. The afternoon sun shined down on the yard of the Water Hashira Estate. Tanjiro once again stood out in the open with a blindfold and a wooden sword. Jiyu slowly walked around him, trying to catch the boy by surprise. He took a deep breath and lunged forward at the boy. Tanjiro tensed, barely able to sense him, as the boy turned towards him and swung his sword horizontally. Jiyu, seeing this from a mile away, ducked under the sword. There was too much hesitation in that swing, not to mention it was completely predictable. Jiyu punished Tanjiro by smacking his left leg with his sword. Tanjiro grunted and struggled to keep his balance before going for a vertical swing. Jiyu sidestepped the blow and hit the boy on the head. He backed away before Tanjiro could retaliate. Focus, Tanjiro. You're still not trusting your instincts. Alright, Tanjiro replied. Jiyu took more silent steps around Tanjiro. The boy had yet to pinpoint his location. To help the boy out, Jiyu got closer and closer ever so slowly. Once he was only 2 feet away, Tanjiro perked up, sniffing the air as if confirming something. Once he did, he slowly faced Jiyu. The Water Hashira swung his sword down on Tanjiro only for Tanjiro to quickly block it and push it away. Jiyu smirked, impressed by the boy's progress. However, Jiyu then went low before throwing out a left leg sweep, knocking Tanjiro to the ground. Oof, that's enough for now. Tanjiro took off the blindfold at Jiyu's instruction before getting up. You've improved, though you still have a ways to go. Still, well done. Tanjiro beamed and bowed. Thank you, Mr. Tomioka. Jiyu nodded. Now, let's see how you've progressed with total concentration constant. Tanjiro. Tanjiro stood in the dojo with a gourd that was about his size in front of him. He gulped nervously but steeled his resolve before grabbing the gourd. He has already gone through the smaller ones and could now blow them up with ease. Now, it was time for the final test. Jiyu stood in front of the gourd and observed. Start whenever you're ready. Tanjiro took a deep breath in through his nose and placed his mouth over the top. He blew on it with all his might until his cheeks turned red. Come on, come on. He blew on it with full force before finally. Crack, I'm doing it. Keep going. Crack, crack. G-O-O-O. Boom. We the idiot. Mekomo and Kaigaku shouted as they finally blew up their gourds. They sat on the Ingawa of the second building in the butterfly mansion where the residents slept. Way to go. Sumi, Naho, and Kyo cheered while Kani clapped for them. Mekomo and Kaigaku hugged each other in excitement, jumping and spinning around. Congratulations, you two. With this, you have officially mastered total concentration breathing constant. You have improved greatly during this past month. Take pride in the fruits of your efforts, Jiyu said to Tanjiro, who stood triumphantly next to his broken guard. Right, Tanjiro exclaimed. The next day, Tanjiro winced from the sudden call of Matsuman as he was running around the estate. Your sword has arrived. Your sword has arrived. Tanjiro grinned. Finally, he ran towards the front entrance of the estate where he could see a familiar masked swordsmith walking towards him. Mr. Hagenzuka. It's me, Tanjiro. Long time no see. Hagenzuka noticed Tanjiro and reached into his sunflower-patterned haori and pulled out something too small and far away for Tanjiro to see. How have you been? I hope you're well. I've gotten much stronger since you last saw me. Thanks for making me a new swo ... Suddenly, Hagenzuka started charging at the young demon with what appeared to be a very sharp kitchen knife pointed straight at Tanjiro's heart. Tanjiro's body went so stiff, it might as well have been stone. You bastard. First, you make me waste my talents on some sorry excuse for a swordsman, and then you go and break my sword. I hope you suffer 1,000 deaths. AGH. Tanjiro ran away from the swordsmith in terror, despite the fact that there was quite literally nothing the man could do to permanently harm his demonic being. Onijiro gladly pointed this out. Then, who the hell are you running from? He's a human, just break his neck and take the sword. Not now, Onijiro. Get back here and face your punishment. It wasn't my fault. I was fighting a really strong demon. We barely defeated it. I don't care. That's just an excuse. Your sword broke because you're weak, otherwise, it wouldn't have broke. AGH. I quote am sorry. Hagenzuka chased Tanjiro around for a while. The boy tried to shake him, but the smith would always be on his tail. Fortunately, the chase ended when Jiyu showed up to find Hagenzuka trying to kill Tanjiro. He rectified the situation by giving the man Mitarashi Dango, his favorite food, according to Jiyu. Once he calmed down, they moved to the main room where Hagenzuka handed Tanjiro his sword. Jiyu was sitting next to Tanjiro. I hear you've finally gotten skilled enough to change its color at least. If you can show me a red sword, I might be willing to forgive you for breaking my sword. Tanjiro gulped. Actually ... my sword is black, he stated as he unsheathed his new sword, which looked exactly like his old one. The metallic color soon turned black. Tell me, boy ... were you born a disappointment? Hagenzuka asked. Tanjiro winced. Hey, that's not very nice. G-H. Suddenly, the man interrupted Tanjiro with a loud screech before lunging at the demon boy. Tanjiro reacted quickly by using Phoenix Flash to get away. Of course, Hagenzuka simply kept chasing him. Wait, I can make it red. Watch. Tanjiro bit his thumb hard enough to draw blood and then rubbed it on his sword. Hagenzuka was not pleased by this. How dare you ruin my precious sword with your filthy blood. Die. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Red Hot Blade. The blood on the sword ignited into flames which heated up the sword until its black color became red. Hagenzuka stopped immediately before staring at the flaming sword, mesmerized by the blood-enhanced blade. Tanjiro sighed in relief to see that his idea worked and they didn't have to go through another chase sequence. Outside the estate, Tanjiro and Jiyu stood outside the estate where they were saying their farewells to Hagenzuka. Since you've given me Mitarashi Dango and shown me a red sword, I will postpone your punishment. Tanjiro's jaw dropped. Postpone. Thank you for all the work you and your people do. Without your blades, we wouldn't stand a chance against the demons. Jiyu praised with a straight look. The swordsmith nodded. And don't you forget it. And with that, he walked off. What a dick. Onijiro. What? He is. Tanjiro held back a sigh before looking at his new sword. But then, Tanjiro jumped at the familiar but loud sound of a crow. Tanjiro almost immediately recognized Matsuman's scent as he looked up at him flying around in circles. Head west. Head west. A demon has been reported to be seen in a village not far from here. Head there immediately. Tanjiro held his sword tightly with a smile creeping onto his face. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't anxious to get back into action. He could only wonder how Mekomo and Kaigaku were doing. Outside the Butterfly Mansion. Stay safe. Bye. Everyone bid their own farewells as Mekomo and Kaigaku left on their own solo missions. Thanks for everything. Once they left, Mekomo and Kaigaku turned towards each other. Guess this is where we part ways for now. Mekomo nodded with a smile. You know, you're not so bad, Kaigaku. Kaigaku smirked in response. Yeah, same to you, Pipsqueak. A tick mark appeared on Mekomo's head despite the smile on her face. Watch it. I could probably take you down in a second. Kaigaku scoffed. You think you're fast? I use thunder breathing. Speed is kinda my thing. No, it's mine. Mekomo proudly pointed to herself before sending a teasing side-eye to Kaigaku. Or did you forget that I totally blitzed you in tag? Oh, please. So you can run fast. What's that gonna help you with? Running like a bitch. Okay, first of all, watch your language. Second, that's rich coming from you. Whatever, I still trounced you in that cup game. You barely beat me. It was a close match. Just face it, I'm faster. You know, I wasn't even ready for that tag match. If we had a rematch, I definitely would have won. Prove it. Let's race to the next mission. We're going on separate missions in opposite directions. Are you stupid? Mekomo got into position and prepared to dash away. We'll see who's stupid when I'm running circles around you. She took off and in mere seconds, she was out of sight. Kaigaku could only stare blankly. What a weirdo. Then he too departed on his mission. Muzan Kibutsuji, Fukushima capital. Muzan stood atop one of the buildings that made up the capital city of the Fukushima prefecture. He observed the human scum going about their lives without a care in the world. They act as if the world is perfect, unaware of the suffering of others. And those that are aware simply don't care. And why would they? It's not like it's their problem. But I suppose it doesn't matter. Once I take over and perfect this horrid world, things will be much different. Muzan felt the presence of Lower Moon too. Report, Rokuro. Behind him, a slightly shorter man with black veins showing on his pale skin was bowing to the Demon King from behind. His long dark hair ran down the back of his dark cyan gi. His jaw was decorated with a dark jagged beard. His golden eyes shined in the darkness, showing off a small kanji on his left pupil. Lower 2. My lord, multiple demon slayers have been investigating the area due to recent disappearances. I have already taken out most of them. It's only a matter of time before they send a Hashira ... or Tanjiro Kamado. After last time, I doubt Yubayashiki would be so foolish. We are talking about the head of the family that has eluded me for centuries. Muzan pointed out. After Kamado has had 2 unintentional run-ins with Lower Moons, he'll likely be more careful about what missions he sends that boy to, at least for a while. I've observed him through the eyes of Kaminu and Wakiraba. He seems to get more tired the more he uses his blood demon art, which is unusual for a demon. Then again, Kamado himself is an unusual demon in general. My guess is that he needs time to fully recover, especially after fighting 2 Lower Moons and barely coming out on top both times. Stay weary, Rokuro. There's a good chance that Tanjiro Kamado will be even stronger when you see him. Rokuro nodded while still bowing. Understood. I will make sure I become stronger as well and devour as many humans as I can. No, that won't be enough, my lord. Muzan snapped his fingers and in the next second, Strum, Muzan and Rokuro were suddenly inside the Infinity Castle along with the rest of the Lower Moons. Muzan turned towards the Lower Moons who quickly kneeled before him. Learning from their last meeting, no one said anything as they were waiting for Muzan to tell them to speak. You're all wondering why I've summoned you here, Muzan stated, reading their thought. As you may know, due to the recent changing of ranks, Wakiraba has fallen to Tanjiro Kamado as well as 2 other demon slayers. Everyone tensed at the sudden news. Even though they already knew about it, they all remembered what Muzan promised would happen if they failed him again. Calm down. I have no intent in punishing you for the mistakes of that fool. He was clearly stronger than those demon slayers he fought, including Tanjiro. He could have easily won were it not for his ego and immaturity. We may be superior to humans, but they always strike us down when our backs are turned to them. Give them even one opening, and they'll swoop at you like vultures. It's only natural for humans to jump at any opportunity that arises. Those greedy bastards will do whatever it takes to get their way, even if it means playing dirty. Muzan chuckled. Don't get me wrong. As of now, we demons are no better, but it's for a good cause. In an instant I could easily pacify all demons and stop this war between us and humans, and I will do so once I achieve my goal. Muzan turned back to his moons. And what is my goal? Our goal. They all answered simultaneously. To kill or turn all humans until there are none left and create a world with only demons. Exactly. And to do that, I must get rid of the demon slayers and conquer the sun. Once I do that, no one will be able to stop me. Muzan began to pace back and forth. And in order to conquer the sun, I need one of two things. Either the blue spider lily, or Tanjiro Kamado. I summoned you here to discuss the latter. I entrusted you to capture Kamado, but I have reason to believe that this task has gotten a bit more complicated. I predict that Yubayashiki will no longer recklessly send Kamado to any mission in an attempt to keep him away from us. This is a prime opportunity for the boy to train and get stronger than ever. Muzan stopped and turned to the lower moons with a smirk. That's why I think we should level the playing field. I've seen that you have all been more active lately in killing plenty of humans, civilians and demon slayers alike. I am pleased that you are all working more diligently. The lower moons bowed their heads even lower. Thank you, Lord Muzan, they all said. And that's why I believe a little reward is in order. The lower moons looked up at the Demon King in confusion. Let's see if you can survive ... this. Suddenly, 4 fleshy tendrils flew out from his back and pierced each lower moon's neck with their needle-like ends. Do bump. Suddenly, all of the lower moons let out choked out screams as they began to spasm on the floor, veins bulging all over their body. Muzan pulled back his tendrils and watched with a smile as the lower moons struggled to keep themselves from falling apart into a pile of mush. But after 5 minutes of pure agony, the lower moons managed to get back on their knees ... all of them wearing unhinged grins. This is merely a fraction of what I'll give you once you capture Tanjiro Kamado ... or kill him if you have to. I mean, either way, the demon slayers won't be a threat once we get rid of their greatest weapon. Now, Tanjiro ... let's see just how strong you've gotten. Muzan's smile widened with something akin to excitement. Tanjiro. About a week later, somewhere in Tochigi Prefecture, after completing his mission, Tanjiro followed his crow to a nearby wisteria safe house. I can already feel total concentration constant paying off, where he spotted 2 familiar faces at a crossroads in front of the house. Nekomo, Kaigaku. The 2 fellow demon slayers looked in Tanjiro's direction as they were walking. Nekomo beamed as she waved at the young demon. Tanjiro. Hi. Tanjiro ran up to the 2 with a relieved smile. Thank goodness you're both alright. It's great to see you both. Tanjiro looked over at Kaigaku. His smile dimmed a bit as he noticed how nervous he looked. He supposed it was only natural. Kaigaku was still unsure about trusting a demon. Nekomo also seemed to notice this as she elbowed Kaigaku's hip. I already told you, he's not like the others. Ms. Kani told you herself. We literally all fight together. Kaigaku glared at the young girl while rubbing his hip. That was in the heat of the moment. I didn't really have time to think about it. Tanjiro waved it off. It's fine. A lot of people react the same way when they first meet me. As a demon, I've gotten used to the fact that work harder to gain people's trust. Tanjiro held out a hand towards Kaigaku with just the biggest smile he could muster. I promise to show you that I can be trusted. I look forward to working with you. Kaigaku was taken aback by Tanjiro's cheerfulness before hesitantly taking Tanjiro's hand. Why yeah, same here. Great. Now we're all friends. Nekomo suddenly popped up between them, causing both boys to jump back startled. Now let's rest up before our next mission. I'm exhausted. Kaigaku and Tanjiro looked at Nekomo blankly. You seem pretty energized to me, Kaigaku pointed out. Nekomo stared at Kaigaku for a while before dramatically falling back into Tanjiro, who caught her. Ooh, I've tried to be strong but I'm just so tired. Can you please carry me, Tanjiro? Tanjiro blinked in confusion. You are such a fucking faker. Tanjiro, drop her lazy ass. Kaigaku snapped. And now Kaigaku, it's not nice to drop a lady. Shut up. She's no lady. She's just a little short bra hoe. Kaigaku's rant was interrupted by a sudden kick to the groin from an upset Nekomo. Kaigaku fell onto his knees while holding his crotch and fell forward. Tanjiro looked at the scene with horror, fighting the urge to protect his own privates. I wonder if that would be effective on demons. Onijiro wondered. Tanjiro couldn't help but wonder the same. Even for demons, that would be a cruel move. Later, inside the safe house, the 3 slayers sat around a table, eating in awkward silence. Nekomo refused to look away from her miso soup while Kaigaku sent the occasional glare in the girl's direction. Tanjiro was just uncomfortable throughout the whole thing. He couldn't take it anymore, he had to break the ice. So ... how was your missions? Nekomo finally looked up and smiled at Tanjiro. Piece of cake. Total concentration constant really makes a difference. Tanjiro nodded. I'm glad to hear it. He then looked at Kaigaku, who was still glaring at Nekomo, though he still noticed Tanjiro looking at him. Yeah, whatever ... it was okay. Okay. Tanjiro quickly changed the subject. Oh yeah, how was your total concentration constant training? This question caused both Kaigaku and Mekomo to jump in response before adopting gloomy looks. It was rough, they both said. Tanjiro nodded sympathetically. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. It was exhausting for me as well. After training every day, I was left on the ground for at least an hour before I recovered. To Tanjiro's surprise, both Mekomo and Kaigaku glared at him. Did I say something wrong? Dumbass. They're salty about the fact that your stamina basically dwarfs theirs. I bet their training left them tired and sore for days and were still forced to train before they could fully rest. Tanjiro gulped nervously before returning to his meal. The room returned to silence. Later, Tanjiro got into the robes handed to him by the staff at the Wisteria house and got into his futon. He had a room to himself since Mekomo had her own room due to being a girl, and Kaigaku wasn't comfortable sleeping in the same room as a demon. Tanjiro didn't mind. He respected Mekomo's privacy like a gentleman and he understood Kaigaku's concern. Now, Tanjiro didn't need to sleep, but he didn't really feel like training all night like usual. And while he didn't need to sleep, it still felt nice to do so. Hey, Onijiro, no dream training tonight. After all the Muzan nightmares and our training sessions, I just want to sleep normally for once. Whatever. Tanjiro hesitated at Onijiro's response. Something wrong? You want to talk? What? What are you talking about? Just go to sleep already. If something's bothering you, I'd be happy to. Shut up. Just go to sleep, damn it. Tanjiro sighed as he closed his eyes. Was this how it would always be? Every time it seems that Tanjiro and Onijiro are getting closer, the latter pushes back when the other tries to get even closer. It was like one step forward and one step back. Tanjiro decided to leave Onijiro to his own business. This was kind of odd for Tanjiro as he was very stubborn when it came to helping people. But the boy was too mentally tired right now. He soon felt himself drift into sleep. Sometimes, he just stops breathing ... and his heart stops. It's completely random and we fear that he's dead every time it happens. He won't survive long at this rate. Please, doctor, you have to save our son. Tanjiro's eyes snapped open. He was standing in a large room. Tatami mats covered a majority of the room, with the end of the room behind him was wood. In front of him was 3 people. A man and a woman sat at the opposite end of the room on soft pillows. The woman cradled a baby in her arms. The man has long, wavy black hair and dark red eyes that looked a bit like Tanjiro's from when he was human. He wore a white yukata as well as a black cap on his head. The woman also had long black hair styled into a bun, though her eyes were blue. She wore a plain white kimono. In front of the couple, there was another man. He wore a black haori over a white samu. He wore a similar cap to the first man. I assure you, if you can heal our son, you will be rewarded handsomely. The man said to the other man, whom Tanjiro assumed was a doctor. What is this place? Where am I? Is this a dream? Tanjiro wondered. Excuse me. There's no need for that, my lord. The doctor interrupted Tanjiro, who hadn't even acknowledged him, and neither did the man and woman in front of him. I am glad to offer my services to one of the most high-class noble families in Japan. That fact alone is payment enough. Hello. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but... Tanjiro stopped speaking as he realized that no one was paying him any attention. Hesitantly, Tanjiro walked up to the doctor from behind and reached out to touch his shoulder, only for his hand to go through it. Tanjiro, startled, quickly pulled back his hand in surprise. What's happening? I can't even touch them. Tanjiro noticed the man and woman looking uneasy. Why yes ... Well, I'm hoping this new cure of yours is as potent as you claim it is. But of course, the doctor exclaimed cheerfully. I assure you, Lord Kibutsuji, your son is in good hands. Tanjiro felt a lump in his throat. Did he just say Kibutsuji? Now that the thought crossed his mind, the man did look a bit like Muzan. But there was also one bit of information he previously glossed over. That doctor also talked about them being nobility, their royalty. Just what is this? Tanjiro moved to the side of the conversation to get a better look at the doctor's face. It was easy to see why the noble couple were nervous. This doctor was the living embodiment of shady. He wore a sickeningly sweet smile. His eyes were cold and calculating. His whole demeanor was just plain untrustworthy. Tanjiro had no idea who this man was, and he had already decided that he would never let this man anywhere near him or his family, no matter how sick they were. This was a new feeling for Tanjiro, as he had never judged someone based on looks. That's why his nose was so useful, as it could always reveal one's true character. But Tanjiro didn't even need his nose sense that this man was not a good person. The Kibutsuji couple could obviously sense this as well, but Tanjiro sensed the desperation on them. It was clear this guy was their last option. Tanjiro looked at the baby in the woman's arms. His eyes widened in horror. What the? The baby looked anything but healthy. His skin had veins bulging all over his body. His eyes were swollen, he hardly moved, and he seemed to barely be breathing. Now, the doctor began. It is time. He took out some ingredients to make medicine, and began putting it in a small wooden bowl with a small club-shaped object. It was a mortar and pestle. Tanjiro noticed a certain flower among the ingredients. It resembled a red spider lily, but blue. I swear I've seen that flower before ... but where? Before Tanjiro could rack his brain, the doctor mixed the ingredients, creating a dark blue liquid before lifting the bowl. It is ready. The man looked at his wife who held their child and nodded. The woman was hesitant, but she too nodded and held out her child below the bowl. The doctor poured the liquid into the baby's mouth. The baby hardly moved, but Tanjiro heard light swallowing sounds. WLH. The baby fussed before he suddenly began crying and flailing his arms and legs. He looked ... like he was in pain. The mother tried to soothe him before looking up at the doctor with worry. Doctor, what's happening to him? The doctor kept his creepy smile on. Worry not, Lady Kibutsuji. I have already tested this medicine on others and it's had similar effects. I must apologize, I have been unable to reduce the initial effects, but I promise they will pass quickly. Tanjiro's eyes remained on the baby. His body looked like it was constantly changing shape. That's when the baby's nails started to grow longer and sharper until they were short claws. The baby's cries began to lessen as his swollen skin shrank until finally. It worked, the doctor whispered. His eyes narrowed and his smile grew wider. The evolution of humanity has begun. The baby opened his eyes for what might have been the first time. Tanjiro felt his stomach drop at the sight of blood-red eyes with slitted pupils. Muzan, the father said joyfully as he and his wife looked happily down at their now healthy baby. But what was a triumphant moment for the Kibutsuji family was a moment of horror for the invisible spectator in the room. Is this ... when Muzan became a demon? This is where it all started. As he tried to wrap his head around all this, Tanjiro saw baby Muzan look right at him. Tanjiro felt chills crawling down his back. There's no way he can see me, right? Boom. Tanjiro blinked and the scene changed. He was back in the snowy forest he was used to seeing in his mind. However, it was now dark and stormy. Tanjiro looked around to see that he was alone ... but he didn't feel alone. Hello. Onijiro. Are you there? Someone. Answer me. A bright flash covered the sky, forcing Tanjiro to look up. Crash. The boy couldn't even blink before lightning hit the ground near him, the force to push Tanjiro into a tree which he bounced off of. After hitting the ground, Tanjiro barely managed to lift his head. His eyes widened and his blood went cold. The lightning started a large fire which spread throughout the forest. Tanjiro made out a dark silhouette of a boy his age standing in front of the flames, looking down at him with the same blood-red eyes that baby had, except they were filled with rage and bloodlust. But what really surprised Tanjiro were the tears streaming down his cheeks. Tanjiro could sense so many emotions: anger, grief, resentment, disgust, etc. Tanjiro thought about speaking to the boy when his head suddenly felt like it was about to split open. Filthy demon. Voices flooded into Tanjiro's head. No, not this again. Please, stop. Keep your head up high, my son. I'm sure the others will see your kindness and realize you are not a threat. Monster. But, I'm not a demon. They just don't see how special you are, young lord. Don't worry, they'll all come to see your greatness ... and bow before you. I'm not a demon. I'm not. Demons like you should be purged from this world. Why? I didn't even do anything. Why do you hate me so much? Boom. Make it stop. Make it stop. This is an unexpected development ... but not an unwelcome one. What did you do to me? I'm not demon. I'm not a demon. I'm not a demon. Not all humans are that bad. I will protect you with my life. Can I train with you, mister? We are the Demon Slayer Corps. I assure you, I am not a demon. I mean you no harm. Long ... live ... the king. Imwahahaha. After everything I did ... this is how you thank me. As long as humans walk the earth as they please, there will never be peace. I can't let you do this, master. Why ... why did you make me do this? No matter what you do or what others say, I think you're a good person. I hope you will come to visit again. I will wipe out the inferior humans and create a new world. Tanjiro's head was in excruciating pain. The entire forest was on fire and filled with screams. I can't take it anymore. Help me. Tanjiro looked back at the silhouette with tear-filled eyes. The figure was now in front of him and had grown into a full adult, an adult that Tanjiro instantly recognized. Why you? Muzan looked down at Tanjiro with that same hateful glare. Tanjiro was paralyzed ... just like when he first encountered Muzan. The Demon King only said one thing. His words silenced everything else and put out the flames, leaving everything in darkness. I am Muzan Kibutsuji. I am a demon. AGH. Tanjiro gasped as he nearly jumped out of bed. Gah. What the fuck was that? Onijiro yelled, startled by Tanjiro's scream. Tanjiro looked around frantically with quick and uneven breathing. He was back in his room in the safe house. After a few minutes of panicking, Tanjiro finally managed to calm himself down as he felt his heart rate and breathing steadily slow down. Letting out a sigh of relief, Tanjiro let himself fall back onto his futon. It's over. Thank God. So you gonna tell me what that was about? It was just a bad dream. Don't worry about it. If you say so. But if you startle me like that again, I'm hopping into your dream and kicking your ass. Got it. The next day, Tanjiro Kamado, Makomo Yurikodaki, and Kaigaku are to report to the city of Matsumoto in Nagano Prefecture to find and eliminate a demon hiding there. Be warned, demon may be one of the 12 Kazuki. After just finishing their breakfast sitting in the dining room, Tanjiro and the others got a mission with a warning. Tanjiro was uneasy about the appearance of another Kazuki. Makomo didn't look any better as they looked at each other from the same side of the table. Of course, Tanjiro couldn't blame her after what happened last time. It was a miracle she wasn't hit in a fatal spot. TCH, what are you guys so glum for? Tanjiro and Makomo looked at Kaigaku from across the table. He wore a smug smirk on his face. We've dealt with lower moons before and we all came out fine. Tanjiro and Makomo adopted looks of doubt. Makomo got stabbed in the abdomen and nearly got a concussion. I blew my arm off. And you also got stabbed and had your arm busted up. I'm not sure that qualifies as fine, Tanjiro stated. Kaigaku waved the young demon off. Well, we still won. And we've gotten a lot stronger since then. But what if we encounter an upper moon? Makomo asked. Tanjiro nearly shivered. He hadn't even considered that possibility. Kaigaku surprisingly didn't falter. Then we do our best to kill them or die trying. That's all anyone can ask of us. There are people counting on us, lives at stake. If we're just gonna cower every time some tough demon comes along, we don't deserve to call ourselves demon slayers, he said in the most serious tone anyone had heard from him. Tanjiro and Makomo were taken aback by Kaigaku's determination. However, their shock turned into determination to match their comrades. They smiled confidently and nodded towards Kaigaku, which Kaigaku returned. Tanjiro was never planning to run away. He knew exactly what he was getting into. He was honestly more worried about Makomo and Kaigaku, especially after their last mission together. But he could see that they were just as determined as he was and that he could rely on them. Tanjiro was glad to have such wonderful companions. Sure, they hadn't known each other very long, but this felt like the beginning of a powerful bond forming between the trio. Isn't this the same motherfucker who ran like a bitch while I was fighting that blade demon? Onijiro, respectively. Please don't ruin this moment. That night, Matsumoto, inside a black castle recently renovated a few years ago somewhere in the city of Matsumoto, there was a room lit by torches where a pale young woman with two horns coming out of her head sat on a large chair. In front of her was an elderly man walking in before bowing low to the ground. Report, the pale woman said as she looked down on the man with her gray pupils surrounded by red sclere. My lady, we have spotted 3 demon slayers arriving at the city. One of them was wearing a black oni mask and butterfly earrings. The pale woman smiled creepily. Kamado, I was hoping I'd get the chance to crush him. Lord Muzan will be pleased when I get the little traitor to willingly come with me to see him. What shall we do, Lady Mukego? The old servant asked tonelessly. The new Lower Moon 3, Mukego, giggled in response. Since he's a demon, it'll be hard to get the jump on him with his advanced senses. Good thing I have some experts on hiding their presence. Suddenly, more torches lit up the sides of the room. At the walls, there were lines of demon slayers with empty looks in their eyes. There were also burning kiss marks on their cheeks and foreheads which could only be seen by a demon. Say your prayers, Tanjiro Kamado. Your demon-slaying days are at an end, Mukego said with a malicious grin followed by a cocky laugh that rang throughout Matsumoto Castle. Fufu. Ha 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 ha. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey through What If Demon Tanjiro Concurred the Sun with special ability. I hope you found it as intriguing and thought-provoking as we did. A big shout out to OMG4 for crafting such a compelling story. Don't forget to check out their profile on fanfiction.net for more amazing works. The link is in the description below. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe to Quirky What If for more fascinating explorations into the world of fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we're always excited to hear your thoughts and suggestions in the comments section. See you guys in the next video.